produced by Chuck Grafe and the online distributed proofreading team at http://www.pgdp.net. This file was produced from images available at the Internet Archive. Every attempt has been made to replicate the original book as printed. Some typographical errors have been corrected. A list follows the text. No attempt has been made to correct or normalize all of the printed accentuation of names or words in French. Edext transcriber's note. Historic Paris. By the same author. The Story of the Churches of Paris. Illustration. La Tour de l'Horloge, les tours pointeuses de la Conciergerie et le marché aux fleurs. Frontispiece. Historic Paris. By Jetta S. Wolfe. With 59 illustrations. London. John Lane The Bodley Head Limited, New York. John Lane Company, McMaxey. The Mayflower Press, Plymouth, England. William Brendan & Son, Limited. Tours. La France. The Beautiful, the Valorous. Preface. This book, begun many years ago, was laid aside under the stress of other work, which did not, however, hinder the sedulous amassing of notes during my long and continuous residence in Paris. The appearance of the Marquis de Rochegud's exhaustive work, on somewhat the same lines in a more extensive compass, took me by surprise, and I thought for a moment that it would render my book superfluous. The vast concourse of English-speaking people brought hither by the Great War, people keen to learn the history of the beautiful old buildings they find here on every side, made me understand that an English book of relatively small compass was needed, and I set to work to finish the volume planned and begun so long ago. I had made the personal acquaintance and consequent notes of most of the ancient stones of Paris before looking up published notes concerning them. When such notes were looked up, I can only say their sources were far too numerous and too scattered to be recorded here. I must beg everyone who may have published anything worth while on Old Paris to receive my thanks, for I have doubtless read their writings with interest and benefit. But I must offer special thanks to M. de Rochegude for writing under pressure to get the book ready for press's work as a reference book, while pursuing my own investigations, has been invaluable. To my readers, I would say peruse what I have written, but use your own eyes, your own keen observation for learning much more than could be noted here. Look into every courtyard in the ancient quarters, look attentively at every dwelling along the old winding streets, and fail not to look up to their roofs. The roofs are never alike. They are strikingly picturesque. Old-world builders did not work mechanically, did not raise streets in machine-like style, each structure exactly like its neighbor, one street barely distinguishable from the street running parallel or crossing it, according to the habit of today. The builders of Les Jours d'Antin loved their craft. Every single house gave scope for some artistic trait. The roofs offered a fine field for architectural ingenuity. Wonderfully planned windows, chimneys, balconies, gables are to be seen on the roofs, often in most unexpected corners, in every part of the Via Paris. Look up, I cannot urge this too strongly. And within every old hotel, the French term for private house or mansion, examine each staircase. In the erection of a staircase, the architect of past ages found grand scope for graceful lines and exquisite workmanship. Thus walks even through the dimmest corners of La Ville Lumière will be for lovers of old-time vestiges a joy forever. This was an iconoclastic age even before the destructiveness of the awful war just over. Precious architectural and historical relics were swept away to make room for brand-new buildings. As it has been impossible during the past months to verify, in every instance, the up-to-date accuracy of notes made previously, it is probable that some old structures referred to in these pages as still standing may no longer be found on the spot indicated. But whether in such cases their site be now an empty space or occupied by newly built walls, it cannot fail to be interesting as the site where a vanished historic structure stood erewhile. Jetta Sophia Wolfe. Contents. Chapter Pay. I3 Palaces Roman 2. Among Old Streets Roman 3. The Neighborhood of the Great Markets Roman 4. The Palais de Justice V. The Neighborhood of the Bibliothèque Nationale Roman 6. Roundabout Arts et Métiers, the Arts and Crafts Institution, 62 Roman 7. The Temple Roman 8. The Home of Madame de Sévigné Roman 9. Notre Dame X. L'Isle Saint-Louis Roman 11. El Hotel de Ville and its surroundings Roman 12. The Old Quartier Saint Paul Roman 13. La Place des Vosges Roman 14, the Bastille Roman 15, in the vicinity of two ancient churches Roman 16, in the region of the schools Roman 17, La Montagne Ste Genevieve Roman 18, in the valley of the Beaver Roman 19, Rue Saint-Jacques Roman 20, Le Jardin des Plantes Roman 21, the Luxembourg Roman 22, Les Carmes Roman 23, on ancient abbey ground Roman 24, in the vicinity of Place Saint-Michel Roman 25, Eladian Roman 26, round about the Carrefour de la Croix-Rouge Roman 27, Hotel des Invalides Roman 28, old-time mansions of the Rive Gauche Roman 29, ancient streets of the Faubourg Saint-Germain XXX, the Madeleine and its neighborhood Roman 31, Les Champs-Élysées Roman 32, Faubourg Saint-Honoré Roman 33, Parc Monceau Roman 34, in the vicinity of the Opera Roman 35, on the way to Montmartre Roman 36. On the slopes of the Butte Roman 37, three ancient faubourgs Roman 38, in the Paris East End Roman 39, on tragic ground XL, Les Gobelins Roman 41, the neighborhood of Port-Royal Roman 42, in the southwest Roman 43, in Newer Paris Roman 44, towards the western boundary Roman 45, Les Turns Roman 46, on the Butte Roman 47, among the coal yards and the meat markets Roman 48. Père Lachaise Roman 49, Boulevards Quais Bridges L, Les Boulevards Exteriors Lie, the Quais Les Ponts. Illustrations. La Tour de l'Horloge, Les Tours Pointeuses de la Conciergerie, et le Marché aux Fleurs Frontispice. Page La Via Louvre. The Louvre of today Palais des Tuileries Palais Royal à l'Église, Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois Place, et Colin Vendôme Portal de Saint-Eustache La Tour de l'Horloge. Les Tours Pointeuses de la Conciergerie, et le Marché aux Fleurs la Sainte-Chapelle, Rue Quincampoix Saint-Nicolas des Champs, Rue Beaubourg La Porte du Temple Porte de Clisson, Rue de Sourdis Hotel Vendôme. Rue Bérenger Notre Dame Rue Massillon Place de Grève, La Tour Saint-Jacques view across the Seine, from Place du Châtelet, Rue Brice-Mich l'Église Saint-Gervais Hotel de Beauvais, Rue François Myron Rue Ville du Temple, Rue Aginhard, Rue du Prévat Hotel de Sens, Rue de Baireg. Place des Vosges La Bastille Rue Saint-Séverin Église, Saint-Séverin Hotel Louis Roman 15, Rue de la Parcheminerie Saint-Julien-le-Pauvre Bas-Relief. Rue Galland Le Musée de Cluny, Saint-Étienne-du-Mont interior of Saint-Étienne-du-Mont, Rue Mouffetard, et Saint-Médard Jardin et Palais du Luxembourg l'Abbé, Saint-Germain-des-Prés, Coeur de Rohan Rue Hautefeuille Castel de la Réunion Blanche, La Salpêtrière Rue Dessau, Passy Saint-Pierre de Montmartre via Montmartre, Rue Saint-Vincent Rue Montcenis. Chapelle de la Trinité via Montmartre. Cabaret du Lapinagel Moulin de la Galette, Le Mur des Fédérés Old Well, et Salpêtrière Cloître de l'Abbé de Port-Royal, remains of the Convent des Capucins Hotel de Filleubit. Quai des Célestins, Quai des Grands Augustins Le Pont des Arts, et l'Institut Pont-Neuf. Historic Paris. Chapter 1. Three Palaces. The Louvre. The Louvre has existed on the selfsame site from the earliest days of the history of Paris and of France. It began as a rough hunting lodge, erected in the time of the Rois Fainéants, the do-nothing kings. A primitive hut-like construction in the dark, wolf-haunted forest to the north of the settlement on the islets of the Seine, called Lutetia, the city of mud, on account of its marshy situation, or Laodicea, the watery city by its Gallic settlers, by the Romans Lutetia Parisium, the Paris of that long-gone age. The name Louvre, therefore, may possibly be derived from the Latin word lupus, a wolf. More probably its origin is the old word lieuer, whence lower Louvre, a habitation. Lutetia grew in importance, and the royal hunting lodge in its vicinity was made into a fortress. The city of mud was soon known by the tribe name only, Parisia Paris, and the Louvre, freed from surrounding forest trees, came within the city bounds. It was gradually enlarged and strengthened. A white circle in the big court shows the site of the famous gate between two Grosses Tours built in the time of the warrior King Philippe Auguste. 12 towers of smaller dimensions were added by Charles V. Each tower had its own special battalion of soldiers. The inner chambers of each had their special use. In the Tour du Trésor, the king kept his money and portable objects of great value. In the Tour de la Bibliothèque were stored the books of those days, first collected by King Charles V., and which formed the nucleus of the National Library. Charles V. made many other additions and adornments, and the first clocks known in France were placed in the Louvre in the year 1370. About the same time, a primitive stove-a-chauffe pile was first put up there. The grounds surrounding the fortress were laid out with care, the chief garden stretching towards the north. A menagerie was built and peopled, nightingales sang in the groves. The palace became a sumptuous residence. Sovereigns from foreign lands were received by the kings of France with great pomp in Notre Chastel du Louvre. Unus nous tenens le plus, souvent quand nous sommes en notre ville de Paris. The Louvre was the scene of two of the most important political events of the 14th century. In the year 1303, when Philippe le Bel was king, the second meeting of that imposing assembly of barons, prelates, and lesser magnates of the realm which formed, as a matter of fact, the first Etats Généraux took place there. In 1358, at the time of the rising known as the Jacquerie, Etienne Marcel, Prévôt des Marchands, made the Louvre his headquarters. In the 14th century, a king of England held his court there. Henry V, victorious after Agincourt, kept Christmas in great state in Paris at the Louvre. The royal palaces of those days, like great abbeys, were fitted with everything that was needed for their upkeep and the sustenance of their staff. Workmen, materials, provisions were at hand, all on the premises. A farm, a court of justice, a prison were among the most essential elements of palace buildings and domains. Yet the Louvre, with its prestige and its immense accommodation, was never inhabited continuously by the kings of France, and in the 16th century the palace was so completely abandoned as to be on the verge of ruin. Then François I, looking forward to the state visit of the Emperor Charles Quint, sent workmen in haste and in vast numbers to the Louvre to repair and enlarge. Pierre Lescot, the most distinguished architect of the day, took the great task in hand. The Gros Tour had already been razed to the ground. The ancient walls to the south and west were now knocked down. One wall of the Salle des Caryatides and the steps leading from the underground parts of the palace to the ground floor are all that remain of the Louvre of Philippe Auguste. It is from this 16th century restoration that the old Louvre as we know it dates in its chief lines. Much of the work of decoration was done by Jean Goujon and by Paul Paus, a pupil of Michelangelo. But the Louvre never more stood still. Thenceforward, each successive sovereign, at some period of his reign, took the palace in hand to beautify, rebuild, or enlarge, sometimes, however, getting little beyond the designing of plans. Richelieu, that arch-conceiver of plans, architectural as well as political, would fain have enlarged the old palace on a very vast scale. His king, Louis Roman XIII, laid the first stone of the Tour de l'Horloge. As soon as the wars of the Fronde were over, Louis Roman XIV, the greatest builder of that and succeeding ages, determined to enlarge in his own grand way. An Italian architect of repute was summoned from Italy, but he and Louis did not agree, and the Italian went back to his own land. The Grand Colonnade, on the side facing the old church Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois, was built between the years 1660–80 by Claude Perrault. The façade facing the quay to the south was then added. After the death of the king's active statesman, Colbert, work at the Louvre stopped. The fine palace fell from its high estate. It may almost be said to have been let out in tenements. Artists, savants, men of letters took rooms there logements. The Louvre was, as a matter of fact, no longer a royal palace. Its decease, as a king's residence, dates from the death of Colbert. The colonnade was restored in 1755 by the renowned architect, Gabriel, and King Louis Roman XVI first put forward the proposition of using the palace as a great national museum. It was the king's wish that all the best-known, most highly valued works of art in France should be collected, added to the treasures of the Cabinet du Roi, and placed there. The revolutionary government put into effect the guillotined king's idea. The names of its members may be read inscribed on two black marble slabs up against the wall of the circular antechamber leading to the Galerie d'Apollon, where are preserved and shown the ancient crown jewels of France, the beautiful enamels of Limoges, and many other precious treasures once the possession of royalty. This grand gallery, planned and begun by Lebrun in the 17th century, is modern, built in the 19th century by Dubin. The First Empire saw the completion of the work begun by the revolutionists. In the time of Napoleon, the marvelous collection of pictures, statuary, art treasures of every description was duly arranged and classified. The building of the interior court was finished in 1813. On the establishment of the Second Empire, Napoleon Roman III set himself the task of completely restoring the Louvre and extending it. The Pavillon de Flore was then rebuilt, joining the ancient palace with the Tuileries, which for 2 previous centuries had been the habitation of French monarchs. After the disasters of 1870, one restoration was again undertaken. But though the Tuileries had been burnt to the ground, the Louvre had suffered comparatively little damage. Within its walls, the Louvre has undergone drastic changes since its conversion from a royal palace to a national museum. The Salle des Fêtes of bygone ages has become the Salle Laquais with its fine collection of masterpieces. What was once the king's cabinet, communicating with the south wing, where in her time Marie de Medici had her private rooms, is known as the Salle des Sept Camines, filled with examples of early 19th century French art. In the Salle Carré, where Henry Roman IV was married, and where the murderers of President Brisson met their fate by hanging swung from the beams of the ceiling, now finely vaulted masterpieces of all the grandest epochs in art are brought together. From among them disappeared in 1911 the now regained Mona Lisa. Painting, sculpture, works of art of every kind, every age and every nation fill the great halls and galleries of the Louvre. We cannot attempt a description of its treasures here. Let all who love things of beauty, all who take pleasure in learning the wonderful results of patient work, go and see. Nor can I recount here the numberless incidents, the historic happenings of which the Louvre was the scene. It is customary to point out the gilded balcony from which Charles Roman IX is popularly supposed to have fired upon the Huguenots, or to have given the signal to fire, on that fatal night of St. Bartholomew, 1572. But the balcony was not yet there, nor is it probable the young king fired from any other balcony or window. Shots were fired maybe from the palace by men less timorous. On the Seine side of the big court is the site of the ancient Gothic Port Bourbon, where Admiral Coligny was first struck and Concini shot through the heart. In our own time, we have the startling theft of the Joconde from the Salle Carré, its astonishing return, and the hiding away of the treasures in the days of war, of air raids and long-range guns and threatened invasion to strike our imagination. The Great Black Mass, which the enemy aviator saw on approaching Paris, and knew it must be the Louvre, grand, majestic, undisturbed, is the most notable monument of Paris and of France. The Tuileries. The palace has gone, burnt to the ground in the war year 1870-71. The gardens alone remain, those beautiful Tuileries gardens, the brightest spot on the right bank of the Seine. Several moss-grown pillars, some remnants of broken arches, the pillars and frontal of the present Jeu de Paume and of the Orangery, are all that is left today of the royal dwelling that erewhile stood there. The palace was built at the end of the 16th century by Catherine de' Medici to replace the ancient palace Les Tournelles, in the Place Royale, now Place des Vosges, where King Henry Roman II had died at a festive tournament, his eye and brain pierced by the sword of his great general, Comte de Montmorency. Queen Catherine hated the sight of the palace where her husband had died thus tragically. Its destruction was decreed, and the Queen commanded the erection in its stead of the magnifique bâtiment de l'Hôtel Royal, dit des Tuileries des Parisiens, par sequel y avait autrefois une Tuilerie, au dit-le. The site of that big tileyard was in those days outside the city boundary. The architect, Philibert Delorme, set to work with great ardor. A rough road was made leading from the back, i.e. the ford across the Seine, now spanned near the spot by the Pont Royal, to the quarries in the neighborhood of Notre Dame des Champs and Vaugirard, whence stone was brought. Thus was born the well-known Rue du Bac. The palace was from the first surrounded by a fine garden, separated until the time of Louis Roman XIV from the Seine on the one side, from the palace on the other, by a ruelle, i.e. a narrow street, a lane. Catherine took up her abode at the new palace as soon as it was habitable, but the Queen Mother was restless and oppressed, haunted by presentiments of evil. An astrologer had told her she would meet her death beneath the ruins of a mansion in the vicinity of the church Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois. She left her new palace, therefore, bought the site of several houses, appropriated the ground and buildings of an old convent in the neighborhood of Saint-Eustache, had erected on the spot a fine dwelling, El Hôtel de la Réunion, known later as El Hôtel de Soissons, where we see today the Bourse de Commerce. One column of the Queen's palace still stands there, within it a narrow staircase up which she was wont to climb with her Italian astrologer. Meanwhile, the Tuileries palace showed no signs of ruin, quite the reverse. Catherine's son, Charles Roman IX, had a bastion erected in the garden on the Seine side. A small dwelling house, a pond, an aviary, a theatre, an echo, a labyrinth, an orangery, a shrubbery were soon added. Henry Roman IV began a gallery to join the new palace to the Louvre, a work accomplished only under Louis Roman XIV. Under Henry's son, Louis Roman XIII, the Tuileries was the center of the smart life of the day. Visitors of distinction, but not of royal rank, were often entertained in royal style in the pavilion in the garden. Under Louis Roman XIV, the king's renowned garden planner Le Natter took in hand the spacious grounds and made of them the Jardin des Tuileries, so famous ever since. The fine statues by Caustu, Perrault, Bossy, etc. were soon set up there. The Mange was built a club and riding school stretching from what is now the Rue de Rivoli, from the then Rue Dauphine, now Rue Saint-Roch, to Rue Castiglione. There, the jeunesse dorée of the day learned to hold in hand their fiery thoroughbreds. The cost of subscription was 4,000 francs pound 160 a year, a vast sum then. Each member was bound to have his personal servant, duly paid and fed. A swing bridge was set across the moat on the side of the waste land, soon to become Place Louis Roman XV, now Place de la Concorde. The garden was not accessible to the public in those days. Until the outbreak of the Revolution, the noblesse or their privileged associates alone had the right to pace its alleys. Soldiers were never permitted to walk there. Once a year only, a great occasion, its gates were thrown open to the pupil. A period of neglect followed upon the fine work done under Louis Roman XIV. His successor cared nothing for the Tuileries palace and grounds. They fell into a most lamentable state, and when in the troublous days of the year 1789, Louis Roman XVI, Marie Antoinette, and their little son took up their abode at the Tuileries, the Dauphin looked round in disgust. "Everything is very ugly here, Mammon," he said. It was the Paris home of the unhappy royal family thenceforth, until they were led from the shelter of its walls to the Temple prison. It was from the Tuileries they made the unfortunate attempt to fly from France. Stopped at Varennes, the would-be fugitives were led back to the palace across the swing bridge on the southwestern side. Beneath the stately trees of the garden, the Swiss guards were massacred soon afterwards. The revolutionary authorities had taken possession of the riding school. A band of tricolor ribbon was stretched along its frontage, and the Assemblée Nationale, which had sat first in the old church, St. Paul, then at the Archeveche, installed itself there. There, under successive governments, were decreed the division of France into departments, the suppression of monastic orders, the suspension of the king's royal power after his flight. And there, in 1792, Louis Roman XVI was tried, and after a sitting lasting 37 hours, condemned to death. The terrace was nicknamed the Jardin National. Sometimes it was called the Terre de Coblentz, a sarcastic reference to emigrated nobles who erewhile had disported there. In 1793, potatoes and other vegetables food for the population of Paris grew on Le Natter's flower beds, replacing the gay blossoms of happier times, even as in our own dire war days beans, etc., are grown in the park at Versailles, and the government of the day sat in the salle des machines within the palace walls. On June 7, 1794, the Tuileries Palace and Gardens were the scene of a great revolutionary fête. A few months later, the body of Jean-Jacques Rousseau was laid out in state in the dry basin before being carried to the Pantheon. Revolutionary fêtes were a great feature of the day, and Robespierre, in the intervals of directing the deadly work of the guillotine, devised the semicircular flower beds surrounded by stone benches for the benefit of the weak and aged who gathered at those merry makings. Then it was Napoleon's turn. The Tuileries became an imperial palace. For Marie-Louise awaiting the birth of the son it was her mission to bear, a subterranean passage was made in order that the Empress might pass unnoticed from the palace to the terrace walk on the banks of the Seine. The birth took place at the Tuileries, and a year or two later a pavilion was built for the special use of the young Roi de Rome. At the Tuileries, in the decisive year 1815, the chiefs of the armies allied against the emperor met and camped. Louis Roman XVIII died there in 1824. In 1848, Louis Philippe, flying before the people in revolt, made his escape along the hidden passage cut in 1811 for Marie-Louise. The palace was then used as an ambulance for the wounded and for persons who fell fainting in the Paris streets during the tumults of that year. Its last royal master was Napoleon Roman III. The new emperor set himself at once to restore, beautify, and enlarge. The great iron railing and the gates on the side of the orangery were put up in 1853. A buvette for officers was built in the garden. The Prince Imperial was born at the Tuileries in 1854. During the 20 years of Napoleon's reign, the Tuileries was the scene of gay, smart life. The crash of 1870 was its doom. The Empress Eugenie fled from its shelter after Sedan. The Commune set fire to its walls. Crumbling arches, blackened pillars remained on the site of the palace until 1883. Then they were razed, cleared away, and flower beds laid out, where grand halls erewhile had stood. The big clock had been saved from destruction. It was placed among the historic souvenirs of the Musée Carnavalet. The Pavillon de Marsan of the Louvre, built by Louis Roman XIV, and the Pavillon de Flore joining the Tuileries were rebuilt in 1874. The Palais Royal. Crossing the Rue de Rivoli in the vicinity of the Louvre, we come to another palace, the Palais Royal, of less ancient origin than the Louvre or the Tuileries, and never, strictly speaking, a royal palace. Built in the earlier years of the 17th century by Louis XI's powerful statesman, Cardinal Richelieu, it was known until 1643 as the Palais Cardinal. Richelieu had lived at 20 and 23 of the Place Royale, now Place des Vosges, and at the mansion known as the Petit Luxembourg, Rue de Vaugirard. The great man determined to erect for himself a more splendid residence, and made choice of the triangular site formed by the Rue des Bons Enfants, Rue Saint-Honoré, and the city wall of Charles V, whereon to build. Several big mansions encumbered the spot. Richelieu bought them all, had their walls raised, gave the work of construction into the hands of Jacques de Marrière. That was in the year 1629. The central mansion was ready for habitation 4 years later. Additions were made, more hotels bought and raised during succeeding years. Not content with mere courts and gardens around his palace, the cardinal acquired yet another mansion, the Hotel Sillery, in order to make upon its site a fine square in front of his sumptuous dwelling. He did not live to see its walls knocked down. A few days after the completion of this purchase, the famous statesman lay dead. It was then a month or two later that the Palais Cardinal became the Palais Royal. By his will, Richelieu bequeathed his palace to his king, Louis Roman XIII, who died a few months later. Anne d'Autriche, mother of the young Louis Roman XIV, was living at the Louvre, which, in a continual state of reparation and enlargement, was not a comfortable home. Richelieu's fine new mansion tempted her. It was truly of royal aspect and dimensions, and was fitted with all the modern conveniences and comforts of that day. To quote the words of a versifier of the time, Non, l'univers n'y peut renvoir d'égal, aux superbes dehors du palais cardinal, tout une ville entière avec pompe beati, semble d'une via facée par miracle sorti. Et nous fait présumer à ces superbes toits, que tous ces habitants sont des dieux ou des rois. In 1643, the Queen moved across to it with her family. When the King left it in 1652, Henriette of England, widow of Charles I, lived there for a time. In 1672, Louis Roman XIV made it over to his brother, the Duc d'Orléans, who did some rebuilding, but the most drastic changes were made in the vast construction close upon revolutionary days. Then, in 1784, Philippe Égalité, finding himself in an impecunious condition, conceived a fine plan for making money. Round 3 sides of the extensive garden of his palace, he built galleries lined with premises to let shops, etc., and opened out around them 3 public thoroughfares, Rue de Valois, Rue Beaujolais, Rue Montpensier. The garden thus truncated is the Jardin du Palais Royal as we know it today. It was even in those days semi-public. Parisians from all time have loved a fine garden, and the population of the city resented this curtailment. They resented more especially the mercantile spirit which had prompted it. It was in the year 1787 that the theatre known subsequently as the Comédie Francaise, more familiarly the Franchise, was built. The artistes of the Variétés Amusantes played there then, and for several succeeding years. The Théâtre Palais Royal had already been built, bore many successive different names, and became for a time the Théâtre Montpensier, later Théâtre de la Montagne. The 4th side of the palace had been left unfinished. The Duc d'Orléans had planned its completion in magnificent style. The outbreak of the Revolution put a stop to all such plans. Temporary wooden galleries had been built in 1784. They were burnt down in 1828 and replaced by the Galerie d'Orléans, now let out in flats. Richelieu was titular superintendent general of the Marine. Some of the friezes and bas-reliefs illustrative of this office, decorating the Galerie des Praux, are still to be seen there. But of the great statesman's original palace comparatively little remains. The Duc d'Orléans, regent for Louis Roman XV, raised a great part of Richelieu's construction. Many of the walls of the palace, as we know it, date from his time, 1702-23. Disastrous fires wrought havoc in 1763 and 1781. The financially inspired transformations of Philippe Égalité, made in 1786, and finally the incendiary work of the Commune in 1871, changed the whole aspect of the palace. It went through many phases also during the Revolution. Seized as national property, it was known for a time as Palais Égalité. Revolutionary meetings took place in its gardens. Revolutionary clubs were organized in its galleries. The statue of Camille Desmoulins, set up in recent years 1905, records that decisive day, July 12, 1789, when Desmoulins, haranguing the crowd, hoisted a green cockard in sign of hope. That garden was thenceforth through many years the meeting place of successive political agitators. In our own day, the Camelots du Roi met and agitated there. Under Napoleon as premier consul, the Tribunat was established there in a hall since razed. The Bourse de Commerce succeeded the Tribunat. Then the Orleans regained possession of the palace, and Prince Louis-Philippe went thence to the Hôtel de Ville to return Roi des Franchises. The galleries and the façade of the portico of the Second Court date from the first half of the 19th century. The upheaval of 1848 and the reign of Napoleon Roman III resulted in further changes for the Palais Royal. It became for a time Palais National and was subsequently put to military uses. Then King Jérôme took up his abode there and was succeeded by his son Prince Napoleon. The little Gothic chapel where Princess Clothilde was wont to pray serves now as a lumber room. Prince Victor, the husband of Princess Clémentine of Belgium, was born at the Palais Royal in 1862. The galleries surrounding the garden are brimful of historic associations. Besides the clubs, noted revolutionary clubs which met in the cafés, notorious gambling houses existed there. Galerie Montpensier knows. 712 is the ancient Café Corazza, the famous rendezvous of the Jacobins, frequented later by Buonaparte, Talma, etc. 36, once Café des Mille Colonnes, was so named from the multiple reflection in surrounding mirrors of its 20 pillars. At 50, we see the former Café Hollandaise, which had as its sign a guillotine. At 57-60, the Café Foy, before the doors of which Desmoulins harangued the people crowding there. Galerie Beaujolais, number 103, now a bar and dancing hall, is the ancient Café des Aveugles, wherein the sous-sol and orchestra played, formed entirely of blind men from the Quinzvinks, the hospital at first close by, then removed to Rue Charenton, while the Sansculottes met and plotted. The mural portraits of notable revolutionists seen there is modern work. Galerie de Valois knows. 119, 120, 121, Aubers Chinoises de Séraphin, 1780–1855, and Café Mécanique formed practically the first express bar. At 177 was formerly the cutler's shop where Charlotte Corday bought the knife to slay Marat. Of the 3 streets made by the mercantile-minded Duc d'Orléans, the walls of 2 still stand undisturbed. In Rue de Valois we see, at number 1, the ancient pavilion and passage leading from the Place de Valois, formerly the Cour des Fontaines, where the inhabitants of Palais Royal drew their water. At 6-8 the restaurant, Boeuf à la Mode, built by Richelieu as Hôtel Mélusine. At 10, the façade of Hôtel de la Chancellerie d'Orléans. At 20, Hôtel de la Fontaine Martel, inhabited for a year by Voltaire, 1730–33. In Rue de Beaujolais, we find the theatre, which began as Théâtre des Beaujolais, was for several years towards the close of the 18th century a theatre of marionettes, and is now Théâtre Palais Royal. Then Rue de Montpensier 1784 shows us interesting old windows, ironwork, etc. Rue Montesquieu 1802 runs where the Collège des Bons Enfants once stood. The mother house of the Restaurants Duvel, so well known in every quarter of Paris, at number 6, is on the site of the ancient Salle Montesquieu, once a popular dancing saloon, then a draper's shop with the sign of Le Pauvre Diable, where the founder of the world-known Bon Marché was in his youth a salesman. Three notable churches stand in the immediate vicinity of these three palaces: the ancient Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois, Saint-Troch, erewhile its Chapel of Ease, and the Oratoire. Saint-Germain opposite the Louvre was the chapel royal of past ages. Its bells pealed for royal weddings, announced the birth of princes, tolled for royal deaths, rang on every other occasion of great national importance. Its biggest bell sounded the death knell of the Protestants on the fatal eve of St. Bartholomew's Day, 1572. No part of the fine old church as it stands today dates back as a whole beyond the 15th century, but a chapel stood on the site as early as the year 560. A baptistry and a school were built close to the chapel about a century later, and this early foundation was the eldest daughter of Notre Dame de Paris Cathedral. After its destruction by the invading Normans, it was rebuilt as a fine church by Robert Lipia in the first years of the 11th century, and no doubt many of its ancient stones found a place in the walls of successive rebuildings and restorations. The beautiful Gothic edifice is rich in ancient glass, marvelous woodwork, pictures, statuary, and historic memorials. The first stone of Saint-Troch in the Rue Saint-Honoré was laid by Louis Roman XIV in 1653, but the church was not finished till nearly a century later. In the walls of its Renaissance façade, we see marks of the grapeshot the first ever used that poured from the guns of the soldiers of the young Corsican officer, Napoleon Buonaparte, in the year 1795. Buonaparte had taken up his position opposite the church, facing the insurgent sectionaires grouped on its broad steps. The fight that followed was the turning point in the early career of the young officer, fated to become for a time master of the city and of France. Saint-Troch is especially interesting on account of its many monuments of notable persons of the 17th and 18th centuries and its groups of statuary. The Calvary of the Catechists Chapel, as seen through the opened shutters over the altar in the Chapel of the Adoration, is of striking effect. The oratory, Rue de Rivoli and Rue Saint-Honoré, was built during the early years of the 17th century as the mother church of the Society of the Oratorians, founded in 1611 and served at times as the chapel royal. The Revolution broke up the Society of the Oratorians. Their church was desecrated, secularized. In 1810, it was given to the Protestants and has been ever since the principal French Protestant Church of Paris. The statue of Coligny on the Rue de Rivoli side is modern 1889. Chapter 2. Among old streets. Round about these old palaces and churches some ancient streets still remain and many old houses, relics of bygone ages. Others have been swept away to make room for up-to-date thoroughfares, shops, and dwellings. Place de l'École and Rue de l'École record the existence of the famous school at Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois, a catechist school in the first instance, of more varied scope in Charlemagne's time, where the pupils took their lessons in the open air when fine or climbed into the font of the baptistry when the font was dry. Rue de l'Arbre Sec, once Rue de l'Arbre Sel, from an old sign, a thoroughfare since the 12th century, was in past days the site of the gallows. There, it is said, Queen Brunehaut was hacked to death. Part of this ancient street was knocked down to make way for the big shop, La Samaritaine, but some ancient houses still stand. Number 4, recently raised, is believed to have been the Hôtel des Mousquetaires, the home of D'Artagnan, lieutenant captain of that famous band. Rue Perrault runs where in bygone times Rue d'Auxerre, dating from 1005, and Rue des Fosses Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois stretched away to the Magne the Mint. Number 4, Hôtel de Sourdis, rebuilt in the 18th century, was the home in her childhood of Gabrielle d'Estrées. Number 2 is the entrance to the Presbyter Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois. Rue de la Magne, a 13th century street known at first by other names, recalls the existence of the ancient mint on the site of Rue Boucher close by. In Rue du Roule, 18th century, we see old ironwork balconies. Rue du Pont-Neuf is modern, on the line of ancient streets of which all traces have gone. Most of the houses in Rue des Bourdonnais are ancient. In the walls of number 31, we see 2 or 3 ancient stones of the famous La Trémouille mansion, once there occupied by the English under Charles Roman VI. Number 34 dates from 1615. From the door of 39, the Terre Noire with its barbed door, which gave the house its name, still looks down. The 6th century cabaret of L'Enfant Jesus, the monogram I.H.S., in wrought iron on its frontage, has been raised. Number 14 is believed to have been the home of Greuze. The Impasse at 37, in olden times Fosse aux Chines, was a pig market where in the 14th century heretics were burnt. Rue Bertin-Poiré dates from the early years of the 13th century, recording the name of a worthy citizen of those long-past days. At number 5, we see a curious old sign, La Tour d'Argent. Out of this old street, we turn into the Rue Jean Lantier, recording the name of a 13th century Parisian. Much of it, and the ancient place du Chevalier Duguet, which was here, swept away in 1854. Rue des Lavandières Sti Opportune, 13th century, reminds us of the existence of an old church, Sti Opportune, in the neighborhood. Rue des Deux Boules existed under another name in the 12th century. And here in the 17th century was l'École du Modèle, nucleus of l'Académie des Beaux-Arts. Rue des Orfèvres began in 1300 as Rue des Deux Ports. An old chapel, Saint-Éloi, stood till 1786 by the side of number 8. Rue Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois was a thoroughfare so far back as the year 820. Number 19 is the site of a famous episcopal prison, Forêt-l'Évêque. 38, at l'Archmarion, duels were wont to be fought in olden days. Rue des Bons Enfants, aforetime Rue des Écoliers Saint-Honoré, was so called from the college founded in 1202 for Les Bons Enfants on the site of the neighboring Rue Montesquieu, suppressed in 1602. Many of the old houses we see there were the possession and abode of the dignitaries of Saint-Honoré. A tiny church dedicated to Sticlaire was in past days close up against the walls of No. 12. A vaulted arch and roof and staircase, lately raised, formed the entrance to the ancient cloister. Beneath a coat of arms over the doorway of number 11, where is the Passage de la Vérité, an old inscription told of a reading room once there, where both morning and evening papers were to be found. 19. Hôtel de la Chancellerie d'Orléans is on the site of a more ancient mansion. All the houses of this and neighboring streets show some trace of their former state. Rue Radziwill was once Rue Neuve des Bons Enfants, the name still to be seen on an old wall near the Banque de France. Nearly all the houses there have now become dependencies and offices of the Banque de France, one side of which gives upon the even number side of the street. At number 33 is a wonderful twin staircase. At its starting, it divides in two and winds up with old-time grace to the top story. Two persons can mount at once without meeting. Rue La Vrillière dates from 1652, named after the secrétaire d'État of Louis Roman XIV, whose mansion, remodeled, is the Banque de France with added to it the Salle Dorée des Fêtes and some other remains of the Hôtel de Toulouse. Rue Croix des Petits Champs dates from 1600, its name referring to a cross which stood on the site of number 12. Number 7, entrance of the old Cloître Saint-Honoré. In the courtyard of number 21, we see traces of the habitation of the abbés. Number 23, Hôtel des Gesvres, was the home of the parents of Mme de Pompadour. Two long and important streets, one ancient the other modern, stretch through the entire length of this first arrondissement from east to west. Rue de Rivoli and Rue Saint-Honoré. Rue de Rivoli, dating from the first half of the 19th century, was begun at its western end in the year 1811, across the site of ancient royal stables, along the line of the famous riding school of the Tuileries Gardens, and on through grounds erewhile the property of the three great convents, Les Feuillants, Les Capucines, et l'Assomption. It swept away ancient streets and houses, picturesque courts and corners, a fine new thoroughfare built over the ruins of historic walls and pavements. There is little to say, therefore, about the buildings one sees there now. The Hôtel Continental is on the site of one of the first of the constructions, then erected the Ministère des Finances, built during the second decade of the 19th century, burnt to the ground by the Commune in 1871. The famous Salle des Manges, where the revolutionary government sat and King Louis XV's trial took place, was on the site of the houses numbered 232-26. El Hotel Muris, Restaurant Rumpelmayer, etc., number 186, a popular terroum run by a British firm, is near the site of the Grand Écurie of vanished royalty, and of a well-known passage built there in the early years of the 19th century. Admiral Coligny fell assassinated on the spot occupied by the house number 144. Passing on into the 4th arrondissement, we come to the Square Saint-Jacques, formed in 1854, where had stood the ancient church Saint-Jacques-la-Boucherie, of which the tower alone remains, a beautiful 16th-century tower, restored in the 19th century by the architect Balue. Nose. 1816 are on the site of the ancient convent of the Petit Saint-Anton. In its chapel, the committee of the section, Des Droits de l'Homme, sat in Revolution days. Rue Saint-Honoré is full of historic houses and historic associations. Its present name dates only from the year 1540, recalling the existence of the collegiate church of the district. Like most other long old thoroughfares, Rue Saint-Honoré is made up of several pastime streets lying in a direct line, united under a single name. Almost every building along its course bears interesting traces of past grandeur or of commercial importance. Many have quaint, odd signboards. Number 96 is on the site of the Pavillon des Singes, where, in 1622, Molière was born. At number 115, we see inscriptions dating from 1715. Number 108 is El Hotel de la Couvette, formerly part of Hotel Brissac. Number 145 is on a site where passed the boundary wall of Philip Auguste, and where was built subsequently a mansion inhabited by the far-famed Duc de Joyeuse, then by Gabrielle d'Estrées, and wherein one Jean Chadel made an attempt upon the life of Henry Roman IV. Nose. 180, 182, 184 were connected with the Cloître Saint-Honoré. Number 202 bore an inscription recording the erection here of the Royal Academy of Music by Pierre Morat 1760-70 burnt down 10 years later. Number 161, the Café de la Régence, replaced the famous café founded at the corner of the Palais Royal in 1681, the meeting place of chess players. A chessboard was lent at so much the hour, the rate higher after sunset to pay for the 2 candles placed near. Voltaire, Robespierre, Buonaparte, Diderot, etc., and in later days Alfred de Musset and his contemporaries, met here. The city wall of Charles V passed across the site with its gateway, Porte Saint-Honoré. At this spot, Jeanne d'Arc was wounded in 1429 and carried thence to the Maison des Genêts on the site of number 4, Place du Théâtre Français. A bit of the ancient wall was found beneath the pavement there some 10 years ago. Number 167, Arms of England. Number 280, Jean Vanbernier is said to have been saleswoman in a milliner's shop here. Number 201 shows the Old World sign, Au Chien de Saint-Troc. At number 211, Hotel St. James, are traces of the ancient Hotel de Noailles, which included several distinct buildings and extensive grounds. Part of it became, at the Revolution, the Café de Venus, part the meeting place of the committees of revolutionary governments. At 320, we see another old signboard, a La Tour d'Argent. Number 334 was inhabited by Maréchal de Noailles, brother of the Archbishop of Paris, in 1700. Nose. 343-38 show traces of the ancient convent of the Jacobins. At number 350, Hotel Pontalba with its fine 18th century staircase, lived Savalette de Langes, keeper of the royal treasure, who lent 7 million francs to the brothers of Louis Roman XVI, money never repaid, the home in Revolution days of Bearer, where Napoleon signed his marriage contract. Nose. 235, 231, 229 were built by the Feuillants 1782 as sources of revenue, and are the last remaining vestiges of the old convent. At 249, we see the arms and portrait of Queen Victoria dating from the time of Louis Philippe. No. 374 was the hotel of Madame Geoffrin, whose salon was the meeting place of the most noted politicians, littérateurs and artistes of the day, among them Chateaubriand, who made the house his home for a time. At No. 263 stands the chapel of the ancient Convent des Dames de l'Assomption, CP 29. Number 398 is perhaps in part the very house, more probably the house entirely rebuilt, inhabited for a time by Robespierre and some of his family, and by Cousin. Number 400 was the Imperial Bakery in the time of Napoleon Roman III. Number 271, now a modern erection, was till quite recently the famous Cabaret du Saint-Esprit, dating from the 17th century, where during the Terror sightseers gathered to watch the tragic chariots pass laden with victims for the guillotine. Marie Antoinette passed that way and was subjected to that cruel scrutiny. The greater number of the streets of this arrondissement running northwards start from Rue de Rivoli and cross Rue Saint-Honoré, or start from the latter. Beginning at the western end of Rue Rivoli, we see Rue Saint-Florentin dating from 1640, so named more than a century later when the Comte de Saint-Florentin deputed the celebrated architects Chalgrin and Gabriel to build the mansion we see at number 2. It was a splendid mansion then, with surrounding galleries, fine gardens, a big fountain, and was the home of successive families of the noblesse. In 1792, it was the Venetian embassy, under the Terror a saltpeter factory. At number 12 was an inn where people gathered to watch the condemned pass to the scaffold. Rue Cambon, so named after the conventional author of the Grand Livre de la Dette Publique, dates in its lower part, when it was Rue de Luxembourg from 1719, prolonged a century later. Some of the older houses still stand and have interesting vestiges of past days. Others, raised in recent years, have been replaced by modern constructions. The new building, Cour des Comtes, built to replace the Palais du Quai d'Orsay burnt by the Communards in 1871, is on the site of the ancient convent of the Haudriettes, suppressed in 1793 when it became the garrison of the Saint-Suisses, later a financial depot. The convent chapel, left untouched, serves as the catechist's chapel for the Madeleine and has services attended especially by Poles. In Rue Dufat, opened in 1807 across the old garden of the Convent of the Conception, we see at number 12 an ancient convent arch and courtyard. Rue Castiglione, 1811, stretches across the site of the convents Les Feuillants and Les Capucines. In Rue du Mont-Thabor, stretching where was once a convent garden, a vaulted roof and chapel-like building at number 24, at one time an artist's studio, remains of the convent once there, is about to be raised. Orsini died at number 10. Alfred de Musset at number 6, 1857. Place Vendôme. In the year 1685, Louis Roman XIV set about the erection of a grand place intended as a monument in his own honor. The site chosen was that of the Hôtel Vendôme, which had recently been raised, and of the neighboring convent of the Capucines. The death of Louvois 1691 interrupted this work. It was taken in hand a year or two later by Mansart and Boffrand, who designed in octagonal form the vast place called at first Place des Conquerts, then Place Louis le Grand. A statue of Louis Roman XIV was set up there in 1699. The land behind the grand facades and houses erected by the state was sold for building purposes to private persons, and the notorious banker Law and his associates finished the place in 1720. Royal fêtes were held there, and popular fairs. Soon it was the scene of financial agitations, then of revolutionary tumults. On August 10, 1792, heads of the guillotined were set up there on spikes, and the square was named Place des Piques. A bonfire was made of volumes referring to the title deeds of the French noblesse and the archives of the Saint-Esprit, and in 1796, the machines which had been used to make assignats were solemnly burnt there. In 1810, the Colonne d'Austerlitz was set up, where a Ruhal had stood the statue of Louis Roman XIV, made of cannons taken from the enemy, its bas-reliefs illustrative of the chief events of the momentous year 1805. It was surmounted by a statue of Napoleon, which, in 1814, the Royalists vainly attempted to pull down by means of ropes. It was taken away later, the Drapeau Blanc put up in its stead. Napoleon's statue, melted down, was transformed into the statue of Henry Roman IV on the Pont Neuf, replacing the original statue set up there CP 340. In 1833, Napoleon went up again, a newly designed statue replaced in its turn by a reproduction of the first one in 1865. In 1871, the column was overturned by the Communards, but set up anew by the French government under MacMahon. Every mansion on the place, most of them now commercial hotels or business houses, was at one time or another the habitation of noted men and women and recalls historic events. The facades of Nos. 9 and 7 are classed as historic monuments, their preservation cared for by the state. Number 23 was the scene of Law's speculations after his forced move from his quarters in the old Rue Quincampoix. At number 6, Chopin died. The Rue and Marché Saint-Honoré are on the site of the ancient convent and chapel of the Jacobins, suppressed at the Revolution, and where the famous Club des Jacobins was established. The market dates from 1810, Rue Gombaus dates from the 13th century, when it was Rue de la Corderie Saint-Honoré. Rue de Sti Hyacinthe dates from 1650. Rue de la Sourdière from the 17th century shows us many old-time walls and vestiges and much interesting old ironwork. On the wall of the church Saint-Roch, we still see the inscription Rue Neuve Saint-Roch, the ancient name of the street at its western end. The street has existed from the close of the 15th century, bearing different names in the different parts of its course. The part nearest the Tuileries was known in the 18th century as Rue du Dauphin, in Revolution days as Rue de la Convention. Many of its houses are ancient and of curious aspect. In Rue d'Argenteuil, leading out of Rue Saint-Roch, once a country road, stood until recent years the house where Corneille died. Rue des Pyramides dates only from 1806, but number 2 of the street is noted as the meeting place, in the rooms of a friend, of Béranger, Alexander Dumas, Pierre, Victor Hugo, and other famous writers of the day. In the 4th story of a house in the corner of the place dwelt Émile Augier. From the Place du Théâtre Français, where the fountain has played since the middle of the 19th century, the Avenue de l'Opéra opened out about 1855 as Avenue Napoléon, cut through a conglomeration of ancient streets and dwellings. Leading out of the avenue, there still remains in this arrondissement Rue Molière, known in the 17th century as Rue du Baton Royal, then as Rue Traversière, and always intimately associated with actors and men of letters. Rue Stiane was known in its early days as Rue du Sang and Rue de la Basse-Voirie, then an unsavory alley-like thoroughfare. Its present name, after Anne d'Autriche, was given in 1633. Then for a time it was known as Rue Helvétius, in memory of a man of letters born there in 1715. Nearly all its houses are ancient and were the habitation in past days of noted persons, artists, and others. Nos. 43 and 47 were the property of the composer Lully. The street runs on into Arrondissement Roman II, where at number 49, Hotel Thévenin, we see an old statue of John the Baptist holding the Paschal Lamb. At No. 46, Bossuet lived and died. Number 63 was part of the New Catholics Convent. Nos. 64, 66, 68, mansions owned by Louvois. Rue Thérèse, Marie Thérèse of Austria, was in 1880 joined on to Rue du Hasard, a short street so called from a famous gambling house. Number 6 has interesting old-time vestiges. At number 23, we see 2 inscriptions honoring the memory of Abbé de l'Épée, inventor of the deaf and dumb alphabet, who died at a house, no longer there, in Rue des Moulins. Rue Valido records the name of a famous master mason of olden time. Rue Ventadour existed in its older part in 1640. Rue de Richelieu, starting from the Place du Théâtre Français, goes on to Arrondissement Roman II in the vicinity of the Bourse. It dates from the time when the cardinal was building his palace. Most of its constructions show interesting architectural features, vestiges of past days. Many have historic associations. Some of the original houses were rebuilt in the 18th century. Some have quite recently been razed and replaced by modern erections. Much of the fine woodwork once at number 21 was bought and carried away by the Marquis de Breteuil, the rest by Americans. In a house where number 40 now stands, Molière died in 1763. Number 50, Hotel de Strasbourg, was rebuilt in 1738 by the mother of Madame de Pompadour. In 1780, the musician Grétry lived in the 4th story of number 52. Rue du Louvre is a modern street where ancient streets once ran demolished to make way for it. At number 13, we find traces of a tower of the city wall of Philippe Auguste, as also at number 7 of the adjacent Rue Coquillart, a 13th century street with at number 31, vestiges of an ancient Carmelite convent. At number 15, we find ourselves before an arched entrance and spacious courtyard surrounded by imposing buildings, and in its center an immense fountain. This structure is a modern re-erection of the ancient Cour des Fermes. The institution of the Fermiers Gaynerox was suppressed in 1783 and definitely abolished by law in the first year of the Revolution, 1789. The members, however, continued to meet. Many were arrested and shut up as prisoners in their own old mansion on this spot, used thenceforth, until the Revolution was over, as a state prison. Chapter 3. The neighborhood of the great markets. Les Halles Centrales. The legend telling us the great Paris market was first called Les Halles, no H, because everybody why alley, i.e. went there, need not be taken seriously. Even in remote medieval times, the markets had some covered premises or halles. The earliest Paris market of which we have record takes us back to the year 1000, that momentous year predicted by soothsayers for the end of the world. Few sowings, therefore, had been made the preceding season. The market stalls of that year were but scantily furnished. That ancient market lying along the banks of the Seine in the vicinity of the present place St. Michel, and its successor on what was then place de Grève, CP 95, went by the curious name Palu. In ancient days, under Louis le Gros, the site of the immense erection and market square we see now was known of old as Le Terrain des Champeaux, the territory of Little Fields land, owned in part by the king, in part by ecclesiastical authorities, and bought for the great market in the 12th century. The sale of herrings, wholesale and retail, goes on today on the very site set apart for fishmongers in the time of St. Louis. Rue Baltard, running through the center of the pavilions, records the name of the architect of the present structure, which dates from 1856. Rue Antiquaire records the name of Napoleon as cook. Ancient streets surround us here on every side, old houses, curious old signs. Rue Berger is made up of several ancient streets united. The part of Rue Rambuteau bordering Les Halles lies along the line of 4 13th-century streets known of yore by Old World names. Rue des Halles, leading up to the markets from the Rue Rivoli, a modern thoroughfare, 1854, made along the course of ancient streets, has curious old streets leading into it. Rue des Déchargeurs, a characteristic name, was opened in 1310. The short Rue du Plat d'Étain opening out of it dates from 1300, when it was Rue Réal Tavernier. Rue de la Ferronnerie, extremely narrow at that period, is noted as the scene of the assassination of Henry Roman IV in front of a house on the site of number 11, 14 May, 1610. From the days of Louis Roman IX, the street was, as its name implies, the resort of ironmongers. Good old ironwork is still seen on several of the houses. Rue Courtalon, 13th century, is entirely made up of ancient houses. Rue de la Lingerie, formerly Rue des Gantiers, was a well-built street in the time of Henry Roman II, but most of the houses seen there now are modern. Rue Prévert from Pravoir, Old French for Praetors 13th century, is referred to in the time of Louis Roman IX as one of the finest streets of Paris. It extended formerly to the church Saint-Eustache. Of the old streets once along the course of the modern Rue du Pont-Neuf, all traces have been swept away. To the north side of Les Halles, we find Rue Mondétour, dating from 1292, but many of its ancient houses have been razed. Modern ones occupy their site. A dancing hall in this old street was the meeting place of French Protestants before the passing of the Edict of Nantes. Number 14 has cellars in 2 stories. The church Saint-Eustache is often familiarly referred to by the market women as Notre Dame des Halles. The crypt, once the chapel Sti Agnes, the nucleus of the grand old church, dating from 1200, secularized but still forming one with the sacred building, is a fruiterer's shop. Truly Saint-Eustache is the church of the markets. The edifice as it stands dates as a whole from the 17th century. Gothic in its grand lines, very strikingly impressive, it has a Jesuit frontage, substituted for the Gothic facade originally planned, and Renaissance ornamentation within. The church was mercilessly truncated in the 18th century to allow for the making and widening of surrounding streets. Rue du Jour under other names has existed from the early years of the 13th century, but was then closed up against the city wall of Philippe Auguste. Nos. 3, 4, 5, 7, 11 are ancient, and number 25, with its traces of bygone ages, is believed to be on the site of the house where Charles V made from time to time a sager, hence the name, truncated, of the street. Rue Vauveliers, until 1864 Rue du Fort Saint-Honoré, dates from the 13th century. Here, at number 33, lodged young Buonaparte, the future emperor, at the ancient Hôtel de Cherbourg in 1787. Today it is a butcher's shop. Several of the houses have curious signs and other vestiges of past days. The circular colonnaded street we come to now, Rue de Viermes, was built in 1768 by the Prévôt des Marchands whose name it bears. It surrounds the Bourse de Commerce built in 1889 on the site of the Halles aux Blés erected in the first instance in 1767, twice burnt to the ground, and twice subsequently rebuilt on the site of the famous Hôtel de Nesle, where La Reine Blanche, mother of Saint Louis, is said to have died in 1252. El Hôtel de Nesle was inhabited later by the blind King of Bohemia, killed at Crécy, and subsequently by other persons of note, then was taken to form part of the Couvent des Filles Pénitentes, appropriated with several adjoining hotels in after years by Catherine de' Medici, CP9. After the Queen's death, as the possession of the Comte de Bourbon, it was known as El Hotel de Soissons. In 1749, it was razed to the ground. One ancient pillar, La Colonne de l'Horoscope, with its interior flight of steps still stands. Rue Jean-Jacques Rousseau, in the days when its upper part was the ancient Rue Plâtrière, the lower Rue Grenelle-Saint-Honoré, counted among its inhabitants Rousseau, Bossuet, Marat, Fragonard, Boucher, the Duchesse de Valentinois, and other noted personages. Most of the ancient dwellings have been replaced by modern constructions. Where the General Post Office now stands, extending down Rue du Louvre, the Comte de Flandre had a fine mansion in the 13th century. Destroyed in 1543, it was replaced by another fine hotel, which became the Paris Post Office in 1757, rebuilt in 1880. We see interesting architectural traces of past days at Nose. 15, 18, 19, 20, 33, 56, 64, 68. This brings us to Rue Etienne Marcel, its name recalling the stirring and tragic history of the Prévôt de Paris at the time of the Jacquerie Marcel, in revolt against the Dauphin. Charles V had the two great nobles, Jean de Conflans and Robert de Clermont, killed in the king's presence, and was himself struck down dead when on the point of giving Paris over to Charles Le Mauvais in 1358. But the name only is ancient, the street is entirely modern, cut across the line where ancient streets once ran. Some few old-time vestiges remain here and there, notably the Tour de Jean Sans Pour at number 20, all that is left of the Hôtel de Bourgogne, built in the 13th century, to which the tower was added in 1405. It was partially destroyed in the 16th century, while what still stood became a theatre, the chief Paris playhouse, the cradle of the Comédie Française. Rue Montmartre, crossing Rue Etienne Marcel and going on into the arrondissement Roman II, dates at this end its commencement from the close of the 11th century. In Revolution days, it was known as Rue Montmarat. As long as Paris had fortified boundary walls, there was always a Port Montmartre, moved northward 3 times as the city bounds extended. The port of Philippe Auguste was where the house No. 30 now stands, and this part of the street was known then as Rue Port Montmartre. The Passage de la Reine de Hongrie memorizes a certain Dame de la Halle in whom Marie Antoinette saw a remarkable likeness to her mother, the Queen of Hungary. The woman became for her generation La Reine de Hongrie. The alley where she dwelt was called by this name. She shared not only the title but the fate of royalty, was beheaded by the guillotine. Rue Montorgueil, beginning here and leading to the higher ground called when the Romans ruled in Gaul, Mons Superbus, now the leveled Boulevard Bonne-Nouvelle and its surrounding streets, was known in the 13th century as Mont Orgueillou. In bygone days, the Parisians strolled out to the Mont Orgueillou to eat oysters. There was a famous oyster bed on the site of the house, now razed, where, in 1780, was born that exquisite song and ballad writer, Béranger. The ancient house, No. 32, is said to have been the home of the architect, Jean Goujon. The little side street Rue Mauconseil dates from 1250, and tradition says its name is due to the Mauvais Conseil given within the walls of the Hôtel de Bourgogne, close by, which led to the assassination of the Duc d'Orléans by Jean Sans Pour. In Revolution days, therefore, it was promptly renamed for the nonce Rue du Bon Conseil. At number 48, we find a famous tripe-eating house. Number 47 was once the central sedan chair office. At No. 51, we see interesting signs over the door, and painted panels signed by Paul Baudry within 1864. Nos. 64, 72 is the old 16th century inn, the Compaz d'Or, and the famous restaurant Philippe. The courtyard of the inn is little changed from the days when coaches plied between that starting place and Dreux. The restaurant Du Rocher de Cancale, at number 78, dating from 1820, where the most celebrated men of letters and art of the 19th century met and dined, was at first Le Petit Rocher. Then the successor of the ancient restaurant at number 59, dating from the 18th century, where the diners du Caveau and the diners du Vaudeville were eaten by gay literary and artistic diners of olden time. Rue Turbigo is modern and makes us think regretfully of ancient streets and of the apse of the church St. Elizabeth demolished to make way for it. Turning down Rue Saint-Denis, the famous Grand Chaussée de Monsieur Saint-Denis of ancient days, the road along which legend tells us the saint, coming from the heights above, walked carrying his head after decapitation. We find it, from this point to the vicinity of the Chatelet, rich in historic buildings and vestiges of a past age. Kings on their way to Notre Dame entered Paris in state along this old road. It was connected more or less closely with every political event of bygone times, with Parisian pleasures too, for there of old the mystery plays went on. Curious old streets and passages open out of it. At 279, the quaint Rue Stifoy. In the court of number 222, we see the Hotel Saint Chamont, its facade on Boulevard Sebastopol, dating from 1630. The church we come to at number 92, dedicated to Saint Leu, and St. Gilles was built in the early years of the 13th century on the site of an earlier church, a dependent of the Abbey St. Magloire close by, suppressed at the Revolution. Subsequent restorations, and the building in the 18th century of a subterranean chapel for the Knights of the Holy Sepulchre, have resulted in an interesting old church of mingled Gothic and Renaissance style. Its apse was lopped off to make way for the modern Boulevard Sebastopol. The would-be assassin Cadaudal hid for 3 days, crouched up against the figure of Christ in the chapel beneath the chancel, 1804. Rue des Lombards dates from the 13th century, and at one or two of its houses, notably number 62, we find an underground hall with vaulted roof and Gothic windows. At No. 56, we see an open corner. It is ground accursed. The house of 2 Protestant merchants who in 1579 were put to death for their evil practices once stood there. Their dwelling was razed, and a pyramid and crucifix were set up on the spot, soon afterwards removed to the cemetery des Innocents hard by. The chemist's shop at number 44, Au Mortier d'Or, united now to its neighbor, A la Barbe d'Or, dates, as regards its foundation, from the 16th and 17th centuries. In the window, we see an open volume printed in 1595 with the engraved portrait of the founder. Rue des Innocents was opened in 1786 across the site of the graveyard of the Church des Saints Innocents, founded in 1150, and which stood till 1790. More than 1 million bodies are said to have been buried in that churchyard. In 1780, the cemetery was turned into a marketplace, but it was again used as a burial ground for victims of the Revolution of 1830. Their bones lie now beneath the Colonne de Juillet on the Place de la Bastille. The marketplace became a square, Le Square des Innocents. The fine old fountain dating from 1550, the work of the famous sculptors Pierre Lescot and Jean Goujon, was taken from its site in the Rue Saint-Denis, restored by the best sculptors of the day, and set up there in 1850. The beautiful portal of the ancient Bureau des Marchands lingers was placed there in more recent times. The ground floor of most of the old houses of this street are ancient charniers, many of them built by one Nicolas Flamel. Therein were laid in past days the bones periodically gathered from the graveyard. The name, Cabaret du Caveau, at number 15 tells its own tale. In Rue Berger, formed along the line of several demolished streets of old, we see some ancient signs, but little else of interest. Old signs, too, in Rue de la Cassonnerie, so named from the Cassoniers, i.e. poultry merchants, whose market was here and which was known as early as 1182 as Via Cochonnerie. Rue des Prétures is another 12th century street, and there we see many ancient houses, Nas. 68 etc. Rue Pirouette, one of the most ancient of Paris streets, recalls the days of the Pilori des Halles, when its victims, forced to turn from side to side, made la pirouette. Here the Duc d'Angoulême had his head cut off under Louis, and the Duc de Nemours in 1477. At No. 5 we see the ancient doorway of the demolished Hotellerie du Homme, 14th century. At number 9 was the Cabaret de l'Ange Gabriel, now raised. At number 13 vestiges of an ancient mansion. A few old houses still stand in the Rue de la Grande Truanderie, 13th century. Rue de la Petite Truanderie of the same date was once noted for its old well, Le Puits d'Amour, in the small square halfway down the street of Old the Truands Quarter, CP 56. Chapter 4. The Palais de Justice. The history of Paris and of France from the earliest days of their story is connected with the Palais de Justice on the western point of the island on the Seine. The palace stands on the site of the habitation of the rulers of Lutetia in the days of the Romans, of the first Merovingian and of the first Capetian kings. The present building, often reconstructed, restored, enlarged, dates in its foundations, and some other parts from the time of Robert Lipia. King Robert built the conciergerie. Under Louis Roman IX, the palace was again considerably enlarged. The kitchens of St. Louis are an interesting feature in the palace as we know it. In 1434, Charles Roman VII gave up the palace to the Parliament. It met in the Great Hall above St. Louis kitchens, and round an immense table their law tribunals assembled. For the French Parliament of those times was in some sort a great law court. Guizot describes it as la cour souveraine du roi, la cour suprême du royaume. Known in its earliest days as le Conseil du Roi, its members were the grandees of the kingdom, vassals, prelates, officers of state, and it was supposed to follow the king wherever he went, though as a matter of fact it rarely moved from Paris. When, in course of time, it was considered desirable that its members should all be able not only to read, but to write, the great nobles of that age declared they were not going to change their swords for a writing desk, and many withdrew, to be replaced by men of lesser rank but greater skill in other directions than that of arms, and who came to be regarded as the noblesse de la robe, distinct from la noblesse de l'épée. Illustration: La tour de l'horloge, les tours pointues de la conciergerie et le marché aux fleurs. The big hall of that day, and other adjacent halls and passages, were burnt down more than once in olden times, and burnt down again in 1871, when the communards wrought havoc on so many fine old buildings of their city. The most thrilling incidents, the most stirring events in the history of the nation, had some point of connection with that ancient palace, often a culminating point. And within those grim walls where the destinies of men and women of all conditions and ranks were determined, where tragedy held its own, scenes in lighter vein were not unknown in ancient days. Mystery plays were often given there, and every year in the month of May, reputed a merry month, even in the Palais de Justice, the company of men of law known as the Bassach planted a May tree in the courtyard before the great entrance doors, hence the name, La Cour de Mai. It is a tragic courtyard despite its name, for the conciergerie prison opened into it. Through the door of what is now the Buvette du Palais refreshment room, men and women condemned to death passed in Revolution days, while other men and women chiefly, crowded on the broad steps above to see the laden charrettes start off for the place of execution. The Sainte-Chapelle, that wondrous piece of purest Gothic architecture, the work of Pierre de Montereau, 1240–548, built for the preservation of sacred relics brought by Louis Roman IX on his return from the Holy Land, vividly recalls the days when the palace was a royal habitation. Its upper story was in direct communication with the royal dwelling rooms. The lower story was for the palace servants and officials. During the Revolution, the chapel was devastated and used as a club and a flower store. The Chambre des Comtes, a beautiful old building in the courtyard of the Sainte-Chapelle, was destroyed by fire in 1737. Its big arch was saved and forms part of the Musée Carnavalet, CP 81. A chief feature of the chapelle is its exquisite stained glass. The enlarging of the palais in recent times, 1908, swept away surrounding relics of bygone ages. Some vestiges of past days still remain in Rue de Harlay opposite the palais, to the west nose. 20, 5452, 68, 74. The buildings of the Boulevard du Palais and Rue de Lutèce on its eastern side, Arrondissement Roman 4, are all modern on ancient historic sites. Place Dauphine dates from 1607. It was built as a triangular place, its name referring to the son of Henry Roman IV. In earlier ages, the site formed two islets, on one of which Eliot des Juifs, Jacques de Morlaix, Grand Master of the Templars, suffered death by burning in 1314. A fountain stood on the place to the memory of General de Saix, erected by public subscription, carted away in the time of the First Republic, and set up at Riom. Painters excluded from the Salon used to exhibit their work here each year, in the open air, on Corpus Christi Day. Some of the houses still show 17th and 18th century vestiges. Number 28, now much restored, was Madame Roland's early home. The writer Halévy died at 26, 1908. The quays of the island bordering the Palais north and south both date from the 16th century. Both have been curtailed by the enlargement of the Palais. On Quai des Orfèvres, the Goldsmith's Quay, from the first the jewelers' quarter, still stands the shop once owned by the jewelers implicated in the affair of the Collier de la Reynie. The Quai de El Horlog is still the optician's quarter and was known in olden days as Quai des Morfundus, on account of the blasting winds which swept along it and do so still in wintertime. The palace clock in the fine old tower built in the 13th century, restored after the ravages of the Revolution in the 19th, from which the quay takes its present name, is a successor of the first clock seen in France, set up there about the year 1370. There, too, hung in olden days a great bell rung as a signal on official occasions, and which perhaps rang out the death knell of the Huguenots even before the sounding of the bell at Saint-Germain-l'Auxerrois, on the eve of St. Bartholomew's Day, 1572. Chapter 5. The neighborhood of the Bibliothèque Nationale. Arrondissement Roman II, Bourse. Rue des Petits Champs marks the boundary between the arrondissements I and Roman II. The odd numbers in arrondissement I, the even ones in arrondissement Roman II. The street was opened in 1634. Many of its old houses still stand and show us, without and within, some interesting architectural features of past days. The Hotel Tubeuf, number 8, destined with adjoining mansions to become the Bibliothèque Nationale, was, tradition tells us, staked at the gambling table and won by the statesman Mazarin. The cardinal bought 2 adjoining hotels and surrounding land as far as the Rue Colbert and built thereon his own fine mansion, using the 2 hotels as wings. The first books placed there were those of his own library, a fine collection, taken at his death, according to the directions of his will, to the Collège des Quaternations, known today as the Institut Mazarin. The cardinal's vast mansion was divided among his heirs, and in its different parts was put to various uses during following years till in 1721 it was bought by the crown. The king's library was then taken there from Rue Vivienne, where it had been placed in 1666, and soon afterwards opened to the public. The greater part of the building has been reconstructed in modern times and enlarged. The blackened walls of a part of Mazarin's mansion that formed El Hotel de Nevers still stand at the corner of Rue Colbert. The chief entrance to the library is in Rue de Richelieu. Engravings, medals, works of art of many descriptions connected with letters may be seen at what has been successively Bibliothèque Royale, Bibliothèque Impériale, and is now Bibliothèque Nationale. The ceiling of the Gallery Mazarin is covered with splendid frescoes by Romanelli. The heart of Voltaire is said to be encased in the statue we see there. Madame de Récamier died at the library in 1849. She had taken refuge there in the rooms of her niece, whose husband was one of the officials when the cholera broke out in El Abbé-aux-Bois. Opposite the library, on the Rue Richelieu side, is the square Louvois dating from 1839, on the site of 2 old hotels once there. There, in 1793, Citoyen Montansier set up a theatre, known successively as Théâtre des Arts, Théâtre de la Loire, and the Opéra. After the assassination of the Duc de Berry in front of No. 3 Rue du Rameau, February 13, 1820, as he was about to re-enter the Opera House, Louis Roman XVIII intended to build there a chapelle expiatoire. The Revolution of 1830 put an end to that project. The big poplar tree, seen until recent years overlooking Rue Rameau, was planted as a tree of liberty in 1848. It suddenly died in 1912. The fountain is the work of Visconti and Clagman, 1844. In Rue Chabonais, 1777, at number 11, Pichegru, betrayed by Leblanc, was arrested, 1804. Proceeding down Rue de Richelieu, we see grand old mansions throughout its entire length. No, 71 formed part of the Hotel Louvois, given some 4 years before her tragic death to Princess de Lamballe, who built roomy stables there. On the site of number 62, quite recently demolished, was the Hotel de Talaru, built in 1652, which became one of the most noted prisons of the Terror, and where its owner, the Marquis de Talaru, was himself imprisoned. Number 75 was El Hotel de Louis de Mornay, one of the most noted lovers of Ninon de L'Enclos. Number 78, in the past a famous lace shop, was owned by the East India Company. Number 93, once the immense Hotel Crozet, property of the Ducs de Choiseul, cut through in 1780 by the making of 2 neighboring streets, was inhabited in 1715 by Watteau. Number 102 stands on the site of a house owned by Voltaire, inhabited at one time by his niece. Number 104, at first a private mansion, became successively Taverne Britannique, 1845-52, Restaurant Richelieu, Union Club du Billard et du Sport. Number 101 was at one time the Restaurant du Grand U, so called in 1883 from an article in Le National apropos of the Union Républicaine. Leading out of Rue Richelieu, in the vicinity of the Bibliothèque Nationale, we see old houses in Rue Saint-Augustin and Rue des Filles de Saint-Thomas, the latter cut short in more recent days by the Place de la Bourse and the Rue du Quatre Septembre. The busts on number 7 of the latter street recall a theatrical costume store of past days. Number 21, Rue Feydeau was the site of the Théâtre des Nouveautés, which became the Opéra Comique, demolished in 1830. Rue des Colons was in former days closed at each end by gates. At number 14, Rue Saint-Marc, Ernest Lagouvé was born, lived, died, 1807–1903. La Malibran was born at number 31. The Bourse stands on the site of the convent of Les Filles Saint-Thomas. Its cellars still exist beneath what was before 1914 the Restaurant Champeau, Rue du Four Septembre. The chapel stood till 1802 and was during the Revolution the meeting place of the reactionary section Le Pelletier. The insurgent troops defeated by Buonaparte on the steps of Saint-Roch had assembled there, 1795. CP 20. The first stone of the present Bourse was laid in 1808. The building was enlarged in the early years of this century. The Paris Exchange stockbrokers had in early times met at the Ponto Change. During the Revolution, they gathered in the Chapelle des Petits Spiers, later at the Palais Royal. The fine old door of the Hotel Montmorency Luxembourg still stands at the entrance to the Passage des Panoramas, leading to the old galleries, Galerie Montmartre and Galerie des Variétés opening out on Rue Montmartre and Rue Vivienne. Until after the Revolution, there were no shops in Rue Vivienne, so full today of shops and business houses. It records the name of a certain Sire Vivian, King's secretary, owner of a hotel in the newly opened thoroughfare. Thierry lived there in 1834, Alphonse Karr in 1835. The great gates of the Bibliothèque Nationale on this side are those which in bygone days closed the Place Royale, now Place des Vosges. Number 49 is the most ancient Frascati dining saloon with the old ballroom candelabras. Many of the houses have interesting old-time vestiges. Rue Notre Dame des Victoires was until after 1633 Le Chemin-Herbu, the grass-grown road, nos. 30, 28, 14, 13, 10, 4, 2 are ancient. Other old houses have been demolished. The Place des Victoires from which it starts was the site of the fine Hôtel de Pompon, which later served as the Banque de France. Most of the houses are ancient with interesting architectural features. Place des Petits Spiers close by is best known for the church there, Notre Dame des Victoires, a name given to record the taking of La Rochelle from the Protestants in 1627. Its first stone was laid by Louis Roman XIII in 1629, but the church was not finished till more than a century later. It was for long the convent chapel of the Augustins d'Échasses, commonly known as the Petits Spiers, from the remarkably short stature of the two monks, its founders. The Lady Chapel is a place of special pilgrimage and is brimful of votive offerings. The church is never empty. Passers-by rarely fail to go in to say a prayer or spend a quiet moment there. Work girls from the shops and offices and workrooms of the neighborhood go there in their dinner hour for rest and shelter from the streets. Services of thanksgiving after victory are naturally a special feature there. The choir has fine pictures by Van Loo. Rue des Petits Spiers dates from 1615 and shows interesting traces of past ages. Rue de Bouquier lies along the line of three 17th-century streets, in one of which Buonaparte lived for a time. Many old houses still stand there. Others of historical association have been demolished, modern buildings erected on their site. Halfway down the street is Place du Caire, once the site of that most truly Parisian industry, carding and mattress making and cleaning. French mattresses are, in normal times, turned inside out, cleaned or refilled very frequently. A hospital and a convent stretched along part of the place and across Passage du Caire in past days. Several houses there are ancient, as also in Rue Alexandrie. In Rue du Mail, at what is now Hôtel de Metz, Buonaparte lodged in 1790. We see many old houses. Spontini lived here, and number 12 was inhabited by Madame Récamier and also by Talma. The modern Rue du Quatre Septembre has swept away many an interesting old thoroughfare. At number 100, the Passage de la Cour des Miracles recalls the ancient cur of the name, done away with in 1656, of which some traces still remain the scene in olden days of feats of apparent healing and of physical transformation, whereby the truans, persons of no avowed or avowable occupation, gained precarious deniers. Out of this long modern street, we may turn into many shorter ancient ones. Rue du Sentier, recalling by its name a pathway through a wood sentier, a corruption of Chantier has fine old houses and knew in its time many inhabitants of mark. At number 8 lived Monsieur Lebrun, a famous picture dealer, husband of Madame Vigée Lebrun. At number 2 dwelt Madame de Staël at Nose. 2224, in rooms Irouhel decorated by Fragonard, Lenormand d'Étioles, husband of La Pompadour, after his separation from her. Number 33 was the home of his wife in her girlhood and at the time of her marriage. At number 30 lived Sophie Gay. Rue Saint-Joseph, so named from a 17th century chapel knocked down in 1800, of which we find some traces, was previously Rue du Temps Perdu. In the graveyard attached to Saint-Eustache later, a market La Fontaine and Molière were buried, their ashes transferred in 1818 to Père Lachaise. At number 10, Zola was born 1840. Rue du Croissant, 17th century, is a street of ancient houses and the chief newspaper street of the city. Paper hawkers crowd there at certain hours each day, then rush away, vying with one another to call attention to their stock in trade. At number 22, Café du Croissant, at the corner where this street meets the Rue Montmartre, journalists assemble, and there the notable socialist Jaurès was shot dead on the eve of the outbreak of war, July 31, 1914. The sign at number 18 is said to date from 1612. In Rue des Jauneurs, 1643, the name a corruption from des Junufs, we see more ancient houses, and leading out of it the old Rue Saint-Fiacre, once Rue du Figuier. Number 19 was inhabited in recent years by a lady left a widow after 1 year's married life, who, owner of the building, dismissed the tenants of its 6 large flats and shut herself up in absolute solitude till her death at the age of 89. Number 23 was designed by Soufflot Le Romain, 1775. Rue Montmartre in its course continued from Arrondissement I, which it leaves at Rue Etienne Marcel, shows many interesting vestiges. At number 178, we see a bas-relief of the Porte Montmartre of past days. Within the modern Brasserie du Coq, a copy of the automatic cock of Strasbourg Cathedral dating from 1352. On the frontage of No. 121, a curious set of bells and a quaint sign, a La Grace de Dieu, dating from 1710. Number 118 was known in past days as the House of Clocks. 32 were seen on its frontage, the work of a Swiss clockmaker. Going up this old street in order to visit the streets leading out of it, we turn into Rue Tiquetonne, which recalls by its aspect 14th century times, by its name a prosperous baker of that century, a certain M. Rogier de Quincquinton. Among the ancient houses there, Nos. 4 and 2 have very deep cellars stretching beneath the street. In Rue des Aubes, which under other names dates back to the 15th century, we see more quaint houses. At number 26 Goldoni died. The short street Marie Stuart recalls the days when for one brief year the beautiful Scotswoman was queen consort of France. The name of Rue Jussien is a corruption of Marie l'Egyptienne, patron saint of a 14th century chapel which stood there till 1791. At number 2 lived Madame Dubarry after the death of Louis Roman XV. Rue d'Argout dates as Rue des Via Augustins from the 13th century. Here, at number 28, lived in more modern times Savalette de Langes, supposed for many years and proved at her death to be a man. In Passage du Vigan at number 22, we find bas-reliefs in a courtyard. At number 56, a small ancient hotel. Rue Bacamont is on the site of the vanished Passage du Sommer, a milliner's quarter, the most ancient of Paris passages, demolished in 1899. Rue Dieuses crosses the site of the ancient Hotel Dieuses. Rue de Cléry was till 1634 an ancient roadway. Madame de Pompadour was born here. Pierre Corneille and Casanova, the painter, lived here, and where the street meets Rue Beauregard, Baron Batz made his frantic attempt to save Louis Roman XVI on his way to the scaffold. Number 97, now a humble shop with the sign, Au Poet de 1793, was the home of André Chenier. Nos. 21-19 belonged to Robert Poquelin, the priest brother of Molière, later to Pierre Lebrun, where in pre-revolution days theatrical performances were given, and the Mass said secretly during the Terror. Leading out of Rue Cléry, we find Rue des Degrés, 6 meters in length, the smallest street in Paris, a mere flight of steps. Rue Saint-Sauveur, 13th century, memorizes the church once there. From end to end, we see ancient houses, fine old balconies, curious signs, architectural features of interest. In Rue des Petits Carreaux, running on from this end of Rue Montorgueil, CP 40, we see at No. 16 the house where, till recent days, musicians assembled for hire each Sunday. Now they meet at the Café de la Chartreuse, 24, Boulevard Saint-Denis. In a house in a court where the house number 26 now stands, lived Jean Dubarry. Rue Poissonnière, Fishwives Street, once Champ des Femmes, 13th century, shows us many ancient houses. Rue Beauregard was so named in honor of the fine view Parisians had of old after mounting Rue Montorgueil. The notorious sorceress, Catherine Monvoisin, La Voisin, implicated in 1,000 crimes, built for herself a luxurious habitation on this eminence somewhat higher in those days than in later years. We find several ancient houses along this old street, notably number 46. We see ancient houses also in Rue de la Lune, 1630. Number 1 is a shop still famed for its brioches du Soleil. Between these two streets stretched in olden days the graveyard of Notre Dame de Bonne Nouvelle, a church built in 1624 on the site of the ancient chapel Stebarbe. The name is said to refer to a piece of good news told to Anne d'Autriche one day as she passed that way. The tower only of the 17th century church remains. The rest was rebuilt in 1823. 4 short streets of ancient date cross Rue de la Lune. Rue Notre Dame de Bonne Nouvelle, 18th century. Rue Thorel, 16th century. The old Rue Stebarbe, Rue de la Villeneuve, Rue Notre Dame de la Recouvrance with old houses of interest in each. At number 8 Rue de la Villeneuve, we see Medallions of Jean Goujon and Philibert Delorme. Surrounded by old streets just off the Boulevard des Italiens is the Opéra Comique, originally a salle de spectacles, built on the parklands of their fine mansion by the Duke and Duchess de Choiseul, who reserved for themselves and their heirs forever the right to a loge of 8 seats next to the royal box. Its name, at first, Salle Favart, has changed many times. Burnt down twice, in 1838 and 1887, the present building dates only from 1898. Rue Favart, named after the 18th century actor, has always been inhabited by actors and actresses. Rue de Grammont dates from 1726, built across the site of the fine old Hotel de Grammont. Rue de Choiseul, alongside the recently erected Crédit Lyonnais, which has replaced several ancient mansions, recalls the existence of another Hotel de Choiseul. At number 21, we find curious old attics. Passing through the short Rue de Hanover, we find in Rue de la Michaudière, opened in 1778 on the grounds of Hotel Conti, the house No. 8 where Géricault the painter lived in 1808 and at No. 19 the home of Casabianca, member of the convention where Buonaparte at one time lodged. At number 3 Rue Danton, then a private mansion, Buonaparte married Joséphine 9 March 1796. Though serving as a banker's office, the room where the marriage took place is kept exactly as it then was. In a house in Rue Louis-le-Grand, opened in 1701, known in Revolution days as Rue des Pics, Sophie Arnaud was born. Rue Donneau, where at number 1 we see an ancient escutcheon, leads us into the Rue de la Paix, opened in 1806 on the site of the ancient convent of the Capucines and called at first Rue Napoléon. All its fine houses are modern, as are also those of Rue Valny and Rue des Capucines on the even number side. In the latter street, formed in the year 1700, the Crédit Foncier is the old Hotel de Castanier, director of the East India Company, 1726, and the Hotel de Ville of the same date. Nos. 11, 9, 7, 5, fine vestiges at number 5 were the stables of the Duchesse d'Orléans in 1730. Chapter 6. Round about the arts at Méders, the Arts and Crafts Institution. Arrondissement Roman 3, Temple. A long stretch of the busy boulevard Sébastopol forms the boundary between arrondissements Roman 2 and Roman 3. Several short old streets run between the boulevard and Rue Saint-Martin. Rue Apolline 18th century, Rue Blondel, Rue Notre Dame de Nazareth, where curiously enough is a Jewish synagogue, show us some ancient houses. The latter, in the 15th century a roadway, in the 17th century a street along the course of a big drain, memorizes the convent once there. We find vestiges of an ancient hotel at number 6, and close by old passages: Passage du Vertbois, Passage des Quatrevoleurs, Passage du Pontox Bitches. In Rue Papin, we find the Théâtre de la Gaîté, first set up at the Fair St. Laurent in the 17th century, here since 1861, when it was known as Théâtre du Prince Impérial. Crossing Rue Turbigo, we reach Rue Bourg-l'Abbé, reminding us of a very ancient street of the name swept away by the Boulevard Sébastopol, and Rue aux Ours, dating from 1300, originally Rue aux Oies, referring maybe to geese roasted for the table when this was a street of turnspits. On the odd number side, some ancient houses still stand. Rue Quincampoix, beginning far down in the 4th arrondissement, runs to its end into Rue aux Ours. It is through its whole course a street of old-time associations. In this bit of it, we find interesting old houses, arched doorways, sculptured doors, etc. at nos. 111, 99, 98, 96, 92, 91, 90. At number 91, the watchman's bell rang to bid the crowds disperse that pressed tumultuously round the offices of the great financier Law, who first set up his bank at the Hôtel de Beaufort, on the site of the house number 65. The Salle Molière was at number 82, through the Passage Molière, dating from Revolution days when it was known as Passage des Nurses. The Salle began as the Théâtre des Sans-Culottes, to become later the Théâtre École. There Rachel made her debut. Many traces of the old theatre are still seen. The old Roman road Rue Saint-Martin, coming northward through the 4th arrondissement, enters the 3rd from Rue Rambuteau. Along its entire course, it is rich in Old World vestiges. Ancient mansions, old signs, venerable sculptures, bas-reliefs, etc. in the Passage de l'Ancre. Opening at number 223, the first office for cab hiring was opened in 1637. At number 254, we come to the old church St. Nicolas des Champs, originally a chapel in the fields forming part of the abbey lands of St. Martin des Champs. Subsequently the parish church of the district, rebuilt at the beginning of the 15th century, enlarged towards the end of the 16th century, a beautiful edifice in Gothic style of 2 different periods and known as the Church of 100 Columns. The sacristy, once the presbytery, and a sundial dating from 1666, front the old Rue Koning-Griding. Crossing Rue Réaumur, we reach the fine old abbey buildings which since the Revolution have served as the Paris Arts and Crafts Institution. The abbey was built on the spot beyond the Paris boundary where Saint Martin, on his way to the city, is said to have healed a leper. The invading Normans knocked it down. It was rebuilt in 1056, and the abbey grounds surrounded a few years afterwards by high walls, rebuilt later as strong fortifications with 18 turrets. Part of those walls and a restored tower are seen at number 7 Rue Bailey. Within the walls were the abbey chapel, long, beautiful cloisters, a prison, a market, etc. In the 14th century, the abbey was included within the city bounds, and the monks held their own till 1790. In 1798, the disaffected abbey buildings were chosen wherein to place the models collected by Vaucanson, pioneer of machinists. Other collections were added, and in the century following various changes and additions made in the old abbey structure. The big door giving on Rue Saint-Martin dates only from 1850. The great flight of steps in the court, built first in 1786, was remodeled and modernized in 1860. The ancient cloisters, remodeled, have been for years past the scene of busy mechanical and industrial study. The ancient and beautiful refectory, the work of Pierre de Montereau, architect of the Sainte-Chapelle, CP 48, has become the library. Beneath the fine vaulted roof, amid tall, slender columns of exquisite workmanship, students read where monks of old took their meals. The old abbey chapel, 12th and 13th centuries, restored in the 19th century, serves as the depot for models of steam engines, etc. A small Gothic chapel is in the hands of a gas company. Other venerable portions of the abbey, fallen into ruin, have quite recently been removed. Rue Vertbois, on the northern side of the institution, records the existence of a leafy wood in the old abbey grounds. The tower dates from 1140, the fountain from 1712. Both were restored at the end of the 19th century. Going on up this old street, we find numerous traces of what were erewhile the abbey precincts. Porte Saint-Martin at the angle, where the rue meets the boulevard, is that last of 3 great ports moving northward, and each in its time marking the city boundary. Rue Meslay, opening out of Rue Saint-Martin at this point, dates from the first years of the 18th century when it was Rue du Rempart. No, 49 was the home of the last Commandant du Guet. At number 46, Aurore Dupin, known as George Sand, the famous novelist, was born in 1804. At number 40, we see the fine old hotel, with a fountain in the court, where in 18th century days dwelt the Commandant de la Garde de Paris, the guard having replaced the Guet, the watch in 1771. Rue Beaubourg, stretching from Rue Rambuteau to Rue Turbigo, and the streets and passages leading out of it, show us many traces of bygone times. At number 28, we find subterranean halls, with hooks where iron chains were once held fast. For this was an ancient prison and a salon Louis Roman 16, with traces of ancient frescoes and sculpture. The city wall of Philippe Auguste passed where the house number 39 now stands. At number 62, opposite which stretched the graveyard of St. Nicolas Deschamps, was the palace of the bishops of Chalons, taken later to form part of a Carmelite convent suppressed in 1793. In a later revolutionary period when Louis-Philippe was on the throne of France, the Paris insurrections centered here, and horrible scenes took place on this spot. In Rue Omer, a secular official, mayor or bailiff of the abbey, had his seat of office. In the Passage des Marmites, Saucepan Street, dwelt none but chourineurs, coppersmiths, and tinkers. We see ancient houses all along Rue Volta and Rue des Verdus, so called by derision, having been the Rue des Vices, is made up of quaint old houses. Most of the houses, rather sordid, in Rue des Graveliers are ancient. Number 44 is said to have been the meeting place of the secret society, L'Internationale, in the time of Napoleon Roman III. At Nos. 69 and 70, we see traces of the hotel built by the grandfather of Gabriel d'Estrées. At number 88, the accomplices of Cadoudal, of the infernal machine conspiracy, were arrested. Rue Chapon, formerly Capon, is named from the capo, i.e. the cape worn by the Jews who in 13th century days were its chief inhabitants. Its western end, known till 1851 as Rue du Cimetière Saint Nicolas Deschamps, shows many vestiges of past time. Number 16 was the hotel of Madame de Manville, at first a nun novice, to become in the time of Louis Roman 15 a celebrated courtesan. Number 13 was the hotel of the Archbishops of Reims, then of the Bishops of Chalons, ceded in 1619 to the Carmelites. A big door and other interesting vestiges remain. Rue de Montmorency is named from the fine old hotel at number 5, where the Montmorency lived from 1215 to 1627, when the last descendant of the famous Constable Matthew perished on the scaffold. The street is rich in historic houses, historic associations. The stretch between Rue Beaubourg and Rue du Temple was known till 1768 as Rue Courteauvillon, originally Courteauvillons. The villains, not necessarily villains, were the serfs or common people of bygone days. There lived Madame de Sévigné before making Hotel Carnaval at her home. Number 51 is the Maison du Grand Pignon, the Big Gable, owned, about the year 1407, by Nicolas Flamel and his wife Pernelle. Nicolas was a reputed schoolmaster of the age who made a good thing out of his establishment and was cited as having discovered the philosopher's stone. On his death, he bequeathed his house and all his goods to the church Saint-Jacques-la-Boucherie, of which La Tour Saint-Jacques alone remains, CPP. 95-97. Rue Grenier Saint-Lazare, in the 13th century Rue Garnier de Saint-Latter, shows us interesting old houses, and at number 4, a Louis Roman 16 staircase. Rue Michel-le-Comte, another street of ancient houses, erewhile hotels of the noblesse, reminds one of the popular punning phrase, Ça fait la Rue Michel, i.e. Qu'a fait le Comte Michel-le-Comte. Number 28 was at one time inhabited by Count Esterhazy, Hungarian ambassador. Impasse de Clairvaux, Rue du Mora, 14th century, known at one time as Cour des Anglais, and Rue Brantôme make a cluster of ancient streets with many vestiges of past ages. Chapter 7. The Temple. Of the renowned citadel and domain of medieval times, from which the arrondissement takes its name, nothing now remains. A modern square, 1865, has been arranged on the site of the mansion and the gardens of the Grand Prieur, but the surrounding streets, several stretching where the temple once stood and across the site of its extensive grounds, show us historic houses, historic vestiges, and associations along their entire course. The Knights Templar settled in Paris in 1148. Their domain with its dungeon, built in 1212, its manor and fortified tower, and the vast surrounding grounds were seized in 1307 and given over to the Knights of St. John of Jerusalem, known later as the Knights of Malta. From that time to the Revolution, the temple was closely connected with the life of the city. The primitive buildings were demolished, streets built along the site of some of them in the 17th century, and an immense battlemented castle with towers and a strong prison erected where the original stronghold had stood. The temple, as then built, was like the old abbeys and royal palaces, a sort of township, having within its enclosures all that was needful for the daily life of its inhabitants. Besides Louis Roman XVI and his family, many persons of note passed weary days in its prison. Sidney Smith effected his escape therefrom. Its encircling walls were raised in the first years of the 19th century, and in 1808 Napoleon had the Great Tower knocked down. In 1814, the Allies made the Grand Priory their headquarters. Louis Roman XVIII gave over the mansion to an order of Benedictine nuns. In 1848, it served as a barracks. Its end came in 1854, when it was razed to the ground. Then a big place and market hall were set up on the site of the old temple chapel, and its adjacent buildings a famous market, given up in great part to dealers in second-hand goods, the chief Paris market of occasions, bargains. The rotund, which had been erected in 1781, was allowed to stand and lasted till 1863. A new ironwork hall, built in 1855, was not demolished till recent years 1905. Those pretty, gay knickknacks, that glittering cheap jewelry known throughout the world as articles de Paris, had their origin among a special class of the inhabitants of the old temple grounds. No one living there paid taxes. Impecunious persons of varying rank sought asylum. There a society made up in great part of artists and artistically minded artisans. To gain their daily bread, they set their wits and their fingers to work, and soon found a ready sale for their brummagem, not mere brummagem, however, and all of truly Parisian delicacy, of conception and workmanship. Starting up Rue du Temple, from Rue Rambuteau, this part of it before 1851 Rue Stiavoy, we come upon the passage Stiavoy and the entrance to the demolished hotel, once that of Constable and de Montmorency. Later, for a time, the Law's famous bank. At number 71, we see El Hotel de Saint-Aignan, built in 1660, used in 1812 as a mairie, with fine doors and Corinthian pilasters in the court. Number 79 was El Hotel de Montmort, 1650. Number 86 is on the site of a famous cabaret of the days of Louis Roman XII. At Nos. 11103, we see vestiges of El Hotel de Montmorency. Number 113 was the dependency of a Carmelite convent. At number 122, Balzac lived in 1882. At number 153 was the 18th century Bureau des Vinaigrettes sedan chairs on wheels. The great door of the temple, demolished in 1810, stood opposite number 183. Vestiges were found in recent years beneath the pavement. At number 195, within the Église Ste Elizabeth, originally the convent chapel of the Filles de Ste Elizabeth, 1614-1690, we see most beautiful woodwork. Rue Turbigo cut right through the ancient presbyter. Turning back down this old street to visit the streets leading out of it, we find Rue du Petit Thouars, on the site of old hotels within the temple grounds. Rue de la Corderie, where the communards met in 1871. Rue des Fontaines, 15th century, with at number 7 the ancient Hotellerie du Grand Cerf. At number 15, the hotel owned by the superior of the convent of the Madeleinets, a house of mercy suppressed at the Revolution, used as a political prison, later as a woman's prison. Rue Perret, where a shadowy temple market is still to be seen, runs through the ancient temple grounds. Rue de Bretagne stretches from the Rue de Réaumur at the corner of the Temple Square, in old days known in its course through the temple property as Rue de Bourgogne, farther on as Rue de Saintonge. Leading out of it, at number 62, the short Rue de Caffarelli runs along the line of the eastern wall of the vanished temple fortress. At number 45 is the Rue de Beauce, where we come upon the ancient private passage, Rue des Oiseaux, with its vacherie of the old Hospice des Enfants Rouges. At No. 48 opens the ancient Rue du Beaujolais du Temple, renamed Rue de Picardie. At number 41, we find the Marché des Enfants Rouges, a picturesque old-time market hall with an ancient well in the courtyard. Rue Portefoin, 13th century. Rue Pastorelle, of the same epoch, where at number 23 lived the Cuilletier Beard, who wrote the revolutionary song, La Carmagnole. Rue des Haudriettes, known in past days as Rue de l'Échelle du Temple, for there at its farther end was the temple pillory and a tall ladder reaching to its summit. The name Haudriette is that of the order of nuns founded by Jean Haudry, secretary to Louis Roman IX, who, given up by his wife as lost while traveling in the East, returned at length to find her living among a community of widows to whom she had made over her home. Haudry maintained the institution thus founded, which was removed later to a mansion, now raised, near the Chapel of the Assumption, in Rue Saint-Honoré. Rue de Brague, until 1348 Rue Boucherie du Temple, the Templars' meat market. The fine old hotel at Noss, 4 and 6, has ceilings painted by Lebrun. All these streets are rich in old-time houses, old-time vestiges, and they are all, as is the whole of this arrondissement on this side, Rue du Temple as far as Rue de Turenne, in the Marais, a name referring to the marshy nature of the district in long past days, but which was for long in pre-revolution times the most aristocratic quarter of the city. We find ourselves now before the Archives and the Imprimerie Nationale, the latter to be transferred to its new quarters, Rue de la Convention. The frontage of this fine old building and its entrance gates give on the Rue des Francs Bourgeois, of which more anon, see p. 84. On the western side, we see a thick high wall and the Gothic doorway of what was, in the 14th century, the Paris dwelling of the redoubtable constable Olivier de Clisson, subsequently for nearly 200 years in the hands of the Guise. In 1687, it was rebuilt for the Princess de Soubise by the architect de Lamer. Pillaged during the Revolution, it became national property, and in 1808 the archives were placed there by Napoleon. Frescoes, fine old woodwork, magnificent moldings, architectural work of great beauty are there to be seen. The Duke of Clarence is said to have made the Hotel Clisson his abode during the English occupation under Henry V. Going up Rue des Archives, we see at No. 53, dating from 1705, the hotel built there by the Prince de Rohan, and onward up the street fine old mansions, once the homes of men and women of historic name and fame. Number 72 is said to have been the Archives in the time of Louis Roman XIII. An 18th century fountain is seen in the yard behind the stationer's shop there. Number 78 was the Hotel of Maréchal de Tallard. Number 79 dates from Louis Roman XIII. At number 90, we see traces of the old chapel of the Orphanage des Enfants Rouges, so called from the color of the children's uniform. The eastern side of the Imprimerie Nationale adjoining the Archives, built by de Lamer as the Hotel de Strasbourg, and commonly known as Hotel de Rohan, because 4 Counts de Rohan were successively bishops of Strasbourg, is bounded by Rue Ville du Temple, that too along its whole course, a sequence of old houses bearing witness to past grandeur. Number 54 is the picturesque house and turret built in 1528 by Jean de la Balue, secretary to the Duc d'Orléans. Number 56 was once the abode of Loys de Villiers of the household of Isabeau de Bavière. Number 75 was the town house of the family de la Tour du Pin Gouvernet, 1720. On the walls of No. 80 we read the old inscription, Ville Rue du Temple. Number 102 was the Hotel de Caumartin, later d'Epernon. Nos. 106 and 110 were dependencies of the Hotel d'Epernon. Illustration, Porte de Clisson. Archives. Rue des Quaterfils on the north side of the Archives, and its adjoining buildings, known in past times as Rue de l'Échelle du Temple, recalls to mind the romantic adventures of 4 sons of a certain Iman, sung by a 13th century troubadour. Most of its houses are ancient. Leading out of it is the old Rue Charlotte with numerous 17th century and 18th century houses or vestiges. We peep into the Rue Sourdies, a gutter running down the middle of it, once shut in by iron gates and boundary stones. At number 5, we see what remains of the Hotel Sourdies, which in 1650 belonged to Cardinal Retz. The church Saint-Jean-Saint-François, opposite, is the ancient chapel of the convent Saint-François des Capucins du Marais. It replaced the old church Saint-Jean-en-Grève, destroyed at the Revolution, and here we see, surrounding the nave, painted copies of ancient tapestries telling the story of the miracle of the sacred hostie, which a Jew in mockery sought to destroy by burning. The Fert of Reparation kept from the 14th century at the Church of St. Jean, and at the chapel Les Ballets, CP 107, has since 1867 been kept here. Here too, piously preserved, is the chasuble used by the Abbé Edgeworth at the last Mass heard before his execution by Louis Roman XVI in the Temple prison hard by. In the short Rue du Perche behind the church, lived for a time at number 7 bis Scarron's young widow, destined to become Madame de Maintenon. Fine frescoes cover several of its ceilings. In Rue de Poitou, we find more interesting old houses. In Rue de Normandie nos. 10, 6, 9 show interesting features, old courtyards, etc. turning from Rue Charlotte into Rue Bérenger, known until 1864 by the name of the Grand Prior of the Temple de Vendôme. We find the Hotel de Vendôme, nos. 5 and 3, dating from 1752 where Bérenger lived and died. At number 11, now a business house, lived Berthier de Sauvigny, Intendant Général de Paris in 1789, hung on a lamp post after the taking of the Bastille, one of the first victims of the Revolution. Running parallel to Rue Charlotte, starting from the little Rue du Perche Rue Saintonge, formed by joining two 17th-century streets, Rue Poitou and Rue Touraine, shows us a series of ancient dwellings. From October 1789 to 15th July 1791, Robespierre lived at number 64. A fine columned entrance court at number 5 has been supplanted by a brand new edifice. The hotel at number 4, dating originally from about 1611, was rebuilt in 1745. Rue de Turenne, running in this arrondissement from Rue Charlotte to the corner of the Place des Vosges, began as Rue Louis. Then in its upper part was Rue Boucherat, as an ancient inscription at number 133 near the Fountain Boucherat records. From the old street whence it starts, Rue Saint-Antoine in the 4th arrondissement, it is a long line of ancient hotels, the homes in bygone days of men of notable names and doings. One side of the Convent des Filles du Calvaire stretched between the Rue des Filles du Calvaire and Rue Pontauchou. Number 76 was the home of the last governor of the Bastille, Monsieur de Launay. The Church of Saint Denis du Saint-Sacrement at number 70 was built in 1835 on the site of the chapel of a convent raised in 1826, previously a mansion of Marechal de Turenne. At number 56, Scarron lived and died. Number 54 was the abode of the Comte de Montresor, noted in the Wars of the Fronde. At number 41, fresh water flows from the Fontaine de Joyeuse on the site of the ancient Hotel de Joyeuse. We find a beautiful staircase in almost every one of these old hotels. Shorter, interesting old streets lead out of this long one on each side. Rue du Parc Royal memorizes the park and palace of Les Tournelles, razed to the ground after the tragic death of Henry Roman II by his widow, Catherine de' Medici, CP 8. Number 4, dating from 1620, was inhabited by successive illustrious families until the early years of the 19th century. There, till recently, was seen a wonderful carved wood staircase. Many of the ancient houses erewhile here have been demolished in recent years and are supplanted by modern buildings and a garden square. Chapter 8. The home of Madame de Sévigné. We are now in the vicinity of that most entrancing of historic museums, Musée Carnavalet, and its neighboring library. On the wall of Rue de Sévigné is still to be read engraved in the stonework its more ancient name, Rue de la Culture St. Catherine, so called because it ran across cultivated land in the vicinity of an ancient church dedicated to St. Catherine. It was in 1677 that Madame de Sévigné and her daughter, Madame de Grignan, settled in the first story of the house number 23, built some 130 years before by Jacques de Lignery under the direction of the renowned architect Pierre Lescot and the sculptor Jean Goujon. The widow of a Breton lord, Kerneven, or some such word by name, which resolved itself into Carnavalet, bought the hotel from the Lignery. Inhabitants and owners changed as time went on, but this name remained. At the Revolution, the mansion was taken possession of by the state, was used for a school, to become after 1871 the Historical Museum of Paris. In 1898, the museum was taken in hand by M. Georges Caine, and from that day to this has been continually added to, made more and more valuable and attractive by this eminently capable administrator. To study the history and learn from the life, the story of Paris and of France, go to the Musée Carnavalet. And to read about all you see there, turn at number 29 into the Bibliothèque de la Ville. In olden days, Le Petit Arsenal de la Ville stood on the site. The edifice we see, El Hotel Saint Fargeau, was built in 1687. The city library, which had been reorganized by Jules Cousin, was placed there in 1898. Rue Pienne runs across the site of ancient houses and of part of two convents. A door of one is seen at that regrettably modern-style erection, so out of keeping with its surroundings, the Lycée Victor Hugo. At number 5, we see a bust of Auguste Comte with an inscription, for this was the temple of the religion of humanity, and Comte's friend and inspirer Clotilde de Vaux died here. Here souvenirs of the philosopher are kept in a memorial chapel. Nose. 11 and 13 formed the mansion of the Duc de Lude, one of the most noted admirers of Madame de Sévigné, Grand Maître d'Artillery in 1675, and was inhabited at one time by Madame Scarron. In Rue Elzévirin, the 16th century, Rue des Trois Pavillons was born Marion Delorme, 1613. Ninon de Lenclos lived here in 1642. We see a fine old house at number 8, and at number 2 El Hotel de Lusignan. Leading out of Rue Elzévir, the old Rue Barbette records the name of a master of the mint under Philippe le Bel, and a house he built with extensive gardens, known as the Cordel Barbette. The Cordel was destroyed by the populace, displeased at a change in the coinage, in 1306. The house remained and became a rendezvous of courtiers, passed into the hands of the extremely light-lived Isabeau de Bavière, who inaugurated there her wonderful bals masqués. It was on leaving the Hotel Barbette that the Duc d'Orléans, Isabeau's lover, was assassinated on the threshold of a neighboring house by the men of Jean Sans-Pour, 23 November, 1407 CP 40. The mansion passed subsequently through many hands and was finally in part demolished in 1563, and this street cut across the ground where it had stood. Number 8 was the Petit Hotel of Maréchal d'Estrées, brother of Gabrielle, confiscated at the Revolution and made later the mother house of the institution, La Légion d'Honneur, for the education of officers' daughters. The grand old mansion has been despoiled of its splendid decorations, precious woodwork, etc., all sold piecemeal for high prices. Almost every house in this old street is an ancient hotel. No. 14 was the Hotel Bigot de Correl, number 16 the Hotel de Choisy, number 18 the Hotel Michoud, number 17 the Hotel de Bregues, etc. We see other ancient houses in Rue de la Perle. At number 1, dating from the close of the 17th century, we find wonderfully interesting things in the courtyard. Busts of old Romans, fine bas-reliefs, etc. Rue de Thorigny, 16th century, was named after President Lambert de Thorigny, whose descendants built, a century or two later, the fine Hotel Lambert on L'Isle Saint-Louis. Marion died in a house in this street. Madame de Sévigné lived here at one time, as did Balzac in 1814. The fine hotel at number 5 goes by the name Hotel Salé because its owner, Aubert de Fontenay, had grown rich through the Gabelle salt tax. Later, it was the abode of Monseigneur Juigné, Archbishop of Paris, who in the terrible winter 1788-89 gave all he possessed to assuage the misery of the people, yet met his death by stoning on the outbreak of the Revolution. Confiscated by the state, the fine old mansion was for a time put to various uses, then bought, and its beauties reverently guarded by its present owners. Rue d'Ebelim, made up of 4 short ancient streets, shows interesting vestiges. The 19th-century novelist, Eugène Sue, lived here. To the east of Rue de Turenne, at its junction with Rue des Francs-Bourgeois, we find old streets across the site of the ancient Palace des Tournelles. Of the palace, no trace remains save the name of the old Rue des Tournelles. Rue du Foin runs where hay was once made in the fields of the Palace Park. Rue de Béarn was in olden times Rue du Parc Royal. Here we find vestiges of the Convent des Minims, founded by Marie de Medici in 1611, suppressed in 1790. Some of its walls form part of the barracks we see there, and the cloister still stands intact in the courtyard, while at number 10, Rue des Minims, may be seen the old convent door. The building number 7 of this latter street, now a school, dates from the 17th century. A famous chestnut tree, several hundred years old, flourished in the court at number 14 till a few years ago. In Rue Saint-Gilles, we see among other ancient houses the pavilion of the Hotel Morangues, number 22, and at number 12, the Cour de Venise. In Rue Villehardouin, when it was Rue des Deux Ports, to which Rue Saint-Pierre was joined at its change of name, lived Scarron and his young wife. Rue des Tournelles, with its strikingly old-world aspect, shows us two houses inhabited by Ninon de Lenclos, nos. 56 and 26, and at number 58, that of Lecrae, who with some other men of law drew up the famous Code Napoleon. At number 1, Rue Saint-Claude, one side of the house in Rue des Arquebusiers, dwelt the notorious sorcerer, Joseph Balsamo, known as Comte de Cagliostro. The iron balustrade dates from his day, and the heavy handsome doors came from the ancient temple buildings. Rue Pontouchou recalls the days when the land was a stretch of market gardens. Rue Froissart and Rue de Camines lie on the site of the raised Couvent des Filles du Calvaire, of which vestiges are to be seen on the boulevard at No. 13. Chapter 9. Notre Dame. Arrondissement Roman 4, Hôtel de Ville. Rue Lutèce, the French form of the Roman word Lutetia, recording the ancient name of the city, is a modern street on ancient historic ground. There, on the river island, the first settlers pitched their camp, reared their rude dwellings, laid the foundation of the city of mud to become in future days the city of light, the brilliant Ville Lumière. When the conquering Romans took possession of the primitive city and built there its first palace, the island of the Seine became l'Isle du Palais. Of the buildings erected there through succeeding centuries, few traces now remain. But Roman walls in perfect condition were discovered beneath the surface of the island so recently as 1906. Close to the site of Rue Lutèce ran, until the middle of last century, the ancient Rue des Fèves, where was the famous Taverne de la Pomme de Pin, a favorite meeting place from the time of Molière of great men of letters. Crossing Rue de la Cité, formed in 1834 along the line of the old Rue Saint-Éloi which stretched where Dagobert's great statesman had founded the Abbey Saint-Martial, we come to the Parvis Notre Dame. The Parvis, so wide and open today, was until very recent times well into the second half of the 19th century crowded with buildings. Old shops, old streets, erections connected with the old Hôtel Dieu, covered in great part the space before the cathedral, now an open square. The statue of Charlemagne we see there is modern, set up in 1882. The cathedral, beloved and venerated by Parisians from all time, Sacra Sancta Ecclesia Civitatis Parisiensis, stands upon the site of two ancient churches which in early ages together formed the Episcopal Church of the capital of France. One bore the name of the martyr, Saint Stephen, the other was dedicated to Ste Marie. These churches stood on the site of a pre-Christian place of worship, a temple of Mars or Jupiter. Roman remains of great extent were found beneath the pavements when clearing away the ancient buildings on the Parvis. Fire wrought havoc on both churches, entirely destroyed one, and towards the year 1162, Sully set about the erection of a church worthy of the capital of his country. Its first stone was laid by the Guelph refugee, Pope Alexander Roman III, in 1163. The chancel, the nave and the façade were finished without undue delay, and in 1223 the whole of the beautiful Gothic building was finished. Alterations were made during the years that followed until about 1300. From that time onward Notre Dame was made a storehouse of things beautiful. The finest pictures of each succeeding age lined its walls at length so thickly that there was room for no more. Much beautiful old work, including a fine rood screen, was carted away under Louis Roman XIV, when space was wanted for the immense statue of the Virgin set up, then in fulfillment of the vow of Louis Roman XIII, destroyed later. The figures on the great doors, we see today, are modern. The original statuettes were hacked to pieces at the outbreak of the Revolution by the mob who mistook the kings of Israel for the kings of France. The Flerche, too, is of latter-day construction, built by Viollet-le-Duc to replace the ancient turret bell tower. Destruction and desecration of every kind fell upon the cathedral in Revolution days. Priceless glass was smashed, magnificent work of every sort ruthlessly torn down, trampled in the dust. On the Parvis, the space before the cathedral doors where in long-gone ages the mystery plays were acted a great bonfire was made of all the Mass books and Bibles, etc., found within the sacred edifice. Priceless illuminated missals, etc., perished then. Marvelous woodwork, glorious stained glass windows, fine statuary happily still remain. From the time of its erection, the Grand Cathedral was closely connected with the greatest historical events of France, just as the church built by Childebert and the older church of Saint-Étienne had been before. Saint Louis was buried there in 1271. The first States General was held there in 1302. There Henry Roman VI of England was crowned King of France in 1431, and Marie Stuart crowned Queen Consort in 1560. Henry Roman IV heard his first Mass there in 1694. Within the sacred walls, the revolutionists set up the worship of reason, held sacrilegious fêtes. Napoleon I was crowned there, and was there married to Marie Louise of Austria. Napoleon I's wedding took place there. These are some only singled out from a long list of historical associations. National Te Deums, requiems, services of reparation all take place at this Sancta Ecclesia Parisiensis. The Hôtel Dieu on the north side of the Parvis is the modern hospital raised on the site of the ancient Paris House of God, the hospital for the Paris poor built in the 13th century, always in close connection with the cathedral and having its annex across the little bridge St. Charles, a sort of covered gallery. Those blackened walls stood till 1909. Rue du Cloître Notre Dame belonged in past ages to the cathedral chapter, a cloistered thoroughfare. Its 51 houses have almost entirely disappeared. 3 still stand. Nos. 18, 16, 14. Pierre Lescot, the notable 16th century architect to whom a canonry was given, died there in 1578. Rue Chanonesse is still inhabited by the cathedral canons. Its houses are all ancient. At number 10 lived Fulbert, the uncle of the beautiful Héloïse, who braved his anger for the sake of Abelard, who lived and taught hard by. Racine is said to have lived at number 16. The old Tour de Dagobert, which did not, however, date back quite to that monarch's time, stood at number 18 till 1908. Its wonderful staircase, formed of a single oak tree, is at the Musée Cluny. Lacordaire is said to have lodged at number 17. A curious old courtyard at number 20. At number 24, vestiges of the old chapel Saint-Aignan, 12th century. At 26, a passage with old pillars and paved with old tombstones. Leading out of it runs the little Rue des Chanteurs, where the choristers lived and worked to perfect their voices and their knowledge of music. Rue Massillon is entirely made of old houses, with most interesting features a marvelous carved oak staircase at number 6, fine doors, curious courtyards. Another beautiful staircase at number 4 in Rue des Ursins, connected with Rue Chanonesse, we find many ancient houses. At number 19, we see vestiges of the old chapel, where Mass was said secretly during the Revolution by priests who went there disguised as workmen. Rue de la Colombe, where we find an inscription referring to the discovery there of Roman remains, dates from the early years of the 13th century. Chapter 10. L'Isle Saint-Louis. Crossing the bridge painted of yore bright red and known therefore as Le Pont Rouge, we find ourselves upon the Isle Saint-Louis, in olden days 2 distinct islands, L'Isle Notre Dame and L'Isle aux Vaches, both uninhabited until the early years of the 17th century. Tradition says the law duels known as Jugements de Dieu took place there. The chapter of Notre Dame had certain rights over the island. In the 17th century, consent was given for the Isle Saint-Louis to be built upon, and the official constructor of ponts and chaussées obtained the concession of the 2 islets under the stipulation that he should fill up the brook which separated them and make a bridge across the arm of the Seine to the city quay. The brook became Rue Paulatier, where we see interesting vestiges of that day and 2 ancient hotels, Nos. 3 and 20, the latter now a school. All along Rue Saint-Louis en L'Isle and in the streets connected with it, fine old mansions, or beautiful vestiges of the buildings then erected, still stand. The church we see there was begun by Laveau in 1664, on the site of a chapel built at his own expense by one Nicolas Lejeune. The curious belfry dates from 1741. The church is a very storehouse of works of art, many of them by the great masters of old, put there by its vicar, Abbé Bossuet, who devoted his whole fortune and his untiring energy to the work of restoring the church left in ruins after its despoliation at the Revolution, and died so poor in consequence as to be buried by the parish. At number 1 of this quaint street, we find a pavilion of El Hotel de Bretonvilliers, of which an arch is seen at number 7, and other vestiges at Nos. 5 and 3. The Arbelatriers were wont to meet here in pre-Revolution days. Number 2, its northern front giving on Quai d'Anjou, CP 328, is the grand mansion of Nicolas Lambert de Thorigny, built by Laveau, 1680. Its splendid decorations are the work of Lebrun and other noted artists and sculptors of the time. In 1843, It was bought by the family of a Polish prince and used in part as an orphanage for the daughters of Polish exiles till 1899. Chapter 11. El Hotel de Ville and its surroundings. The Hotel de Ville, which gives its name to the arrondissement, is a modern erection built as closely as possible on the plan and from the designs of the fine Renaissance structure of the 16th century burnt to the ground by the Communards in 1871. Place de El Hotel de Ville, where it stands, was until 1830 Place de Grève, the Place du Port de Grève of interior days going back to Roman times. Like the Paris Cathedral, the Hotel de Ville is closely linked with the most marked events of French history. The first Hotel de Ville was known as La Maison Auxiliaires, previously El Hotel des Dauphins du Viennois, bought in 1357 by Etienne Marcel, Prévôt des Marchands, of historic memory, CP 39, whose statue we see in the garden. The first stone of the fine building burnt in 1871 was laid by François I in 1533, its last one in the time of Henry Roman IV. On the square before it, executions took place, for offenses criminal, political, religious, by burning, strangling, hanging, and the guillotine. In its center stood a tall Gothic cross reared upon 8 steps, at the foot of which the condemned said their last prayers. The guillotine, first set up there in 1792, was soon moved about, as we know, to different points of the city, when used for political victims. Common law criminals continued to expiate their evil deeds on Place de Grève. It was a comparatively small place in those days. Its enlargement in the 18th and 19th centuries caused the destruction of many old streets, in one of which was the famous Maison de la Lanterne. Close up against the Hotel de Ville stood in past days the old church Saint-Jean-en-Grève and a hospice. Both were incorporated in the town hall by Napoleon. The entire building was destroyed in 1871. But the present structure is remarkably fine in every part, both within and without, and the Salle Saint-Jean, memorizing the church once there, is splendidly decorated. The Avenue Victoria, on the site of ancient streets, memorizes the visit of the English Queen in 1855. The short Rue de la Tascherie, from tache, task, work, crossing it, was in the 13th century Rue de la Juiverie, for here we are in the neighborhood of what is still the Jews' quarter. A modern garden square surrounds the beautiful Tour Saint-Jacques, all that is left of the ancient church Saint-Jacques-la-Boucherie, built in the 15th century, on the site of a chapel of the 8th century, finished in the 16th, entirely restored in the 19th century and again recently. It is used as an observatory. Paris weather statistics hail from La Tour Saint-Jacques. On the site of the modern Place du Châtelet rose in bygone ages the primitive tower of the Grand Châtelet, which developed under Louis le Gros into a strongly fortified castle and prison guarding the bridge across the Seine to the right, while the Petit Châtelet guarded it on the left bank. A chandelle flaming tallow candle set up by command of Philippe Lalong near its doorway is said to be the origin of the lighting, dim enough as it was for centuries, of Paris streets. The fortress was rebuilt by Louis Roman XIV. Part of it served as the morgue until it was razed to the ground in 1802. The fountain plays where the prison once stood. Numerous old streets lead out of the modern Rue de Rivoli at this point. Rue Nicolas Flamel, running where good Nicolas had a fine hotel in the early years of the 15th century, and Rue Pernelle, recording the name of his wife, have existed under other names from the 13th century. Rue Saint-Bon recalls the chapel on the spot in still earlier times. Rue Saint-Martin, beginning at Quai des Gesvres, the high road to the north of Roman days, after cutting through Avenue Victoria, crosses Rue de Rivoli at this point, and here was the first of the 4 ports which in succession marked the city boundary on this side. The beautiful 16th century church we see here, St. Mary, stands on the site of a chapel built in the 7th century. In a Gothic crypt, remains of its patron saint who lived and died on the spot are reverently guarded, and the bones of Eudes the Falconer, the redoubtable warrior who dowered the church, discovered in perfect preservation in a stone coffin in the time of François I, lie in the choir. It is a wonderfully interesting structure, with fine glass, woodwork, moldings, statues, and statuettes. The statuettes we see on the walls of the porch are comparatively modern, replacing the ancient ones destroyed at the Revolution. Rue de la Verrerie, bordering the southern walls of the church and running on almost to Rue Ville du Temple, dates from the 12th century and reminds us by its name of the Glaziers and Glass Painters Company, developed from the confraternity which in 1187 made the old street its quarter. Louis Roman XIV, finding this a convenient road on the way to Vincennes, had it enlarged. There dwelt Jaquemin Gringonor, who, it is said, invented playing cards for the distraction of the insane King Charles Roman VI. Bossuet's father and many other persons of position or repute lived in the old houses, which remain, or in others on the site of the more modern ones. At number 76 was the hotel inhabited by Suger, the minister of Louis Roman VI and Louis Roman VII. Part of its ancient walls were incorporated in the church in the 16th century. Here, too, is the presbytery, where in the courtyard we find a wonderful old spiral staircase, its summit higher than the church roof. Old streets and passages wind in and out around the church. Exploring them, we come upon interesting vestiges innumerable. The ancient clergy house is at number 76, Rue Saint-Martin. Rue Cloitre Sainte-Marie, Rue Tailpain, Rue Brismich, these two referring to the bakery once there and bread portioned out, cut or broken for the clergy. Rue Sainte-Marie and its old passage, Impasse du Boeuf, with its 18th century grille. Rue Pierre Aulard, a humorous adaptation of the name Pierre Allard, borne by a notable parishioner of the 18th century. Passage Jabach on the site of the home of the rich banker of the 17th century, whose fine collection of pictures were the nucleus of the treasures of the Louvre. Impasse Saint-Fiacre, the word saint cut away at the Revolution, where dwelt the first hirer out of cabs, hence the term fiacre. Rue de la Reynie, 13th century, renamed in memory of the Lieutenant General of Police, who, in 1669, ordered the lighting of Paris streets, but did not provide lamplighters. Private citizens were bound daily to light and extinguish the lanterns then placed at the end and in the middle of each thoroughfare. Every one of these streets, dull and grimy though they be, are full of interest for the explorer. Going on up Rue Saint-Martin, we see on both sides numerous features of interest. Look at Nose. 97, 100, 103, 104, and at number 116, called Maison des Goths, with its fine old frieze. At number 120, there are two storied cellars, and in one of them a well. The Fontaine Maubuée at number 122 is referred to in old documents so early as 1320. Its name, shortened from Mauvaise Baie, i.e. Mauvaise Fumée, is not suggestive of the purity of its waters at that remote period. The fountain was reconstructed in 1733, the house some 60 years later. The upper end of Rue Simon Lefranc, which we turn into here, was until recent times Rue Maubuée. It may perhaps still deserve the name. Rue Simon Lefranc is one of the oldest among all these old streets, for it was a thoroughfare in the year 1200. It records the name of a worthy citizen of his day, one Simon Frank. All the houses are ancient, some very picturesque. Next in date is that most characteristic of old-time streets, the Rue de Venise. The name, a misnomer, dates only from 1851, due to an old sign. The street was known by various appellations since its formation somewhere about the year 1250. Every house and court there is ancient, the space between those on either side so narrow that the tall, dark buildings seem to meet at their apex. Number 27 is the old Inn l'Épée de Bois, lately renovated, and its name changed to l'Arrivée de Venise, where from the year 1658 a company of musicians and dancing masters duly licensed by Mazarin used to meet under the direction of Le Roi des Violons, their chief. This was, in fact, the nucleus of the Académie Nationale of Music and Dancing, known later as the Conservatoire. Great men of letters, too, were wont to meet in that old inn. Rue de Venise opens into Rue Beaubourg, a road that stretched through a Beaubourg, i.e. a fine township, so far back as the 11th century, with special privileges, the rights of citizenship for its inhabitants although lying without the boundary wall. Number 4, now raised, was the Restaurant du Bonbourg, tenu par Le Roi du Bon Vin. To the left is Rue des Etuves, i.e. Bath Street, with houses old and curious. Rue de Venise runs at its lower end into the famous Rue de Quincampoix, the street of Law's Bank, CP 63, where every house is ancient or has vestiges of past ages. Number 43 was a shop let in Law's time at the rate of 100 francs a day. The street leads down into Rue des Lombards, the ancient usurers and pawnbrokers' street, inhabited in these days by a very opposite class herborists. Tradition says Boccaccio was born here. Rue du Temple, Rue des Archives, Rue Ville du Temple, Rue de Sévigné, traversed in part in the 3rd arrondissement, CP 108, all have their lower numbers in this 4th arrondissement, the first 3 branching off from Rue de Rivoli, the last from Rue Saint-Antoine. At number 61, Rue du Temple, on the site of the vanished Couvent des Filles de Stiavoy, we see an old gabled house. In the courtyard of number 57, El Hotel de Titan, the Bastille Armorer. At no. 41, the old tavern El Aigle d'Or. Number 20 is the ancient office of the Gay Belles the Salt Tax. Here we see an old sign taken from the vicinity of St. Gervais, showing the famous elm tree, of which more anon. Every house shows some interesting old-time feature. This brings us again close up to the Hotel de Ville, where we see the venerable church St. Gervais et St. Protais, dating in its present form from the 16th century, on the site of a church built there in the 6th. That primitive erection grew into a beautiful church in the early years of the 12th century. Some of the exquisite work of that day may still be seen by turning up the narrow passage to the left, where we find the ancient charniers. Rebuilding was undertaken 2 centuries later. A curious half-effaced inscription on an old wall within refers to this reconstruction and its dedication Fête Day, instituted in honor of Messieurs Saint Gervais et Saint Protais. The last rebuilding was in 1581. Then, in the 17th century, the Renaissance facade was added to the Gothic edifice behind it by Salomon de Brosse. The church is full of precious artistic work, glorious glass, frescoes, statuary, and rich in historic associations. Madame de Sévigné was married here. Scarron was married to the young girl destined to become Mme de Maintenon and was perhaps buried in the beautiful Chapelle Dorée. The church has always suffered in time of war. At the Revolution, the insurgents tried to shake down its fine tall pillars. The marks are still to be seen. In 1830-48-71 cannonballs pierced its belfry walls, and now on Good Friday of this war year 1918, the enemy's gun, firing at a range of 75 miles, struck its roof, laid low a great pillar, brought death and wounding to the assembled congregation. On the place before the church, we see a tree railed round. A shadier elm tree stood there once, the famous Orme de Saint Gervais, beneath which justice or maybe at times injustice was administered in the open air, in long past ages. Rue François Mayern running east, its lower end the ancient Rue Saint-Antoine, shows us the Orme, figured in the ironwork of all its balconies. This end of the street was known in olden days as Rue du Porteur Saint Gervais, then as Rue du Monceau Saint Gervais, referring to the wide stretch of waste ground in the vicinity which, unbuilt upon for centuries, was a favorite site for festive gatherings and tournaments. It records the name of the Prévôt des Marchands of the 16th century, to whom was due the façade of the Hotel de Ville, burnt in 1871. Its houses are for the most part ancient. Number 13, quaint and gabled 15th century. No, 82, the old mansion of President Henault. Number 68, Hotel de Beauvais, associated with many historic personages and events, has Gothic cellars which of yore formed part of the monastic house where Tasso wrote his great poem, Jerusalem Delivered. The walls above those fine cellars were knocked down in the 3rd decade of the 17th century and replaced in 1655 by those we see there now, built as the Hotel de Beauvais, destined to see many changes. At the Revolution, the grand old mansion was for a time a coach office, then a house let out in flats. Mozart is said to have stayed there in 1763. Behind the church is the old Rue des Bars with an ancient inscription and traces of an ancient chapel. The sordid but picturesque Rue de El Hotel de Ville was known for centuries as Rue de la Mortellerie, from the morteliers or masons who had settled there. In the dread cholera year 1832, the inhabitants saw in the name of their street a sinister reference to the word mort and demanded its change. Every house has some feature of old-time interest. Beneath no. 56 there is a Gothic cellar once, tradition says, a chapel founded by Blanche de France, granddaughter of Philippe le Bel, who died in 1358. At number 39 we see the narrowest street in Paris, Rue du Pont Blanc, erewhile known as the Descente à la Rivière. Nos. 82 is the venerable Hotel de Sens, CP 117. In Rue Geoffroy Lasnier, between Rue de El Hotel de Ville and Rue François Mayern, 13th century, we find among many other vestiges of old times the fine 17th century door of Hotel Chalons at number 26. In Rue de Jouy of the same period and interest, at number 12, and number 14, dependencies of El Hotel Beauvais. At number 7, El Hotel Daumont, built in 1648 on the site of the house where Richelieu was born. At number 9, the École Sophie Germain, the ancient Hotel de Forcy, previously inhabited by a rich bourgeois family. Rue des Archives, CP 74, is chiefly interesting in its course through this arrondissement for the old Church des Billettes, CP 76, on the site of the house of the Jew Jonathas, so called from the sign hung outside a neighboring House Billate log of wood. Rebuilt in 1745, closed at the Revolution, the church was given to the Protestants in 1808. The beautiful cloisters of the 15th century structure were left untouched and are enclosed in the school adjoining the church. Rue Sticroix de la Bretonnerie dates from the early years of the 13th century and is rich in relics of past ages. Its name records the existence there of the 13th century Church de l'Exaltation de la Sticroix and of a convent instituted in 1258 in the ancient Magna du Roide, mint suppressed at the Revolution, but of which traces are still seen on the square. At number 47, we see a turret dating from 1610. The dispensary at number 44 is the old Hotel Feydeau de Brou, 1760. Number 35 belonged to the old church chapter. The boys' school at number 22 is ancient. Number 20 dates from 1696. Rue Aubriot from the 13th to the middle of the 19th century was Rue du Puits-Saumarez. Aubriot was the 13th century prévôt de Paris, an active builder, and who first laid drains beneath Paris streets. Number 10 dates from the first years of the 17th century. Vestiges of that or an earlier age are seen all along the street. Rue des Blancs-Manteaux recalls the begging friars, servants of Mary, wearing long white cloaks, who settled here in 1258. They united a few years later with the Guillaumites, whose name is recorded in a neighboring street of ancient date. Their church at number 12 was entirely rebuilt in 1685, and in 1863 the portal of the demolished Barnabite church added to its facade. Remains of the old convent buildings are incorporated in the Mont de Piété opposite. At number 14, we see traces of the old priory. No. 22 and number 25 have fine old staircases and other interesting vestiges. The Cabaret de l'Homme Armé existed in the 15th century. We find ancient vestiges, often fine staircases, at most of the houses. Rue Ville du Temple, which begins its long course opposite the Mairie, has lost its first numbers. This old street shows us interesting features at every step. Number 15, Hotel de Vibre. Number 20, Impasse de El Hotel d'Argenson. Number 24, Hotel of the Maréchal Defiat, father of Cinq-Mars. The short Rue du Tracer at its side was so named in 1882 from the treasure trove found beneath the hotel when cutting the street, gold pieces of the time of King Jean and Charles V in a copper vase, a sum of something like 120,000 francs in the money of today. At No. 42 opens Rue des Rosiers. Roses once grew in gardens there. At number 43, Passage des Singes, leading into Rue des Guillaumites, once Rue des Singes. No. 45 shows a facade claiming to date back to the year 1416. No. 47, Hotel des Ambassadeurs de Holland, recalling the days when Dutch diplomats dwelt there and took persecuted Protestants under their protection, is on the site of the Hotel of Jean de Ria, before which the Duc d'Orléans met his death at the hands of Jean Sans Pour, the habitation of historic persons and events until Revolution days, when it was taken for dancing saloons. Here we see splendid vestiges of past grandeur, vaulted ceilings, sculptures, frescoes. The Marché des Blancs-Manteaux, in the street opening at number 46, is part of an ancient mansion. Turning down Rue des Hospitalières Saint-Gervais, recalling the hospital once there, we find in Rue des Francs Bourgeois, at number 35, an old hotel. At number 31, El Hotel d'Albret, its first stone laid in 1550 by Connétable and de Montmorency, restored in the 18th century. At number 25, one side of the fine Hotel Lamignon. Crossing Rue des Rosiers, we turn down Rue des Écuffes, an ancient street of pawnbrokers, where in a house on the site of number 20, Philippe de Champagny, the great painter, lived and died, 1674. Rue du Roi de Sicile records the existence there, and on land around, of the palace of Charles d'Anjou, brother of Saint Louis, crowned King of Naples and Sicily in 1266. The mansion changed hands many times and in 1698 became the Hôtel de la Grande Force, a noted prison. Part of it became later the Caserne des Pompiers in Rue Sévigné, the rest was demolished. On the site of the house number 2 lived Balt and his wife, jailers of Marie Antoinette. And here, at the corner of Rue Malher, Princess de Lamballe and many of her compeers were slain in the massacres of September. Rue Ferdinand Duval, till 1900 from about the year 1000 Rue des Juifs, is full of old-time relics. At number 20, we find a courtyard and hotel known in past days as El Hotel des Juifs. Nos. 18 and 16, site of the Hospital du Petit Saint-Anton in pre-revolution days, of a famous shop store under the Empire. Rue Pavée dates from the early years of the 13th century, the first street in Paris to be paved. Here at Nos. 11 and 13 lived the Duke of Norfolk, British ambassador in 1533. At number 12, we find 2 old staircases, once those of an ancient hotel incorporated in the prison of La Force. At number 24 stands the fine old Hôtel de Lammignon, rebuilt on the site of an older structure by Diane de France, daughter of Henry Roman II, 16th century, the natal house of Lammignon de Malesherbes, renowned for his defense of Louis Roman XVI. Alphonse Daudet lived here for a time. Close by was the prison La Petite Force, a woman's prison, too well known in Revolution days by numerous notable women of the time. In Rue de Sévigné, which begins here, we turn at number 11 into the garden of a bathing establishment on the site of a smaller Hôtel Lammignon, where in 1790 Beaumarchais built the Théâtre du Marais, otherwise El Athénée des Étrangers, with materials from the demolished Bastille. Here we see before us one single wall of the demolished prison de la Force, and an indication of the spot where 30 royalist prisoners were put to death. Rue de Gérant, so named from the prior of the monastic institution, Catherine Duval des Echeliers, erewhile here, shows us an old fountain in the Impasse de la Poissonnerie. Rue d'Ormesson stretches across the 18th century priory fish market. Chapter 12. The Old Quartier Saint-Paul. We come now to the interesting Old World quarter behind and surrounding the Church St. Paul and the Lycée Charlemagne, the site of the Palace St. Paul of ancient days. The church, as we see it, dates from 1641, replacing a tiny Jesuit chapel built in the previous century and dedicated to St. Louis. Its first stone was laid by Louis Roman XIII, and the chapel built from the designs of 2 Jesuit priests, aided by the architect Vignolles. Hence the term Jesuit used in France for the ornate Renaissance style of architecture we see in the facade of the church before us. Richelieu, newly ordained, celebrated his first Mass here in 1641 and defrayed the cost of completing the church by the erection of the Great Portal. The heart of Louis Roman XIII and of Louis Roman XIV were buried here beneath sumptuous monuments. At the Revolution, the Tiers État held their first assembly in the old Church St. Paul, soon razed to the ground by the insurgents. The Jesuits' chapel was saved from destruction by the books from suppressed convents which had been piled up within it, forming thus a barricade. The dome was the second erected in Paris. The holy water scoops were a gift from Victor Hugo at the baptism of his first child born in the parish. Turning into Rue St. Paul, we see at number 35 the doorway of the demolished Hôtel de Sèvres. In the Passage St. Paul, till 1877 Passage St. Louis, we find at number 7 the presbyter once, tradition says, a pied-à-terre of the Grand Condé, and at number 38 an old courtyard. At number 30, 6 vestiges of the prison originally part of the convent founded by Saint Eloi in the time of Dagobert. The arched passage St. Pierre which led in olden days to the cemetery St. Paul, the burial place of so many notable persons, Rabelais, Mansart, etc., and of prisoners from the Bastille. The man in the iron mask among them has lately been swept away, with some walls of the old convent close up against it. The Mange till recent days at number 30 was in days past a favorite meeting place of the people when in disaccord with the authorities in politics or on industrial questions. At number 31 we look into Rue Eginhard, the Rue St. Paul of the 14th century. The walls of some of its houses once formed part of the old Church St. Paul. At number 8 we see the square turret of an old Hotel St. Maur. At number 4, El Hotel de Vieuville, an interesting 15th and 16th century building, condemned to demolition, which has been inhabited by notable personages of successive periods. Passing through the black-walled court, we mount a fine old-time staircase to find halls with beautiful moldings, a wonderful frescoed ceiling, etc., all in the possession at present of a well-known antiquarian. No. 5. Doorway of El Hotel de Lignorac. In Rue Ave Maria, its site covered in past days by two old convents, we see at number 15 an hotel where was once the tennis court of the Croix Noire. In its day, the Illustre Theatre, with Molière as its chief, and whence the great tragedian was led for debt to durance vile at the Chatelet. Number 2 was once La Boucherie Ave Maria. Rue Charlemagne was known by various names, till this last one given in 1840. 4. One of its old names, Rue des Praetors, is still seen engraved in the wall at number 7. The Petit Lycée Charlemagne has among its walls part of one of the ancient towers of the boundary wall of Philippe Auguste, which passed in a straight line to the Seine at this point. It is known as Tour Montgomery and shelters a gas meter. The remains of another tower are seen behind the gymnasium. Before 1908, the last remaining walls of the Hôtel du Prévat still stood in Passage Charlemagne, a picturesque turreted Renaissance bit of old Paris, let out in tenements, the last vestiges of the historic mansion where many notable persons, royal and other, had sojourned. Interesting old-time features are seen at Nos. 18, 21, 22, 25. Number 25 underwent restoration in recent years. In Rue du Prévat, we see more old-time vestiges. Rue du Figuier dates from about 1300 when a fig tree flourished there, cut down 3 centuries later. Nos. 1915, now a Jewish hospice, was the abode of the Mayerne royal physicians from 1550 to 1680. Every house shows some relic. At number 5, we come upon an old well and steps in the courtyard. No. 8 was perhaps the home of Rabelais. At number 1, we find ourselves before the turreted Hôtel de Sens, built between 1474 and 1519, on the site of a private mansion given by Charles V to the archbishops of Sens, who at that time had ecclesiastical jurisdiction over Paris. Ecclesiastics of historic fame, and at one time Marguerite de Valois, La Réunie Margit, dwelt there during the succeeding 150 years. Then Paris became an archbishopric, and this fine Hôtel de Sens was abandoned let. It has served as a coaching house, a jam manufactory, finally became a glass store and factory, and in part a Jewish synagogue. In Rue du Fauconnier, Nos. 19, 17, 15 are ancient. Rue des Jardins, where stretch the gardens of the old Palais Saint-Paul, has none but ancient houses. At number 5, we see a hook which served of yore to hold the chains stretched across the street to close it. Molière lived there in 1645. Rabelais died there. Crossing Rue Saint-Paul, we come to Rue des Lions, recalling the royal menagerie once there. Fine old mansions lie along its whole length. At No. 10, we find a beautiful staircase, another at number 12, dating from the reign of Louis Roman XIII, and in the courtyard at number 3 we see an ancient fountain. At number 14, there was till recent times the Fountain du Regard des Lions. Number 17 formed part of El Hotel Vieuville. Chief among the ancient houses of Rue Charles V is number 12, El Hotel d'Antin d'Aubray, father of the notorious woman poisoner, La Brinvilliers, with its graceful winding staircase. Here Mme de Brinvilliers tried to bring about the assassination of her lover Briancourt by her other lover Sticroix. Nuns, nursing sisters, live there now. Rue Beautreillis was in bygone days the site of a vine-covered trellis in the gardens of the historic Palace Saint-Paul, made up of El Hotel Beautreillis and other fine hotels confiscated from his nobles by King Charles V. And at number 1, we see an ancient and truly historic vine climbing a trellis, its origin lost in the mist of centuries. Is it really, as some would have it, a relic of the vines that gave grapes for the table of Charles V? All the houses here are ancient. Number 10 was the mansion of the Duc de Valentinois, Prince de Monaco in 1640. We see ancient houses along Rue du Petit Musc, a 14th-century street. Number 1 is the south side of L'École Massillon, CP 326. We cross Boulevard Henry Roman IV to the Bibliothèque de l'Arsenal, its walls in part, the arsenal built by Henry Roman IV on the site of a more ancient one, restored in the first half of the 18th century, its facade entirely rebuilt under Napoleon Roman III. The name of Sully given to the bridge, and the street reminds us that the statesman lived at the arsenal. Their Mme de Brinvilliers was tried and condemned to death. The arsenal was done away with by Louis Roman XVI, streets cut across the site of most of its demolished walls. What remained became the library we see. It is counted among its librarians men of special distinction, Nodier, Heredia, etc., and is now under the direction of the well-known man of letters Funke Brentano. Various relics of past days and of old-time inhabitants are to be seen there, and traces of the boundary wall of Charles V. Rue de la Saracea. Hard by is another street recalling the palace gardens for cherry trees then grew here. On the site of number 10, Gabrielle d'Estrées was seized with her last illness while at the supper table of its owner, the friend of her loyal lover. The houses here are all ancient and characteristic, as are also those in Rue Lesdiguières, where till the first years of this present century, the wall of a dependency of the Bastille still stood. Chapter 13. La Place des Vosges. Here we are on the old Place Royale, the place where royalties dwelt and courtiers disported in the days of Louis Roman XIII, whose statue we see still in the center of the big, dreary garden square. That statue was put there by Napoleon to replace the original one, carted away and melted down in revolutionary days when the ci-devant Place Royale became Place des Fédérés, then Place de l'Indivisibilité. Napoleon first named it Place des Vosges, a name confirmed after 1870 as a tribute of gratitude to the department which had first paid up its share of the war contribution. In the early centuries of the Bourbon kings, the Palace of the Tournelles had stood here, CP 8. After its demolition, the site was taken for a horse market, and there the famous duel was fought between the minions of Henry Roman II and the followers of the Duc de Guise. Henry Roman IV created the place and had it parceled out for building purposes. His idea was to make it the center of a number of streets or avenues, each bearing the name of one of the provinces of France. The king died, and that project was not carried out, but the extensive site was soon the square of the fine mansions we see today, mansions fallen from their high estate, no longer the private abodes of the world of fashion, but standing unchanged in outward aspect. We see the Pavillon du Roi on the south side facing Rue de Baireg, once Rue du Pavillon du Roi, where at number 11 was born Mme de Sévigné, 1626, opposite at the Pavillon de la Réunie. At number 7, the Petit Hotel Sully connected with the Grand Hotel Sully of the Rue Saint-Anton. Each house of the place was inhabited and known by the name of a great noble or a wealthy financier. Their enumeration would take too much space here. At No. 6 we see the house where Victor Hugo lived in more modern times 1833-48 now, the musée filled with souvenirs of his life and work and dedicated to his memory. Behind it, at the corner of Impasse Guynemer, is the hotel once the dwelling of Marion Delorme. Théophile Gautier, and later Alphonse Daudet occupied a flat at number 8. Passing out of the place through Rue du Pas de la Mule, in its day Petite Rue Royale, we turn into Rue Saint-Anton, where modern buildings are almost unknown, and vestiges of bygone ages are seen on every side. At number 5, an inscription tells us this was the site of the courtyard of the Bastille through which the populace rushed an attack on the 14th July, 1789. At No. 7, we remark an ancient sign, Et la renommée de la Friture. At number 17, we see what remains of the convent built by Mansart in 1632 on the site of the Hôtel de Cassé, where for 18 years Saint Vincent de Paul was confessor. The chapel, left intact, was given to the Protestants in 1802. Here Fouquet and his son, Mme de Chantal, and the Marquis de Sévigné were buried. Number 20 is El Hôtel de Mayenne at Dormesson, 16th or 17th century, on the site of an older hotel sold to Charles V to enlarge his palace St. Paul. It passed through many hands, royal hands for the most part, and the building as we see it, or the previous structure, was for a time the Hôtel de Diane de Poitiers. In modern times it became the Pension Favart, then in 1870, L'École des Francs Bourgeois under the direction of Les Frères de la Doctrine Chrétienne. At number 28, Impasse Guynemer, known in its 15th century days as Cul-de-sac du Ha, a passage connected with the Hôtel Rohan-Guynemer in Place Royale. In the 17th century, a convent was built here, a sort of reformatory for erring girls and women of the upper classes who were shut up here in consequence of letters de cachet. At number 62 stands the Hôtel de Sully. Its first owner staked the mansion at the gambling table and lost. At number 101, we are before the Lycée Charlemagne, built in 1804 on the site of two ancient mansions and of the old city wall, of which some traces still remain. At number 133, we see the Maison Séguer with its fine old door, balcony, and staircase, another old house at number 137. Then this ancient thoroughfare becomes, in these modern days, Rue François Mayern, CP 104. Rue des Tournelles in this earlier part of its course is chiefly interesting for the fine hotel at number 28, built in 1690, decorated with frescoes by Lebrun and Mignard, where the famous courtesan, Ninon de l'Enclos, lived and died. Chapter 14. The Bastille. So we come to Place de la Bastille. The famous prison which stood there from the end of the 14th century to the memorable summer of 1789 was built by Hugues Aubriot, Prévôt du Roi, as a fortified castle to protect the Palais Saint-Paul close by and Paris in general against hostile inroads from the country beyond. Its form is well known. A perfect model of it is to be seen at Carnavalet, in that most interesting Salle de Bastille room. It had 8 towers, each 23 meters high, each with its distinct name and use. White lines in the pavement of the place show where some of its walls, some of its towers rose, houses stand upon the site of others. The great military citadel became a regular prison in the time of Charles Roman VI, a military prison, though civilians were from the first shut up there from time to time. Aubriot himself was put there by the mob to be quickly released by the king. Under Richelieu it became a state prison, the prison of lettres de cachet notoriety. The revolutionists attacked it in the idea that untold harshness, cruelty, injustice dominated there. As a matter of fact, the Bastille was for years rather a luxurious place of retirement for persons who themselves wished or were desired by others to lie low for a time than a fort of durance vile. The last governor, M. Delaunay in particular, was generous and kind even to the humblest of those placed beneath his rule. And we know the attacking mob found 7 prisoners, only 2 madmen, the others acknowledged criminals. M. Delaunay was massacred nevertheless. The revolutionists seized all the arms they could find, a goodly store. The walls were raised soon afterwards, and a board put up with the words "Ice on Dance." In reality, the attack upon the Bastille was a milder undertaking than is generally supposed, and its entire destruction took place later on in quite a businesslike way by a contractor. The place was finished in 1803. The Colonne de Juillet, we see their dates from 1831. The bones of the victims of the 2 minor revolutions, 1830-48, are beneath it. Louis Philippe's throne was burnt before it in 1848. Chapter 15. In the vicinity of 2 ancient churches. Arrondissement v. Pantheon, Rive Gauche, left bank. Crossing the Seine by the Pont Saint-Michel, we reach Place Saint-Michel, of which we will speak in another chapter, as it lies chiefly in Arrondissement Roman 6. Turning to the east, we come upon 2 of the oldest and most interesting of Paris churches and a very network of ancient streets, sordid enough some of them, but emphatically characteristic. Rue de la Huchette dates from the 12th century. There, in olden days, 2 very opposite classes plied their trade, the rotisseurs turnspits and the diamond cutters. The old street is still of some renown in the district for good cooking and the few restaurants of a humble order that remain. The erewhile Bouillon de la Huchette is now a bal. Once upon a time, ambassadors dined at El Hotellerie de l'Ange in this old street, and the name Le Petit Caporal tells its own tale. Their Buonaparte, friendless and penniless, lodged in the street's decadent days. Rue Zachary, dark and narrow between its tall old houses, dates back to the 12th or early 13th century. Rue du Chat-qui-Perche, less ancient, 16th century, is a mere pathway between high walls. From Rue Zachary we turn into Rue Saint-Séverin, one of the most ancient of ancient streets. Many traces of past ages still remain despite the demolition of old houses around the beautiful old church we see before us, and subterranean passages run beneath the soil. At No. 26 and again at number 4, we see the name of the street, the word saint obliterated by the revolutionists. The church porch gives on Rue de Prater Saint-Séverin 13th century. It was brought here from the 13th century church Saint-Pierre-aux-Boeufs, raised in 1837. Till then the entrance had been the old door, Rue Saint-Séverin, where we see still the words, half effaced. Bon gens qui par ci passes prise de pour les trépassés, and the figures of 2 lions, once on the church steps, where the clergy of the parish were wont of yore to administer justice, hence the phrase datum inter leones. The church was built in the 12th century, on the site of a chapel erected in the days of Childebert, over the tomb of Saverin, the hermit. Thrice restored, partially rebuilt, the beautiful edifice shows Gothic architecture in its three stages. Primitive, porch, side door, three bays, rayonnant, the tower and part of the nave and side aisle, flamboyant, chancel and the splendid apse. Glorious stained glass, beautiful frescoes modern, the work of Flandrin, fine statues surround us here. A striking feature is the host of votive offerings, some a mere slab a few inches in size with the simple word merci and a date. Many refer to the successful passing of examinations, for we are in the vicinity of the university. The presbytery and its garden cover what was once the graveyard. Some of the old charniers still remain. Rue de la Parcheminerie, 13th century, in part demolished recently, in its early days Rue des Escrivains, was for long the exclusive habitation of whoever had to do with the making and selling of books. The Hôtel des Pierres Tranquilles, once there has gone. Two old houses, nos. 6 and 7, were in the 13th century dependencies of Norwich Cathedral for English student monks. In Rue Baudebry, one side entirely rebuilt of late, dwelt the illuminators of 16th century scrolls and books. We see a characteristic ancient gable at number 6. This house and number 8 have ancient staircases. Crossing Rue Saint-Jacques, we turn into Rue Saint-Julien-le-Pauvre, La Via Chemin of past times. Through the old arched doorway we see there, surmounted by a figure of justice, was the abode of a notable 18th century governor of the Petit Châtelet, whose duty was that of hearing both sides in student quarrels and pronouncing judgment. The church we see was the University Church of the 12th and several succeeding centuries. University meetings were held there, and many a town and gown riot, or a merely gown riot, took place within its walls. The slab above the old door tells of its cession to the administrators of the Hôtel-Dieu in 1655. Some of its stones date from the 9th, or maybe from an even earlier century. For the church before us was a rebuilding in the 12th of one, erected in the 9th century, to replace the hostel and chapel built there in the 6th century, and overthrown by the Normans the hostel, where Gregory of Tours had made a stay. The ancient Gothic portal and two bays falling to decay were lopped off in 1560. The well we see in the courtyard was once within the church walls. Another well of miracle-working fame, on the north side, had a conduit to the altar. Passing through a door near the vestry, we find ourselves on the site of the ancient annex of the Hôtel-Dieu, raised a few years ago, and see on one side the chevet of the church with its quaint belfry and flight of steps on the roof, on the other a high, strong, moss-grown wall said to be a remnant of the boundary wall of Philippe Auguste. In 1802, the church was given to the Greek Catholics of Paris Melchites. The iconostas, therefore, very beautiful, is an important feature. We see some very ancient statues, and a more modern one of Montaigne, founder of the Virtue Prizes bestowed annually by the Académie Française. In Rue Galland, what remains of it, we see several interesting old houses, and on the door of No. 42, a bas-relief showing Saint Julian in a ship. Rue du Foire, one side gone save for a single house, once Rue des Echeliers, recalls the decree of Pope Urban V that students of the schools must hear lectures humbly sitting on the ground on bundles of straw which they were bound themselves to provide. Benches were too luxurious for the students of those days. In this street of the Écoles des Quatre Nations, France, Normandy, Alsace, Picardy, Dante listened to the instruction of Brunetto Latini. Number 8 with its old door is on the site of the École de Normandie. The street close by, named in memory of the great Italian poet, is modern. In Rue de Mat stood, till the 19th century, the walls of the suppressed Convent de Cornouailles, founded by a Breton in 1317. Rue des Anglais, the resort of English students from the time of Philippe Auguste, was famous till recent days for the Cabaret du Père Lunette, about to be raised. The first Père Lunette went about his business wearing enormous spectacles. The second landlord of the inn, gaining possession of its founder, S. Specs, wore them as a badge, slung across his chest. Rue de l'Hôtel Colbert has no reference to the statesman. In early times it was Rue des Rats. Rue des Trois Portes recalls the 13th century days when 3 houses only formed the street. Number 10, connected with number 13 Rue de la Boucherie, the log-selling street, shows us the ancient Faculté de Médecine, surrounded in past days by the garden, the first of the kind, where medical men and medical students cultivated the herbs necessary for their physic. The interesting old Gothic structure, more than once threatened with demolition, has been classed as an historical monument, under state care therefore, and reconstructed as the Maison des Etudiants. The students were very keen about the completion of their new house on its time-honored site, and when the masons in course of reconstruction went on strike, the young men threw aside their books, donned a workman's jacket, or failing that doffed their coats and rolled up their shirt sleeves and set to work with all youth's ardor as bricklayers. Their zeal was greater, however, than their technical knowledge or their physical fitness, and their work left much to be desired, as the French say. Then, fortunately, the strike ended. Place Maubert, named after the second vicar of Ste Genevieve, M. Aubert, was the great meeting place of students, and here Mater Albert, the distinguished Dominican professor, surnamed Legrand, his name recorded by a neighboring street, gave his lectures in the open air. Executions also took place here. In Impasse, Maubert dwelt Sticroix, the lover and accomplice of the poisoner Mme de Brinvilliers, and in Rue des Grands Degrés Voltaire in his youth worked in a lawyer's office. The cellars of Rue Mater Albert are said to have been prison cells. At No. 13, the Negro Page Zammer, whose denunciation led Mme Dubarry to the scaffold, died in misery in 1820. Number 16 was the meeting place of the Communards in 1871. Rue de la Beaver reminds us that the tributary of the Seine, now a turgid drain, closely covered, once joined the Mother River here. Tradition says Dante made his abode here while in Paris. Over the door of number 12, we see a statue of St. Michel slaying the dragon. This was originally a college founded in his own house in 1348 by Guillaume de Chanac, Bishop of Paris, for 12 poor scholars of the Diocese of Limoges. In Rue des Bernardins, we see the church St. Nicolas du Chardonnet, St. Nicholas of the Thistlefield, built in the 17th century upon the site of a 13th century structure erected where till then thistles had run riot. It was designed by a parishioner of Marc, the painter Lebrun, enriched by his paintings and those of other artists of note. The tomb of his mother is within its walls and a monument to his memory by Coysevox. Rue Saint-Victor recalls the abbey, once on the site where now we see the Hallocks Fins. There Maurice de Sully, builder of Notre Dame, died and was buried in 1196. Hither to its famous school came Abelard, St. Thomas a Becket, St. Bernard. It was razed to the ground in 1809. At Nose. 2426, we saw till just recently the ancient seminary of St. Nicholas, closed since 1906, with its long rows of old-world windows, 72 panes on one story. The college buildings were at the corner of Rue Pontoise, a street opened in 1772 as a calf market and named from the town noted for its excellent veal. And here we find at number 19 vestiges of the ancient convent of the Bernardins. Rue de Poissy has more important remains of the convent and of its college, founded in 1245 by the English Abbé de Clairvaux, Stephen Lexington, aided by a brother of St. Louis. The grand old walls now serve as the Caserne des Pompiers, the fire station. Within we find beautiful old-time Gothic work, a fine staircase, arched naves, tall, slender pillars, the refectory of the monks of yore, and beneath it vaulted cellars with some 70 pillars and ancient bays. Chapter 16. In the region of the schools. The Sorbonne and its surroundings. When St. Louis was on the throne of France, the physician attendant upon his mother, La Reine Blanche, died bequeathing a sum of money for the institution of a college of theology. In consequence thereof, Robert de Sorbonne built the school for theological study, a very simple erection then, which developed into the great college adapted to studies of the most varied character, known as the Sorbonne. That was in the year 1253. 200 years later, the first printing press in France was set up there. In another nigh upon 200 years, Richelieu, elected Grand Master of the college, built its church and rebuilt the surrounding structure. Napoleon set the college in action on a vaster scale, after its suppression at the Revolution, by making it the seat of the Académie de Paris, the home of the faculties of letters and science, as well as of theology. But the edifice was then again crumbling in need of rebuilding. Time passed, ruin made headway. Plans were made, and in 1853 the first stone of a new structure was laid. It remained a first stone and a last one for many years. The modern walls we see were not built till the close of the 19th century, finished in 1901. In the great courtyard, white lines mark the site of Richelieu's edifice. The vast building is richly decorated with statuary and frescoes. In its church, Richelieu seems still to hold sway. We see his coat of arms on every side. Over his tomb, the work of Girardin hangs his cardinal's hat. Another handsome monument covers the tomb of his descendant, the minister of Louis Roman XVIII. Many generations of Richelieu lie in the vault beneath the chapel floor. The church is dismantled and partially secularized. Grand classic concerts are held there during the Sundays of term each year, but the Richelieu have still the right to be baptized, married, buried there. The altar, therefore, has not been undraped. Exactly opposite the Sorbonne, on its Rue des Écoles side, is the beautiful Musée de Cluny, on the site of the ancient Palais des Thermes, of which the ruins are seen in the grounds bordered by the Boulevard Saint-Germain. The palace dates from Roman days. Julian was proclaimed emperor there. We see an altar from the time of Tiberius. The remains of Roman baths, vestiges of the Frigidarium, the Tepidarium, the Hypocaustum, traces of the pipes through which the water flowed are still there. In the 14th century, Pierre de Chasselan, abbot of Cluny, bought the ruins of the ancient palace, and the exquisite Gothic mansion we see was built close up against them. Many illustrious persons found shelter within the home of the abbots during the centuries that followed. James V of Scotland stayed there. Men of learning were made welcome there. In later times, its tower was used as an observatory. The Revolution put an end to the state and prestige of the beautiful mansion. It was sold, parceled out to a number of buyers, put to all sorts of common and commercial uses, till in 1833, M. de Sommerard, whose name is given to the street on its northern side, acquired it and set up there his own precious collection of things beautiful, the nucleus of the museum. The whole property was taken over later by the Beaux-Arts under state protection for conservation. In the garden, numerous interesting relics of ancient churches, that of Saint Benoit which once stood near, and others are carefully preserved. Rue Jean de Beauvais was in bygone days inhabited entirely by printers. The Romanian chapel, there was the chapel of the famous college Dormans Beauvais, founded in 1370. Rue de Latran modern runs across the site of the ancient commandery of the Knights of St. John of Jerusalem. In Rue des Carmes, dating from 1250, we see at number 15 the ancient College des Lombards, now the Cercle Catholique d'Ouvriers, founded 1334, rebuilt under Louis Roman XIV by two Irish priests. The little chapel there, dedicated now to Jesus Ouvrier, is paved with the gravestones of the Irish clergy who came of yore to live and study there. Rue Basse des Carmes stretches across the site of the demolished Carmelite convent. We are close now to the Collège de France, Le Lycée Louis-le-Grand, and L'École Polytechnique. Le Collège de France, Rue des Écoles, its beautiful west facade giving on Rue Saint-Jacques, was founded as an institution by François I, 1530. Its lectures were to be given in different colleges. The edifice before us replaces this College Royal, built in the early years of the 17th century, destroyed in the 18th century. It dates from 1778, the work of Chalgrin. Additions were made in the 19th century. The numerous finely executed busts of noted scholars and eminent professors are the work of the best sculptors of each period. The Lycée Louis-le-Grand, Rue Saint-Jacques, on the site of four colleges of bygone ages, dates in its foundation from 1550, rebuilt 1814-20, restored 1861-85. In the court we see some of the ancient walls. It has borne different names characteristic of the different periods of the history of France. It began as the Collège de Clermont, from its founder, the bishop. In 1682, it took the name of the king, Louis le Grand. In 1792, it became Collège de l'Égalité. In 1800, Le Piétonnet. Lycée Impérial in 1802. College Royal Louis le Grand in 1814, Lycée Descartes in 1848, to revert to its present designation in 1849. Many of the most eminent men of the 18th and 19th centuries were pupils there. The College Stibarbe, built in the 16th century, was added to Louis le Grand in 1764. Its tower goes by the name Tour Calvin, for this was the Huguenot quarter. Here many of the persecuted Protestants were in hiding at the massacre of Saint Bartholomew, yet it was at Stibarbe that Ignatius Loyola was educated. Close around Lycée Louis le Grand and the Collège de France, we find a number of 12th and 13th century streets condemned to demolition, some of their houses already razed, those that remain showing many interesting relics. Rue du Cimetière Saint-Benoît, which bordered the cemetery erewhile there. Rue Fromental, the name a corruption of Freud Mantel or Manteau with its interesting old-world dwellings. Impasse Chartrière, where at number 2 we see an old sign and a niche of the time of Henry Roman IV, who was wont to visit his Belle Gabrielle here. Number 11 was, it is said, the entrance to the king's stables. At the junction of Rue Lanofour streets form the quadrangle where was erewhile the well Certain, so named after the vicar of the old church Saint-Hilaire, once close by, discovered beneath the roadway in 1894. Roman remains of great interest were found at that time below the surface of all these streets. Rue Valette, 11th century, was once Rue des Sept Voies, for 7 thoroughfares met there. At number 2, in the billiard room of the Old Inn, we find vestiges of the church Saint-Hilaire, once there. Number 19 dates from the 14th century, and in the 17th century was a meeting place of the Huguenots who hid in its Gothic 2-storied cellars. In Rue Laplace lived Jean de Meung, author of Le Roman de la Rose. At number 12, we see the entrance of a vanished college, next door to which was the Collège des Écossais. L'École Polytechnique stands on the site of the college founded in 1304 by Jeanne de Navarre, wife of Philippe le Bel, for 70 poor scholars. It was rebuilt in the 15th century. The last vestiges of that rebuilding, a beautiful Gothic chapel, were swept away in 1875. Traces of a Roman cemetery were found in 1906. The present structure dates from the 18th century, the work of Gabriel. The house of the Général Commandant is the ancient Collège de Boncourt, founded in 1357. In Rue Clovis, at the summit of the Montagne Sti Geneviève, stands the Lycée Henry Roman IV, dating as a school from 1796, known for several subsequent years as Lycée Napoléon. It recalls vividly the abbey which once stood there. Its tower, known as the Tour de Clovis, rises from the foundations of the 11th century Abbey Tower and was for long used as the Paris Observatory. The college kitchen is one of the ancient Abbey cellars in 3 stories. Some of the walls before us date from the 14th and 15th centuries. The library founded by Cardinal de la Rochefoucauld is the boys' dormitory. A cloister and 17th century refectory are there intact. The pupils go up and down a fine 18th century staircase and study amid interesting frescoes and much beautiful woodwork. New buildings were added to the ancient ones in 1873. Chapter 17. La Montagne Sti Geneviève. Rue de la Montagne Sti Geneviève, leading to the hilltop from Boulevard Saint-Germain, went in 12th century days by the unaesthetic name Rue des Boucheries. Nearly every wall, every stone is ancient. In past ages, 3 colleges at different positions stood on its incline. The sign at No. 40 dates from the time of the Directoire. A statuette of the saint there in Revolution days was labeled Et la ci-devant Geneviève, rendez-vous des sans-culottes. And now we have before us the beautiful old church Saint-Étienne-du-Mont. The place, in very early times a graveyard, was laid out as a square in the 14th century, and the church burial ground was on the northwestern side. The present church dates as a whole from the early years of the 17th century, built on the site of a 13th century chapel dedicated to Saint-Étienne. The abside and the choir were built in early 16th century years, close up against the old basilic of the Abbey Sti Geneviève. Among the people the church is still often referred to as L'Église Sti Geneviève, chiefly, no doubt, because the tomb of the patron saint of Paris is there. The original chasse a richly jewel-studded shrine was destroyed at the Revolution, melted down, its gems confiscated, the bones of the saint burnt. The stone coffin cast aside as valueless was recovered, filled with such relics of Sti Geneviève as could be collected from far and near, and is now in the sumptuous shrine to which pilgrimages are continually made. A smaller chasse is solemnly carried round the aisles of the church each year during the Neuvaine, following January 3rd, the revered saint's fête day, when services are held all day long. While on the place without a religious fair goes on, souvenirs of Sti Geneviève and objects of piety of every description are offered for sale on the stalls set up upon the place from end to end. The church, showing 3 distinct styles of architecture, Romanesque, Gothic, Renaissance, is especially remarkable for its rood screen, the only one left in a Paris church. It is rich, too, in exquisite stained glass, beautiful woodwork, fine statuary. We see inscriptions and epitaphs referring to Paschal, Roland, and many other men of note, buried in the church crypt or in the graveyard of past days. The Pantheon, the most conspicuous if not the most ancient or most seductive building of this hilltop, was begun as a new church Ste. Genevieve. Louis Roman XV, lying dangerously ill at Metz, made a vow to build on his recovery a church dedicated to the patron saint of Paris. It was not begun till 1755, not solidly constructed then. Slips followed the erection of its walls, threatening collapse, and Soufflot, the architect, died of grief thereat. The catastrophe feared did not happen, the building was consolidated. Instead, however, of remaining a church it was declared, in the revolutionary year 1791, the Pantheon, with the inscription, Aux grands hommes de France, la patrie reconnaissante. Napoleon restored it to the ecclesiastical authorities at the Concordat. In 1830 it became again the Pantheon, was once more a church in 1851, then the Pantheon for good so far in 1885, when the body of Victor Hugo was carried there in great state. Its facade is copied from the Pantheon of Agrippa at Rome. It is noted for its frescoes illustrative of the life of Ste. Genevieve by Gros, Chavens, Laurens, and other 19th-century artists. Rodin's Penseur, below the peristyle, was put there in 1906. The Faculté de Droit, No. 10, is Soufflot's work, 1772–1823. The Bibliothèque Ste. Genevieve, quite modern, 1884, covers the site of the demolished Collège Montaigu, founded in 1314. Ignatius Loyola, Erasmus, and Calvin were pupils there. All the surrounding streets stretch along the site of ancient buildings, convents, monasteries, etc., swept away but leaving here and there interesting traces. In Rue Lamond débris of the potteries once there have been unearthed. Michelet lived for a time at the ancient Hôtel de Flavicourt. No. 10, incorporated later in the École Ste. Genevieve, of which the chief entrance door is a vestige of the Hôtel de Jouigny, was the private abode of the Archbishop of Paris in pre-Revolution days. Another part of the school was the home of Abbé Edgeworth, confessor to Louis Roman XVI in his last days. Yet another was the Séminaire des Anglais, founded under Louis Roman XIV. We find a fine facade and balconies in the courtyard at No. 29, once the abode of a religious community, now the lay institution Lamond. The Séminaire des Missions des Colonies Francaises at No. 30 dates from the time of Louis Roman XIV. Fine staircase and chapel. The cellars of the modern houses from No. 48 to No. 54 are those of the convent which Iruhel stood above them. In Rue des Irlandais we see the college founded in 1755 for Irish, Scottish, and English priest students. In Rue Rataud, once Rue des Vins, which led to a cemetery for persons who had died of the plague, is, at No. 3, the orphanage of L'Enfant Jesus, formerly Les Saint Phils, where the Duchesse d'Angoulême, daughter of Louis Roman XVI, had 50 young orphan girls educated yearly at her own expense. Chapter 18. In the Valley of the Beaver. Emphatically a street of the past is the old Rue Mouffetard, its name a corruption perhaps of Mont Serrarius, the name of the district under the Romans, or derived maybe from the old word moufettes, referring to the exhalations of the beaver, flowing now below ground here, never very odorous since the days when, coming sweet and clear from the southern slopes, it was put to city uses, industrial and other, on entering Paris. Every house along the course of this street has some curious old-time feature, an ancient sign, an old well, old doors, old courtyards. Quaint old streets lead out of it. The market on the place by the old church St. Médard extends up its slope. In the sordid shops which flourish on the ground floor of almost every house, or on stalls set on the threshold, one sees an assortment of foodstuffs rarely brought together in any other corner of the city, and articles of clothing of most varied kind and style and date. The church, dating from the 12th century, partially rebuilt and restored in later times, was for several centuries a dependency of the Abbey Ste. Genevieve. Its graveyard, for long past a marketplace and a square, was in the 18th century the scene of the notorious scandal Médard. Among the graves of noted Jansenists buried their miraculous cures were supposed to take place. Women and girls fell into ecstasies. The number of these convulsionists grew daily. At last the king, Louis Roman XV, ordered the cemetery to be closed. A witty inhabitant of the district managed to get near one of the tombstones the morning after the king's command was made known and wrote thereon. De par le roi, défense et de faire miracle en Silu. It is the parish of the Gobelins, and a beautiful piece of Gobelins tapestry hangs over the vestry door. Fragments of ancient glass, a picture by Watteau, others by Philippe de Champagny, beautiful woodwork, and the quaintness of its architecture make the old church intensely interesting. At No. 81 of this old-time street, we find vestiges of a 17th-century chapel. At number 52, ancient gravestones. The fountain at number 60 dates from 1671. The house number 9 is on the site of the Port Marcel of bygone days. Rue Broca, in the vicinity of St. Médard, dating from the 12th century, when it was Rue de l'Ursine, has many curious old houses. The houses of Rue du Pot de Fer are all ancient, as are most of those in Rue St. Médard. At number 1 of Place de la Conter Scarpe close by, a modern place, an inscription marks the site of the Cabaret de la Pomme de Pin, celebrated by the eulogies of Ronsard and Rabelais. Chapter 19. Rue Saint-Jacques. Passing amid the ancient colleges and churches, streets and houses we have been visiting, runs the old Rue Saint-Jacques. It begins at the banks of the Seine, stretches through the whole arrondissement, to become on leaving it a faubourg. The line it follows was in a long past age the Roman road from Lutetia to Orleans, the Via Supérieure, la Grande Rue of early Paris history. Along its course in Roman times, the aqueduct d'Arcueil brought water from Rungis to the Palace of the Thermes, CP 138. It is from end to end a long line of old-time buildings or vestiges of those swept away. The famous Couvent des Jacobins extended across the site of the Bibliothèque de l'École de Droit and adjacent structures. At number 172 stood the Porte Saint-Jacques in Philippe Auguste's Great Wall. We see a fine old door at number 5, a house with 2-storied cellars. At a house on the site of number 218, Jean de Meung wrote the Roman de la Rose. The famous poem was published lower down in the same street. The church Saint-Jacques-du-Haut-Pas stands on the high ground we reach at No. 252, a 17th-century structure on the site of a chapel built in the 14th century by the monks from Italy known as the Pontifici, makers of bridges constructed to give pilgrims the means of crossing a mau-pas or mauvais pas, i.e. a dangerous or difficult passage in rivers or roads. The beautiful woodwork within the church, that of the organ and pulpit, was brought here from the ancient demolished Church Saint Benoit, CP 140. We notice several good pictures. The fine stained glass once here was all smashed at the Revolution. The Hôpital Cochin memorizes in the name of its founder and 18th century vicar there. The churchyard was where Rue de l'Abbé de l'Épée now runs, known at one time as Ruelle du Cimetière Saint-Jacques. Number 254 bis, the National Deaf and Dumb Institution, is the ancient commandery of the Frères Hospitaliers de Saint-Jacques-du-Haut-Pas, the Pontifice given for the purpose in 1790, partly rebuilt in 1823. The statue of Abbé de l'Épée, inventor of the alphabet for the deaf and dumb, in the court is the work of a deaf and dumb sculptor. The trunk of the tree we see near it is said to be that of an elm planted there by Sully 300 years ago. At number 262, we see vestiges of a vacherie, once the farm Saint-Jacques. At number 261, we may turn into Rue des Feuillantines, where at number 10, we see vestiges of the convent that was at one time in part the abode of George Sand, then of Mme Hugo, mother of the poet, and her children. Later, Jules Sardou lived in the impasse, now merged in the Rue. At number 269, we find some walls of the monastery founded by English Benedictines in 1640, to which a few years later they added a chapel dedicated to Saint Edmund. The fabric is still the property of English bishops. It is used as a great music school, Mason de la Scola Cantorum. The door seen between two fine old pillars at number 284 led in olden days to the Carmelite convent, where Louise de la Vallière took definite refuge and acted as sacristan till her death. Rue du Val-de-Grâce runs where the convent stood. The military hospital Val-de-Grâce was founded as a convent early in the 17th century. Anne d'Autriche installed there the impoverished Benedictines of Val-Parfond, or Profond, evacuated from their quarters hard by owing to an inundation from the Beaver. In their gratitude, they changed their name. the nuns of Val Profond became Sisters of Val de Grace. In 1645, Louis Roman XIV, the child Anne d'Autriche, had so ardently prayed for laid the first stone of the chapel dome, built on the model of St. Peter's at Rome. The church is now used only for funerals and indispensable military services. The dependency of Val de Grace was built by Catherine de' Medici. The catacombs lie below it and the surrounding houses. Chapter 20. Le Jardin des Plantes. It was in the early years of the 17th century that the king's physician bought a piece of waste ground butte, formed of the refuse of centuries accumulated there for the culture of the multitudinous herbs and plants which made up the pharmacopoeia of the age. Thus was born the Jardin Royal des Herbes Médicinales, laid out in 1626. Chairs of botany, pharmacy, surgery were instituted and endowed, and in 1650 the garden was thrown open to the public. A century later, Buffon was named superintendent of the royal garden. He set himself to reorganize and enlarge. The amphitheater, the natural history galleries, the chemistry laboratories, the fine lime tree avenue are all due to him. Distinguished naturalists succeeded one another as directors of the garden, and after the death of Louis Roman XVI, a museum of natural history and a menagerie were set up with what was left of the king's collection at Versailles. Additions and improvements were made in succeeding years till, after the outbreak of war in 1870, the Jardin was bombarded by the Prussians, and during the siege its livestock largely drawn upon to feed the population of Paris. The garden and its buildings have been added to frequently. The labyrinth is on the site of the hillock bought by Guy de la Brosse, who first laid it out. A granite statue marks the spot where he and two notable travelers were buried. Surrounding streets record the names of great naturalists of different epochs. In Rue Geoffroy Saint-Hilaire, once Rue Jardin du Roi, number 5, now the police station, was built in 1760. At number 30, a wheel once worked turned by the water of the Beaver, now a malodorous drain stream hidden beneath the pavement. Number 36 was Buffon's home. Here he died in 1788. At number 37 lived Daubenton. At number 38 stood in olden days the Great Gate, the Porte-Royale of the Jardin du Roi, with to its left the hall, a narrow space at that time, where the great surgeon Dionys described to a marveling assembly of students his wonderful discoveries, 1672-73. That small cabinet was the nucleus of the great anthropological museum of succeeding centuries. In Rue Cuvier, in its early days Rue derrière les Murs de St. Victoire, describing accurately its situation, we see at number 20 a modern fountain, 1840, on the site of one put there in 1671, and traces of the Abbey St. Victor in the courtyard. The Pavilion de l'Administration of the garden is the ancient Hotel Jean Debray, 1650, inhabited subsequently by several men of note. At number 47, Cuvier died in 1832. In the 18th century, fiacres, a recently introduced manner of getting about, were to be hired at number 45. The 11th century Rue Linné shows many vestiges of the past. We see Gothic arches of the vanished abbey at No. 4. In Rue des Fosses Saint Bernard, stretching along the line of Philippe Auguste's wall between the site of two great gates, Port Saint Victor, a spot desecrated by the massacres of September, and Port Saint Bernard, we see Halox-Vins, where abbey buildings stood of yore. The Halox-Gures in Rue Senzier is on the site of the famous orphanage La Miséricorde, called vulgarly Les Saintes-Filles or Les Saintes Vierges. The apprentice from the Arts and Crafts Institution, who should choose one of these orphan maidens for his wife, obtained as her dowry the privilege of becoming at once a full member of the corporation. In Rue de la Clef we have at No. 56 the site of part of the notorious prison Stipélagie. Number 26 is still owned by the Savarais, whose ancestors kept the school where Jérôme Bonaparte and many of his compeers were educated. Rue du Fer à Moulin, dating from the 12th century, a stretch of blackened walls, has been known by many names. In the little Rue Scipien leading out of it, we see at number 13 the hotel built in the 16th century for the Tuscan, Scipien Sardini, who came to France in the suite of Catherine de' Medici, a rich and rather scandalous financier. Terracotta medallions ornament its walls. It serves now as the bakehouse of the Paris hospitals. In the square opposite, we see the curious piece of statuary, Des Boulangers, by Charpentier. Rue Monge, running from Boulevard Saint-Germain to Avenue des Gobelins, was cut through old streets of the district in 1859. A fountain Louis Roman 15 brought here from its original site, Rue Childebert, was set up in the square, and many other old-time relics. Statues from the ancient Hôtel de Ville, debris from the Palais de l'Industrie, burnt down in 1897, a copy of the statue of Voltaire by Houdin, etc. Rue de Raz, so named from a college once there, began as Rue des Murs, referring to the walls of Philippe Auguste. The concert hall we see was not long ago Pierre Loyson's church. L'École Communale, number 19 Rue des Boulangers, is on the site of part of the Convent des Filles Anglaises, which had existed there from 1644, razed in 1861. Rue Rollin began in the 16th century as Rue des Moulins à Vent. On the site of the house at number 2, Pascal died in 1662. Number 4, with its fine staircase, its grille and ancient well in the courtyard, was the home of Bernardin de Saint-Pierre. During the years he wrote his world-known Paul and Virginie. Rollin lived and died, 1741, at number 8. Descartes lived at number 14. When the street was longer and known as Rue Neuf-Saint-Étienne, Manon Philippon, Madame Roland of later days, was a pupil in the annex of the English Augustine Convent on a site crossed now by Rue Monge and Rue de Navarre. In Rue de Navarre, we come to Les Arènes, the disinterred remains of the Roman arena. They were discovered here just before the War of 1870, then quickly covered up to be in part restored to daylight in 1883. We see before us the gray stones, huge blocks, and graduated step-like seats where the population of the city Lutetians then passed their hours of recreation watching the conflicts of wild beasts. It is not, perhaps, the original arena built here by the Romans, for that was attacked twice, first by the northern invaders, then by the Christians. Many of its stones used to build the city walls. It was, however, soon restored, evidently. In the course of subsequent invasions, conquests, new settlements, constructions, and the lapse of years, the Roman theater sank beneath the surface to be unearthed in 19th century days. Modern garden paths and a grand but inharmonious entrance in Louis Roman 14 style now surround this supremely interesting vestige of a long-gone age. Children play where savage beasts once fought. Women knit and sew, old men rest, young men and maidens woo, where Roman soldiers and a primitive Gallic population once eagerly gathered to watch fierce combats. Rue Lacépède, here at number 1 stood, till recently, the Hôpital de la Pitié, founded by Marie de Medici in 1613, now replaced by a modern building in the Boulevard de l'Hôpital. Its primary destination was a shelter for beggars, a refuge in order to free Paris from the swarms who gained their living by soliciting alms in the streets. The beggars preferred their liberty. By an edict of some years later, however, beggars were taken there and closely shut up, safely guarded. They were called in consequence les Enfermés. The hospital grew in extent and importance and was called Notre Dame de la Pitié. The convent Stipélagie was organized in a part of its buildings, in 1660, to become at the Revolution the notorious prison. Number 7 is a handsome 18th century hotel. Rue Gracieuse has brought down to our time the graceful name of a family who lived there in the 13th century and some ancient houses. In Rue du Puits de l'Ermite lived the sculptors Coysevox, Cousteau, and the painter Bourdon. The hospice for aged poor in Rue de l'Épée de Bois was formerly an asile founded by Soeur Rosalie, known for her self-sacrificing work among the cholera-stricken in 1832 and during the Revolution of 1848. The very name Rue des Patriarches bids us look for vestiges of past ages. The patriarchs thus memorized were 2 14th-century ecclesiastics, one bishop of Paris and Alexandria, the other of Jerusalem, who dwelt in a fine old hotel, the big courtyard of which has become a marketplace, while the street named after them and a curious impasse stretch across the site of the raised mansion. The district was a center of Calvinism during the religious struggles. The bishop's old house, Hotel Chanak, sheltered numerous Protestants, and religious services were held there. Rue de l'Arbalete carries us back to the days when archers had their garden and training ground here. Later, an apothecary's garden was laid out where now we see the extensive modern buildings of the Institut Agronomique. A pharmaceutical school was built in this old street, and medicinal herbs were cultivated from the end of the 15th and early years of the 16th centuries. Remains of a Roman cemetery were found some years ago beneath the paving stones near number 16. In Rue d'Aubenton, we find the presbytery and ancient side entrance of St. Maynard, and in the old wall distinct traces of two great gates which led to the churchyard. Traces of past time are seen also in Rue de la Pitié, where at number 3 Robespierre's sister lived and in 1834 died. Rue Cardinal Lemon begins across the site of the college, founded by the cardinal in 1302, suppressed at the Revolution, used subsequently as A barracks, then razed. The wall of Philippe Auguste passed on the site of number 26. Beneath the house, a curious leaden coffin was found in 1908. At number 49, we see the handsome but dilapidated facade of the house of the painter Lebrun, where also Watteau lived for a time. Here the Dames Anglaises had their well-known convent from 1644 to 1859 when they moved to Neuilly. At the Revolution, the convent was confiscated, yet Mass was said daily in the chapel through the Terror, CPP. 1128. At number 65, we see the Collège des Écossais, founded in 1325 by David, Bishop of Moray, to which a second foundation due to the Bishop of Glasgow, 1639, was added, transferred here from Rue des Armandiers by Robert Barclay in 1662. Suppressed in 1792, it was used as a prison under the Terror, but restored to the Scots when Revolution days were over. The 17th-century chapel still stands, and the heart of James Roman II is in a casket there. The college staircase, left untouched, is remarkably fine. Close by, at the end of Rue Thuin, in what was formerly Place Forcy, the brothers Perrault, one the famous architect, the other yet more universally known the writer of fairy tales lived and died. Rue de l'Estrapade recalls the days when, on the place hard by, rebellious soldiers were punished by being hoisted to the top of a pole, their hands tied behind their back, then let fall to the ground. Old-time vestiges are seen all along the street. Rue Clotilde crosses what were once the grounds of the Abbey Ste Genevieve. Chapter 21. The Luxembourg. Arrondissement Roman 6, Luxembourg. The palace that gives its name to the arrondissement was founded by Marie de Medici and built on the model of the Pitti Palace at Florence by Salomon de Brosse between the years 1615-20. The site chosen was in the neighborhood of the vast monastery and extensive grounds of the Chartreux. The Duc de Luxembourg had an hotel there. It was sold to the Queen and razed, but vainly was the new edifice on the spot called by its builder Palais Médicis. The name of the razed mansion prevailed over that of the Queen. A garden was begun in 1613 on a space in the Abbey grounds where, in a previous age, a Roman camp had stretched. Marie left the palace to her second son, Gaston d'Orléans. It was the abode of various royal personages till the outbreak of the Revolution. Then it became a prison. Camille Desmoulins and many of his compeers were shut up there. The Chartreux fled and their monastery was leveled with the ground. The Terror over, the palace became successively Palais des Directeurs, Sénat Conservateur, Chamber des Pairs, and in 1852, Sénat Impérial. After Sedan, it became the Sénat de la République. The gardens were extended across the property of the Chartreux. They are beautiful gardens. The Renaissance fountain is the work of Jacques de Brosse. The statues we see on every side among the lawns and the flower beds, in the shady alleys, most of them the work of noted sculptors, show us famous men and women of every period of French history from Ste Bathilde and Ste Genevieve to our own day. The Petit Luxembourg is also due to Marie de Medici, built a few years after the completion of the larger palace. From the day of its inauguration by Richelieu, it knew many inhabitants of note. Barras, Buonaparte, and Josephine, etc., sojourned there. It was used at one time as a senate house, then as a prefecture. We see in an adjacent wall a marble meter, the standard measure put there under the Directoire. Finally, the mansion was chosen as the official residence of the President of the Senate. Rue Vaugirard, on which the chief entrance of both these palaces open, is the longest street in Paris and one of the oldest. It is, like many another long Paris street, made up of several thoroughfares once distinct. The first of these, Rue du Val-Jurad, led from the village named from its chief landowner, an abbé of Saint-Germain-des-Prés, Gérard de Meules. In close proximity to the palace is the Odeon, the second Théâtre Francais, once the Francais itself, built in 1782 on the site of the Hôtel de Condé, burnt down in 1799. Rebuilt by Chalgrin, reopened in 1808 as Théâtre de l'Impératrice, badly burnt a few years later. restored as the Theater Francais, then again restored in 1875. The place surrounding the theater and the streets opening out of it are rich in historic and literary associations. Number 1, Café Voltaire, was a meeting place of 18th-century men of letters of every class and type. At number 2 lived Camille Desmoulins and his Lucille. There he was arrested. In Rue Rotrou, number 4, now a well-known bookseller's shop, was once the famous Café Tabarly. André Chenier lived in Rue Corneille. Rue Tournon was opened in 1540, across the site of a horse market bearing the realistic name Précrete, on land belonging to the chapter of Saint-Germain-des-Prés, and named after its abbé, Cardinal de Tournon. At No. 2, Hotel Chatelain, 17th century, Balzac passed 3 years, 1827-30. Number 4 dates from the days of Louis Roman XIV as Hotel Jean de Palaiseau, later Hotel Montmorency. Lamartine lived here in 1848. At No. 5 lived and died the notorious divineress Emile Lenormand, Sibyl de l'Impératrice Joséphine. Another prophetess, Mimi Marot, lived here in the time of Napoleon Roman III. Number 7, Hotel du Sénat at Des Nations, sheltered Gambetta for a time, also Alphonse Daudet. At number 6, Hotel de Brancas, 1540, inhabited in its early years by the Duchesse de Montpensier, rebuilt under the Regency, we see a very fine staircase and frescoed boudoir. Pacha lived for some years at number 13. Number 8 dates from 1713, on the site of a more recent hotel. At number 10, Hotel Concini, Louis Roman XIII lived for a time to be near his mother, Marie de Medici, at the Luxembourg Saint François de Sales stayed here. It served as the Hotel des Ambassadeurs Extraordinaires, 1630-1748, was sequestered at the Revolution, then became a barracks as it is today. At number 19, the Scot Admiral Jones, famous for his help in the American War of Independence, died in 1791. His bones were taken to America in 1905. No. 33, the well-known Restaurant Foyot, was an old days Hotel de Tréville, where royalty sometimes dined incognito. At number 19, we come to an old curiosity shop surmounted by a barber's pole, and on the doorpost we read the words, with their delicate flavor of irony. Ici Monsieur Tussu Barbier, Rais le Sénat accommode la Sorbonne, Fries à l'Académie. When the recent war was on, the patriotic barber posted up in French, in Greek, in Latin, other words, the following. Bulgars de Melhor Turks, Austro-Hongrois, Boches, ni comptes sur Tussu pour tonder vos cabaches. He died a few months ago, leaving to his widow his shop full of valuable antiquities. Rue Garancière owes its euphonious name to a notable 16th-century firm of Dyerslaw Mason Garance was on the site of the present publishing house Plan. In the 17th century, the Garance Hotel was rebuilt as a mansion for the Breton bishop, René de Ria. After the Revolution, it was for 30 years the mairie of the district. The words, stationnement de Nuit pour Huet Tenose, on the wall at number 9 refer to a vanished market fountain. The dental school at number 5 was originally the home of Napamassine Lemercier. Passing through Rue Palatine, memorizing Charlotte de Bavière, widow of Henry de Bourbon, who lived at one time at the Luxembourg, we turn down Rue Servandoni, so named in recent times in honor of the architect of the façade of the church St. Sulpice, who died in a house opposite number 1, 1766. Among the bas-reliefs at number 14 is one of Servandoni unrolling a plan of St. Sulpice. We see on every side some interesting vestiges of the past. Rue Canavet and Rue Ferru show many old houses. Rue du Luxembourg is modern, built along what was once a shady alley of the garden. The café at number 1, Rue Fleuris, was erewhile the meeting place of great artists, Corot, Murger and others of their time. Rue Auguste Comte is another modern street along an old alley of the garden. Rue d'Assas, across the garden at one point, runs through the whole of this arrondissement over what were once the grounds of the 2 old convents, the Carmes and Church Midi. It shows a few ancient houses. No. 8 is 18th century. Number 19, L'Institut Catholique, is the ancient Carmelite convent. George Sand lived in a house once on the site of number 28, and Foucault, a celebrated physician who made, besides, the notable proof of the Earth's rotation by the movement of a pendulum, died here in 1868. Littré, the great lexicographer, died at number 44, Michelet at number 76. Turning again into Rue Vaugirard, we find at number 36, the house built for the household staff of the Princess Palatine, its kitchen communicating with the Petit Luxembourg by an underground passage. At number 19, remains of the Couvent des Dames Benedictines du Calvaire, founded 1619. And on the site of the Orangery, the Musée du Luxembourg, inaugurated in 1818, which grew out of the exhibition in 1750 of 100 pictures in possession of the king. Massenet lived and died at number 48. Number 50, Hôtel de Trémoille, called in revolutionary times Hôtel de la Fraternité, where Mme de Lafayette died in 1692. Nos. 52 and 54 are ancient, 56 was the Hôtel Kervessen, 1700. We reach at No. 70, the old convent of the Carmes Déchaussés. Chapter 22. Les Carmes. The tragic story of Les Carmes has been repeatedly told. The convent was founded in 1613 by Princess de Conti and La Maréchale d'Ancre for the Carmes Déchaussés, who hailed from Rome. The first stone of their chapel here, dedicated to Saint Joseph, was laid by Marie de Medici. Its dome was the first dome built in Paris. Italian masters painted frescoes on its walls. The order became very popular among Parisians who liked the eau de malice, which it was the nuns' business, in the secular line, to make and sell, and they were respected for their goodness to the poor. When the horrors of the Revolution were filling the city with blood, the Carmes were left unmolested, some even hidden away in secret corners of the convent with the connivance of revolutionary chiefs. Then priests who refused to take the oath of allegiance were shut up there, and today we see, in the old crypt, the bones of more than 100 of them, slain by a band led by a revolutionist known as Tape-Dure, Strike Hard. A prison during the Terror, Italian, Joséphine de Beauharnais, and more than 700 others were shut up there, led forth thence, many of them, to execution. These tragic scenes overpassed, the convent was let to a manager of public fêtes. Its big hall became a ballroom, Le Bal des Mariniers. That wonderful woman Camille de Soyecourt, Soeur Camille, who had previously reorganized the convent, bought it back in 1797. The garden shed where the bodies of the murdered priests had lain was made into a memorial chapel, raised in 1867. Then the priests' bones were carried to the crypt where we now see them. Every year in the first week of September, anniversary of the massacre, the convent, the crypt, and the ancient garden, little changed from Revolution days, are thrown open to the public, where besides the bones of the massacred priests, many interesting tombs and relics are reverently cared for. It was at the Institut Catholique in the old Carmelite buildings that the principle of wireless telegraphy was discovered in 1890. The ancient burial ground of St. Sulpice lies beneath the building's nose, 100-102 of the long Rue Vaugirard. Number 104, the Salle Montalembert, is the ancient convent of the Piers Marists. At number 85, we see an old-time boundary stone and bas-reliefs. Chapter 23. On ancient abbey ground. Numerous ancient streets and some modern ones on time-honored ground lead out of Rue Vaugirard. Rue Bonaparte, extending to the banks of the Seine, was formed in 1852 of 3 old streets. Most of its houses are ancient or show vestiges of past ages and have historic associations. At No. 45, Gambetta dwelt in 1866. Number 36 was the home of Auguste Comte. On the site of number 35 was the kitchen of the great Abbey Saint-Germain-des-Prés, which stretched across the course of many streets in this district. CP 201. Number 20, El Hôtel du Duc de Vendôme, son of Henry Roman IV and Gabrielle d'Estrées. Number 19, Hôtel de Rohan Rochefort, where the wife of the unfortunate Du d'Enghien, shot at Vincennes, used to receive her exiled husband in secret when he came in disguise to Paris. Number 17 is noted as the office till recent years of the Revue des Deux Mondes, first issued there in 1829 as a magazine of travel. Number 14, École Nationale des Beaux-Arts, on the site of the Convent des Petits Augustins, founded by Margaret de Valois in 1605, of which some walls remain and to which in the 19th century were added the Hôtels de Conti and de Bouillon, the latter known as Hôtel de Chimay. The nucleus of the works of art here seen was a collection of sculptures and other precious relics saved from buildings shattered or suppressed in the days of the Revolution, reverently laid in what was called at first a dépôt des ruines des monuments. The word ruins was soon omitted, and the dépôt became the Musée des Monuments Franquais, under the able direction of Lenoir. But ruins are still to be seen there. Splendid and historic ruins the façade of the Château d'Annet, built for Diane de Poitiers, and remains of many another superb hotel of bygone ages. A beautiful chapel, paintings by Delaroche and Ingres, statuary, moldings of Grecian and Roman sculpture are among the treasures of the Beaux-Arts. Nos. 1 and 3, forming El Hotel de Chevenden, was inhabited at one time by Vicomte de Beauharnais, the Empress Josephine's first husband. Rue des Beaux-Arts, opened a century ago, has ever been the habitation of distinguished artists and men of letters. Rue Visconti, cut across the Petit Preux clerks, the students' fields, in the 16th century, bore till the middle of the 19th century the more characteristic name Rue des Marais Saint-Germain. The Visconti it memorializes was the architect of Napoleon's tomb and of restoration work at the Louvre. In its early years it was a resort of Huguenots, and known therefore as the Petite Genève. It is very narrow and nearly every house is ancient. Racine died either at number 13 or at 21. Number 17 was the printing house founded by de Balzac, to whom it brought ruin. No. 21, Hotel de Rans. Rue Jacob, lengthened in the 19th century by the Rue Colombier, ancient Cheminaux clerks, owes its name to a chapel built by Margaret de Valois, La Réunie Margaret dedicated to the Hebrew patriarch in fulfillment of a vow when the queen was kept in durance in Auvergne. The street has always been the habitation of notable men of letters, artists, etc. Sterne lived at number 46. Number 47, Hôpital de la Charité, another of Marie de Médici's foundations, was built for the Frères de Saint-Jean-de-Dieu. The firm of chemists at number 48 Roelle dates from 1750, formerly on the opposite side of the street. At number 19, we see in the courtyard vestiges of the old Abbey infirmary. The Abbey gardens stretched across the site of several houses here. Number 26, Hotel Lefebvre d'Ormesson, 1710. At number 22, there is an 18th century structure in the court called Temple de l'Amitié. At number 20, dwelt the great 18th century actress Adrienne Lecouvreur. In Rue Furstenberg, we find vestiges of the Abbey stables and coach house. Rue de l'Abbé, opened in the last year of the 18th century, stretches across a line once in the heart of the famous Abbey grounds. The first church on the site of the fine old edifice we see there now was built under the direction of Germain, Bishop of Paris, in the time of Childebert, about the middle of the 6th century, dedicated to St. Vincent and known as St. Vincent et Sticroix on account of its crucifix form. Bishop Germain added a monastery. In the 9th century came the devastating Normans. The church and convent were destroyed to be rebuilt on so grand and extensive a scale 2 centuries later, strongly fortified, surrounded by a moat, watchtowers, etc. masterpiece of 13th century architecture. In the 18th century, the Abbey prison was taken over by the state. The Garde Francaise lodged there. In September 1792, Mme. Roland, Charlotte Corday, and many another notable prisoner of those terrible days were shut up within its walls. The fine library and beautiful refectory were burnt, and there, that fatal September, saw some 300 victims of revolutionary fury put to death, the greater number slain on the spot where Rue Buonaparte touches the place in front of the church. The prison stood till 1857. The church is full within as without of intensely interesting architectural and historic features. Its tower is the most ancient church tower of the city. In the little garden square, we see the ruins of the Lady Chapel, built by Pierre de Montereau, architect of the Stichapelle. The Gothic roof, the round-arched nave, the splendid chapel of the Sacré-Cœur, once the church choir with its pillars colored deep red, the wonderful capitals of the chancel, the old glass in the chapel Ste Genevieve, the tombs and the statues, and Flandrin's glorious frescoes, all appeal to the lover of the beautiful and the historic. Of the houses in the vicinity of the church, many are ancient, others are on the site of abbey buildings swept away. No, 3 Rue de l'Abbé, the Abbey Palace, dates from 1586, built with a subterranean passage by Cardinal Charles de Bourbon. The last abbot who dwelt there was Casimir, King of Poland, whose tomb is in the church. In modern times it has served as a studio and is now a dispensary. At No. 13 we see the last traces of the monastery with its 13th century cloister. At number 15, Rue Saint-Benoît are the remains of an old tower. At No. 11 vestiges of an ancient wall, At number 2, an old house once the abode of Mark Ori, a famous printer of the days of Henry Roman IV. Through pipes down this old street water once flowed from the Seine to the Abbey, and it went by the name Rue de l'Égout. The painter of the last portrait of Marie Antoinette lived for some time at number 17. Rue du Four, i.e. Oven Street, the site in olden days of the Abbey Bakehouse, and one of the most important streets of the Abbey precincts, bearing in its early days the royal name Chaussée du Roi, has been almost entirely rebuilt in modern times. Here and there we find traces of another age. Robespierre lived here. Rue du Vieux Colombier, recalling by its name the Abbey Dovecot, has known among its inhabitants Boileau, Lesage, the husband of Mme Récamier. Few ancient houses are left there now. We see bas-reliefs at No. 1. Rue de Mézières is so called from the Hotel Mézières given in 1610 to the Jesuits as their novitiate. Number 9 is ancient. Rue Madame, which it crosses, existed under different names from the 16th century, part of it as Rue du Ginder, a reference to the Abbey Bakehouse once near, for a ginder is the baker's chief man. The name of Madame was given in 1790 to the part newly opened across the Luxembourg Gardens by the new occupant of the palace, the Comte de Provence, brother of Louis Roman XVI, in honor of his wife. That did not hinder the Count from building in the same street a fine mansion for his mistress, Comtesse de Balby, raised some years ago. Flandrin lived at number 54. Renan at number 55. Rue Cassette shows us a series of pastime houses, many of them associated with the memory of notable persons of the 18th and 19th centuries. Alfred de Musset lived there. Number 12 was in the hands of the Carmelites till the Revolution. Number 21 belonged to the Jesuits till their expulsion in 1672. In the garden of number 24, the vicar of St. Sulpice lay hidden after escaping from the Carmes at the time of the massacre. Rue Honoré Chevalier, in the days of Henry Roman IV Rue du Chevalier Honoré, shows in its name another link with the Abbey Bakehouse, for it was that of the master baker who cut the street across his own property. The church St. Sulpice, with its very characteristic facade, the work of Servandoni, was begun in the middle of the 17th century on the site of a 13th century church dedicated to Saint Pierre, but was not finished till nearly a century later. Servandoni's towers were disapproved of. One was demolished and rebuilt by Chalgrin. The other remains as Servandoni designed it. Entering the church, we see its walls covered with frescoes and paintings. They are all by celebrated artists. Those in the Lady Chapel by Van Loo, the rest by Delacroix and other masters of modern times. The high altar is unusually large. The shells for holy water were a gift from the Republic of Venice to François I. The pulpit with its carved figures was given by Richelieu. In the Chapelle des Étudiants is an organ that belonged to Marie Antoinette for the use of her young son, and has been played by Gluck and Mozart. A sacrilegious fete was held in the church in Revolution days and a great banquet given in honor of Napoleon. The grand organ is very fine, its woodwork designed by Chalgrin. The services are noted for the beauty of their music. The place dates from 1800, built on the site of the ancient seminary, des Sulpicians, raised by Napoleon. The present seminaire, no longer a seminary forfeited to the state in 1906, was built in 1825. The immense fountain was put up there nearly half a century later, an old smaller one taken away. Almost parallel with Rue Bonaparte, the old Rue de Seine stretches from the banks of the river to Rue St. Sulpice. It dates in its most ancient part from 1250 as the Pré-Auxclercs Road. Number 1 is a dependency of the Institute. Number 6 is on the site of a palais built by La Réunie Margit on leaving El Hotel de Sens, some traces of which are seen among the buildings on the spot, and part of the Queen's Gardens. Number 10 was formerly the art school of Rosa Bonheur. At number 12 are vestiges of El Hotel de la Roche-Guyon and Turenne, 1620. Nos. 41, 42, 57, 56, 101 show interesting 17th century features. Rue Mazarine is another parallel street of ancient houses. Number 12 is notable as the site of the Jeu de Paume, a tennis court, where in 1643 Molière set up his Illustre Théâtre. Number 30, Hotel des Pomps, where died in 1723 the founder of the Paris Fire Brigade, a remarkable man an actor in Molière's troupe, the father of 32 children. On the site of No. 42 stood once another tennis court, which became the Théâtre Gaïné-God, where the first attempts at opera were made. Rue de Nesle, till the middle of last century, Rue d'Anjou Dauphine stretches across the site of part of the famous Hôtel de Nesle. A subterranean passage formerly ran beneath it. The interesting house No. 8 is one of the many said to be a palace of La Réunie Blanche, the mother of Saint Louis. There were, however, as a matter of fact, many Réunies Blanches in France in olden times, for royal French widows wore white, not black for mourning. Rue de Nevers, 13th century, was in past days closed at both ends and called therefore Rue des Deux-Ports. In Rue Gaïné-God we find at No. 29 a tower of Philippe Auguste's wall. All its houses are ancient. At number 1, we see the remains of a famous Théâtre des Marionnettes. Rue de l'Ancien Comédie, in a line with Rue Mazarine, erewhile Rue des Fossés Saint-Germain, is full of historic memories. The Café Procope at No. 13, now a restaurant, was the first café opened in Paris, 1689. Noted men of every succeeding century drank, talked, made merry, or aired their grievances within its walls. Modern paintings there record the features of some of them. Number 14 was the theater from which the street takes its name, succeeded by the Odeon, CP 184. Rue Grégoire de Tours shows us several curious old houses. At number 32, we see finely chiseled statues on the facade. Rue de Bussy, originally Rue de Bussy from the Buis boxbush once growing there, the ecclesiastical Via Sancti Germani de Pratis, later Rue du Pylori, passed in ancient days through Philippe Auguste's wall by a great gate with 2 towers opened for the purpose, for it was an all-important thoroughfare. The Carrefour whence it started was the busiest spot of the whole district. Persons of ill repute or evil conduct were chained there, those condemned to death were hung there. Sedan chairs for the peaceable were hired there. Thither revolutionist volunteers flocked to be enrolled in 1792, and there the first of the September massacres was perpetrated. Most of the ancient buildings along its course have been replaced by modern structures. The street has been in part widened. The site of some old structures lately raised has not yet been built on. Rue Dauphine, named in honor of the son of Henry Roman IV, later Louis Roman XIII, dates from 1607. Most of the houses date from that century or the century following. Rue Mazet, opening out of it at number 49, was famed in past days for the old inn and coaching station, Le Cheval Blanc. It existed from 1612 to 1906. Near it was the Restaurant Magny, where literary lions of the early years of the 19th century Sand, Flaubert, the Goncourts, etc. met and dined. Some old houses still stand there. Rue Saint-André des Arts, where in ancient days dwelt the makers and vendors of arcs, i.e. bows, and along which the pious passed to pray at Saint-André on abbey territory for those who had suffered death by burning, Les Arcis was in long-gone times a vine-bordered path reaching to the city wall. It was known at one time as Rue Saint-Germain and was a great shoemaking street. It is rich in vestiges of the past. Almost every house has interesting features. The modern Lycée Fénelon at No. 45, the first girls' lycée in Paris, stands on the site of the ancient Hotel of the Ducs d'Orléans. Number 52, Hotel du Tillet de la Bessière. Nos. 4749, on the site of the ancient mansion of the kings of Navarre and of the Vieuville, of which some traces are still seen. At number 11, a house on the site of the place where stood the old church, Gounod was born in 1818. Opening out of it is the Passage du Commerce Saint-André, cut in 1776 across the site of Philippe Auguste's Great Wall, of which, at number 4, we find the base of a tower, and in the Cour de Rohan, more correctly perhaps Rouen, a very perfect fragment of the city rampart. The archbishops of Rouen had an hotel here, and the vestiges we see before us are those of a mansion built on its site by King Henry Roman II for Diane de Poitiers. Rue des Grands Augustins, in part on the site of an ancient Augustine convent, was in the 13th century Rue l'Abbé de Saint-Denis. Many of its houses show interesting traces of the past. The reputed restaurant Lapérouse at number 1 is a Louis Roman XV hotel. At number 5 and number 7 remains of the ancient Hôtel de Hercule, noted for its mythological paintings and tapestries, once the Paris abode of the Princess of Sèvres-Carignan. At No. 3 Rue Pont de Lodi, opening at number 6, we see traces of the convent refectory. Littré was born at number 21, 1808. In 1840, one Hein lived at No. 25. Sardou in his youth at number 26. Augustin Thierry lived for 10 years in a house near the quay. Almost every house in Rue Christine, named after the second daughter of Henry Roman IV, dates from the 17th century. Chapter 24. In the vicinity of Place Saint-Michel. An ancient place and part of the old Rue de l'Hirondelle, and an ancient chapel stretched in bygone days where now we see the broad new Place Saint-Michel. The colossal fountain we see there was put up in 1860, replacing a 17th-century fountain on the ancient place, which lay a little more to the south. Of the boulevard the famous Boule Mich we will speak later, see p. 306. Turning into Rue de l'Hirondelle, in the 12th century Rue l'Hirondelle-en-Lac, then Rue Hirondelle, we see remains of the ancient Collège Danton, founded in 1371, and an 18th-century house on the site of the mansion of the Bishop of Chartres previously there. Rue Gitlecoeur, probably indicated in 14th-century days the dwelling place of the king's cook. Jill his name, Coeur, a misspelling for Q, cook. At number 5 we see remains of Hotel Ségur. Rue Ségur was a thoroughfare, a country road in Childebert's time. In the 14th century, it became a street with the name Pavé Saint-André des Arts. Every house has some interesting feature. The famous Hostellerie Saint-François, till the 18th century on the site of number 3, was the starting point of the coaches for Normandy and Brittany. At number 6, we see traces of the Hôtel de Nemours. The Frères Cordonniers de Saint-Crépin, founded in 1645, shoemakers' confraternity, had its quarters where we see the nose. 9, 11, 13. J. de Stiebuve, the Jansenist, was born and in 1677 died at number 17. At number 18, we see all that is left of a 14th-century Hôtel de Nevers on the site of an older hotel. The burial ground of the church Saint-André stretched along part of Rue Suger. The presbytery was on the site of number 13. Every house in this narrow old street tells of past days. At number 3, we find traces of the chapel of the Collège de Boissy, founded in 1360 by a canon of Chartres for 7 poor students. Another old-time college stood in Rue de l'Éperon until 1907, an ancient house, a dependency of the church Saint-André des Arts. Rue Serpent, a winding road in its earliest days, a street about the year 1200, was the site of the celebrated Hôtel Serpent, and of the firm of printers where Tallien was an employee. The very modern Rue Danton, with its emphatically up-to-date structure in reinforced concrete, has swept away a host of ancient houses. The Hôtel des Sociétés Savantes is on the site of the Hôtel de Thou, El Hôtel des Etats de Blois in the time of Louis Roman XV. Rue Mignon, 12th century, recalls yet another college founded in 1343 by a dignitary of Chartres of this name, ancient houses at Nose, 1 and 5. The most interesting of these old streets is Rue Hautefeuille with its 2 turrets, one at number 5, the ancient hotel of the abbots of Fécamp, 14th century, the other octagonal, at number 21, on the corner of what was once part of the Collège d'Amville of the same date. There in Roman times stood the Castle Altum Folium Hautefeuille, of which remains were found in the 14th century. This old street was no doubt a road leading to the citadel. Chapter 25. El Odeon. An interesting corner of Old Paris lies on the northeast side of the Odeon. Rue Racine, opening on the place before the theatre, runs through the ancient territory of the Cordeliers. Vestiges of a Roman cemetery were found in recent years beneath the soil at number 28, and at no. 11 were unearthed traces of the city wall of Philippe Auguste. George Sand lived for a time at number 3 Rue de l'École de Médecine, was once in part Rue des Cordeliers, in part Rue des Boucheries Saint-Germain, a name telling its own tale. No less than 22 butchers' shops flourished here. At the outbreak of the Revolution, a butcher was president of the famous Club des Cordeliers, established in the ancient convent chapel, 1791-94. The refectory, the church-like structure we see at number 15, now an anatomy museum, built by Anne of Bretagne in the 15th century, is all that remains of the convent buildings dating in part from the early years of the 12th century, which covered a great part of this district from the days of Louis Roman IX. Many of these buildings were put to secular uses before the outbreak of the Revolution. The cloister stood till 1877, made into a prison, then was raised to make room for the École de Médecine built in part with the ancient cloister stones. The chapel stood on what is now Place de l'École de Médecine. The amphitheater of the School of Surgery at No. 5, an association founded by St. Louis, dates from the end of the 17th century on the site of an older structure. Above the cellars at number 4 stood in olden days the College of Damville. The Faculté de Médecine at number 12 is on the site of the Collège Royal de Bourgogne, founded in 1331. The first stone of the present building was laid by Louis Roman XVI. The edifice was enlarged in later days, restored in 1900. The bas-relief on its frontal, sculptured as a figure of Louis Roman XV, was by order of the Commune transformed in 1793 into the woman draped we see there now. Skulls of famous persons, some noted criminals, may be seen at the museum. Marat lived and died in Rue des Cordeliers. Their Charlotte Corday was seized by the enraged mob. Traces of the ancient convent may be seen in the short Rue Antin Dubois. Rue Dupuytren lies across what was the convent graveyard. Nos. 7-9 were dependencies of the old convent. Number 7 was later a free school of drawing directed by Rosa Bonheur. Rue Monsieur le Prince, so named in 1806 because of the vicinity of the Hôtel du Prince de Condé, was in olden days Chemin des Faces. We see there many characteristic houses. Auguste Comte died at No. 10 in 1857. Chapter 26. Round about the Carrefour de la Croix-Rouge. Passing to the western half of the arrondissement, we turn into the modern Rue de Rennes, running south from Place Saint-Germain-des-Prés along the lines of raised convent buildings or their vanished gardens. The short Rue Gozlin opening out of it dates from the 13th century, its present name recording that of a bishop of Paris who defended the city against invading Normans in the 9th century. Two only of the houses we see there now are ancient, Nos. 1 and 5. At No. 50 we see the 17th century entrance of the old Cour du Dragon, with its balcony and huge piece of sculpture dating from 1735. The quaint houses of the alley, with its gutter in the middle, were in past days the habitation of ironmongers. It leads down into the old Rue du Dragon, which began as Rue du Sépulchre, being then the property of the monks of St. Sepulchre. A fine hotel stood once at either end. At No. 76 we see the remains of a mansion, taken later for a convent, where Bossuet sojourned. Nos. 147-127 are on the site of a Roman cemetery. Rue Church Midi, once Chasse Midi, takes its name from an ancient signboard illustrating the old French proverb, Chercher midi à quatorze heures, i.e. to look for something wide of the mark. Many old-time houses still stand along its course. It starts from the Carrefour de la Croix-Rouge, where, before a cross in the center of the Carrefour, criminals and political offenders were put to death. The name is probably due to a signboard rather than to the alleged color of this cross. In this quiet spot, as historians have remarked, a flaring red cross would hardly have been in keeping with the temper of its patrician inhabitants. The revolutionists called it Carrefour du Bonnet Rouge. At number 12, we see a fine grill. One of the most interesting historically inhabited hotels of the city stood till 1907 on the site of number 37, in olden times the dependency of a convent, latterly Hôtel des Conseils de Guerre, raised to make way for the brand-new Boulevard Raspil. The military prison opposite is on the site of a convent organized in the house of an exiled Calvinist, raised in 1851. Nos. 85, 87, 89, 18th century, belong to a branch of the Montmorency new successive inhabitants of historic fame and illustrious name. A fine fountain is seen in the Cour des Vieilles Tuileries at number 86. Several old shorter streets lead out of this long one. In Rue Saint-Tramain, named after an old-time prior of Saint-Germain-des-Prés, we see the fine old Hôtel de M. de Choiseul, now the headquarters of the National Savings Bank. Rue Saint-Placide, 17th century, recording the name of a celebrated Benedictine monk, shows some ancient vestiges. Huysmans died at number 31 in 1907. In Rue Dupin, once Petite Rue du Bac, we see ancient houses at Nos. 1912, in the latter a carved wood Louis Roman XIII staircase. Rue du Regard, another Chemin Herbu of past days, records by its present name the existence of an old fountain once here, now placed near the Fountain Médicis of the Luxembourg Gardens. The publishing house Didot at number 3 is on the site of a handsome ancient mansion, once the home of the children of Mme de Montespan, sacrificed to the Boulevard Raspil in 1907. Nos. 57 date from the first years of the 18th century. The doors of the Mont de Pitié are all that is left of Hôtel de la Guiche once on the site. Rue de Sèvres, forming in the greater part of its course the boundary between arrondissements Roman 6 and Roman 7, running on into arrondissement Roman 15, was known familiarly in old days as Rue de la Maladrerie on account of its numerous hospitals. They are numerous still. At number 11 and number 13, we find remains of the Couvent des Prémontrés Réformés founded by Anne d'Autriche, 1661. Rue Récamier was recently opened on the site of the famous Abjaux Boys, where for 30 years Mme de Récamier lived the simple life, courted none the less by a crowd of ardent admirers the tout Paris of that day. The Abbey, as a convent, counted notable women among its abbesses. At the Revolution, it was suppressed and let out in flats till its regrettable demolition in 1908. The Square Patin close by, now known as Square du Bon Marché, is on the site of a leper house which dated from the reign of Philippe Auguste. A convent and adjoining buildings of ancient date were destroyed to allow Boulevard Raspail to pursue its course. An old house still stands at No. 26, vestiges at number 31. At No. 42, we see the Hospice des Incurables, founded in 1634 by Cardinal de la Rochefoucauld and known since 1878 as El Hospice Laennec. Here in 1819 died the woman Simon, the jailer of the little Dauphin Louis Roman 17, after a sojourn of 25 years. The minister Turgot and other persons of note lie buried in the chapel. The Egyptian fountain dates from 1806. At number 84, we see very recently erected houses let out in flats on the site of the Couvent des Oiseaux, dating from the early years of the 18th century, the prison du Bonnet Rouge during the Revolution, a convent school and pension in 1818 till its suppression in 1906. The oiseaux, birds, were perhaps those of an aviary, or maybe those painted by Pigalle on the walls of one of the rooms. The Lazarist convent at number 95 was previously a private mansion dating from the time of Louis Roman 15. The chapel dates from 1827 and sheltered for some years the remains of St. Vincent de Paul. In the 18th century, on the site of number 125, wild beast fights took place. The last numbers of the street are in arrondissement Roman 15. There we see the ancient Benedictine convent, suppressed in 1779, become El Hospital Necker. The hospital at number 149 began life in 1676 as a community of gentilshommes. 70 years later, it was the Maison Royale de l'Enfant Jesus, under the patronage of Marie Leczinska, enlarged by the gift of an adjoining mansion. Closed at the Revolution, it served for a time as a coal store, then became a national orphanage, and in 1802 the Enfants Malades. Its ancient chapel was replaced by the chapel we see under Napoleon Roman III. Chapter 27. Hôtel des Invalides. Arrondissement Roman 7, Palais Bourbon. It was Henry Roman IV, Le Bon Roi, who first planned the erection of a special hotel to shelter aged and wounded soldiers. Meanwhile, they were lodged in barracks in different parts of the city. The fine hotel we know was built by Louis Roman XIV, opened in 1674, restored in after years by Napoleon I, and again by Napoleon Roman III. The greatest military names of France figure in the list of its governors. On July 14, 1789, the Paris mob rushed to the Invalides for arms wherewith to storm the Bastille. On the 30th of March, 1814, nearly 1,500 flags and trophies were destroyed in a great bonfire made in the court to prevent them from falling into the hands of the enemy allies. But the chapel is still hung with flags and trophies taken in wars long overpast, and 3 museums, Le Musée Historique, Le Musée d'Artillerie, Le Musée des Plans en Relief, have been important features at Les Invalides since 1905. The ancient refectory has become La Salle des Armures, decorated with frescoes illustrative of the great battles of bygone days from the time of Louis Roman XIV onward. The big cannons La Batterie Triomphale we see behind the moats are those captured in the Napoleonic Wars. Now, in these poignant days of unparalleled warfare, immense cannons of the most up-to-date construction, monstrous airships, broken zeppelins, are gathered in the great courtyards. In the Chapel St. Louis, we see the tombs of distinguished soldiers and memorials in honor of the heroes of old-time war days. The Dome Church, separated from it by the immense stained glass window, was built as a special chapel for the king and court, its dome decorated with paintings by the greatest artists of the time. The sumptuous tomb of Napoleon I, the work of Visconti, was placed there in the second half of the 19th century. The gravestone from St. Helena and other souvenirs were put in the Chapel St. Nicholas in 1910. Of late years, no new pensioners were received. Veterans of war days past were for long the sole inhabitants of the soldiers, quarters the only invalids. Now the institution is once more to be peopled with a crowd of disabled heroes, victims of the terrible war. Avenue de Tourville, planned when the Hôtel des Invalides was built, was not opened till the century following. Of the 4 avenues opening out of it, Avenue de Ségur, Avenue de Villers, Avenue de Breteuil, opened in 1780, record the names of distinguished generals of Napoleon's time, but show us no historic structures. In Avenue de Lowenthal, we see the façade of l'École Militaire, a vast building reaching to Avenue de la Motte-Piquet. It dates from 1752, the work of Gabriel, and was originally destined for the military education of 500 young gentlemen. Under the convention, it was turned into a flower store. Restored as a school, the Enfants de Mars, military students of all ranks were admitted there. Young Buonaparte, come from Corsica to study in Paris, spent a year here and was confirmed in its chapel, now used for storing clothes. When that young student had made himself emperor, the imperial guard took up their quarters here to be followed after 1824 by the royal guard. Under Napoleon Roman III, the building was considerably changed. At number 13, Boulevard des Invalides, we catch a glimpse of the former Couvent du Sacré-Cœur, the old Hotel Bayern. Its chief entrance is Rue de Varennes, CP 194. Number 41 was El Hotel de Condé. Number 50, El Hotel de Richepants. Number 52, El Hotel de Macerano. Number 56 is the Institution Nationale des Jeunes Aveugles, a modern structure, its foundation dating from 1791, one of the last foundations of Louis Roman XVI. The statue we see is that of Valentin Hoy, its original organizer. Boulevard de la Tour Maubourg is lined by fine hotels, all modern, only the names of their owners recalling days past. Avenue de la Motte-Piquet is equally devoid of historic interest, save as regards l'École Militaire, CP 191. But turning aside from these fine latter-day avenues, we find in the vicinity of the Invalides several of the oldest historic streets of the Rive Gauche. Rue de Babylone existed under other names from the early years of the 15th century. Its present designation is in memory of Bernard de Stétheries, Bishop of Babylon, who owned property there whereon, at No. 22, was built in 1663 the Séminaire des Missions Étrangères. At No. 20, we see the statue of Notre Dame de la Paix with the inscription, L'original de cette image est, un chef d'œuvre parfait que la tout puissant qui elle a fait est renfermé dans son ouvrage. At number 21, Live Sisters of St. Vincent de Paul, so active always in Christian work and service. Number 32 is the ancient Petit Hotel Matignon. Number 33 is the property of the Sisters of number 21. At number 49, we see the ancient barracks of Les Gardes Françaises, so gallantly defended by the Suisses in July 1830. In the short Rue Monsieur, the Monsieur of the day was the brother of Louis Roman XVI. We find at number 12 the hotel built for Mademoiselle de Bourbon-Condé, aunt of the Duc d'Enghien, Abbess de Remiremont, who lies buried beneath the pavement of the Benedictine convent at number 20, No. 5 shows us remains of the Hotel of Duc de Saint-Simon, the famous diarist historian. Passing up Rue Barbet de Jouy, cut in 1838 across the site of an ancient mansion, we come to Rue de Varennes, a long line of splendid dwellings dating from a past age. Chapter 28. Old-time mansions of the Rive Gauche. Arrondissement Roman 7, Palais Bourbon. The word Varennes is a corruption of Guerens. In English, the Rue de Varennes would be Warren Street, a name leading us back in thought to the remote age when the district was wild, uncultivated land full of rabbit warrens. Another street joined to Rue de Varennes in 1850, and losing thus its own name, made it the long street we enter. Number 77 is the handsome mansion and park built early in the 18th century by Gabriel for a parvenu wigmaker. Later it was El Hotel de Maine, then Hotel Bayern, to become in 1807 the well-known convent of the Sacré-Cœur. From its convent days dates the chapel now, the Musée Rodin. Other dependencies of the same date, built to house the nuns, were raised after their evacuation in 1904, when educational congregations were suppressed. The state, in possession of the domain, let it out for a time in logements, used it for a brief period as a national school, then let the whole property to the great sculptor, Rodin, who always had his eye on fine old buildings threatened with degradation or destruction. "I could weep," he once said to me, "when I see fine historic walls ruthlessly razed to the ground." The disaffected chapel became his studio, and he set about maturing the plan, faithfully carried out after his death, of organizing there a national museum. He offered the whole of his own works and all the precious works of art he had collected to the state for this purpose. A clause in the treaty stipulates that in the possible but unlikely event of the restitution of the chapel building, after a lapse of years, to religious authorities, it be replaced as a museum by a new structure in the grounds. Number 73 is Hotel de Broglie, 1775. Number 69, Hotel de Clermont, 1714. Number 80 is the Ministère du Commerce. Number 78, the Ministère de l'Agriculture, built in 1712 as the habitation of an actress. Number 65 began as El Hotel de la Marquise de la Suze, 1787, to become El Hotel Rochefoucauld d'Audoville, No. 72 El Hotel de Duffer, 1700. Number 64 was an 18th century inn. No. 57, El Hotel de Matignon, made over by the Duchesse de Galliera after her husband's death to the Emperor of Austria, became the Austrian Embassy till 1914. Numerous have been the persons of historic name and note who stayed or lived at this grand old mansion. It was owned at one time by Talleyrand, whose home was next door at number 55, by the Comte de Paris, who on the marriage of his daughter Amélie and Don Carlo of Portugal in 1886 gave their affair so magnificent that it led to the banishment of the Orleans and other princely families of France on the ground of royalist propaganda. Nos. 60-60 are ancient. Number 58, El Hotel Doré, 1750. El Hotel Rochefoucauld in 1775. Number 56, El Hotel de Gouffier, 1760. Number 55, El Hotel d'Angens. Nos. 5252 bis El Hotel de Guébriant. Number 47, El Hotel de Jaucourt, 1788, later de Rochefoucauld d'Undoville. Number 48, the Hotel de Charles Skelton. Monseigneur de Sager was born here in 1820. Number 45 is El Hotel de Cassay-Brissac, 1765. Number 46, the Petit Hotel de Narbonne-Pellet. Nos. 43-41 El Hotel d'Avrincourt. At number 23 are vestiges of El Hotel Saint-Gelais, 1713. Number 21 is El Hotel de Narbonne-Pellet. Number 22, El Hotel de Bayern, 1775. Number 19, El Hotel de Chanterac. In its passage here, as elsewhere, Boulevard Raspail has swept away venerable buildings. The esplanade on the northern side of the Hotel des Invalides, once Plain des Brais Saint-Germain, stretches between three long and old-world streets: Rue de Grenelle, Rue Saint-Dominique, Rue de l'Université, crossing the 7th arrondissement in almost its entire extent. Rue de Grenelle, in the 15th century Chemin de Garnelle, then Chemin des Vaches, a country road, has near its higher end where we start two ancient streets leading out of it. Rue de la Comète, 1775, named to record the passage of the famous comet of 1763, where at number 19 we see a curious old courtyard, and Rue de Fabert with an ancient one-storied house at its corner. Number 127 Hotel de Charnac, Abbaye de Pompadour, was the Palace MGR. Richard was forced to give up in 1906, now Minister du Travail. Nos. 141-38, a fine mansion built in 1724, inhabited till the 18th century by noblemen of mark, is now Hotel de l'État Major de l'Armée and Service Géographique de l'Armée. At No. 115, formerly El Hotel du Marquis de Saumery, the actress Adrienne Lecouvreur died and was secretly buried. The short Rue de Martignac, opening at number 130, showing no noteworthy feature, was built in 1828 on the ancient grounds of the Carmelites and the Dames de Bellechasse. No. 105 belonged to Barrier, the famous lawyer, 1766, then to Lamignan de Bosville. Number 122, El Hotel d'Artagnan, to Maréchal de Montesquieu. At No. 101 El Hotel d'Argenson, 1700, where Casimir Perier died of cholera in 1832, now Minister de Commerce de l'Industrie. Number 118 El Hotel de Villers, etc. has very beautiful woodwork. Number 116, the Mary since 1865, an ancient hotel transformed and enlarged in modern times. No. 110 El Hotel Rochechouart, built on land taken from the nuns of Bellechasse, inhabited at one time by Marshal Lames, Duc de Montebello, is the Minister de l'Instruction Publique. At number 97, Saint Simon wrote his diaries and in 1755 died here. Number 106, in 1755 Temple du Panthémont, the abode of a community of nuns from the Benedictine Abbey near Beauvais, was sold in lots after the Revolution. Its chapel was taken for a Protestant church. Number 87, known in a past age as Hotel de Grimberg, has a fine staircase. Number 104 formed part of the Panthémont convent. Number 85, El Hotel d'Avray 1718, abode in 1727 of Horace Walpole when ambassador. Number 83, Hotel de Bonneville, 1763. Number 81, Russian Embassy, was built by Cot in 1709 for the Duchesse d'Estrées. Number 102 was built by Lyle Mansart in the first years of the 18th century. At number 90, we turn for an instant into Rue Saint-Simon to look at the Latin inscriptions on nos. 42 dating, however, only from 1881. Number 77, École Libre, originally El Hotel de la Motte Houdancourt, was inhabited in recent times by Marquis de Galifet. Number 75, 17th century, built by Cardinal d'Estrées. Number 88, El Hotel de Noailles. Number 73, Italian Embassy, built by Legrand in 1775. At number 71, annexed to the Italian Embassy, the Duke of Alba died in 1771. The fine Fontaine des Quatre Saisons, dating from 1737, erected by Bouchenden, was inaugurated by Turgot, Prévôt des Marchands in 1749. Here, at number 59, Alfred de Musset lived and wrote from 1824 to 1840. No. 36, A la Petite Chaise, dates from 1681. Number 25, Hotel de Hérisy from 1747. Number 15 is on the site of an ancient Hotel Beauvais. Number 20, Petit Hotel de Beauvais, 1687. The modern house and garage at Nos. 16-18 are on the site of a house owned by a nephew of La Fontaine and which was inhabited by the Beauharnais. At number 11, we find vestiges of the Hotel of Pierre de Beauvais, a fine mansion where the Doge of Venice, come to Paris to make obeisance to Louis Roman XIV, stayed in 1686. A convent subsequently, then the Mary of the district till 1865, when the lengthening of Rue des Saints-Spiers swept it away. Rue Saint-Dominique, like Rue de Grenelle in ancient days a country road, Chemin aux Vaches, then Chemin de la Justice, grew into a thoroughfare of fine hotels, some still standing, others swept away by the cutting of the modern Boulevard Saint-Germain or incorporated in the newer hotels there. It is the district of the Gros Caillou, the Great Stone, which once marked the bounds of the abbey grounds of Saint-Germain-des-Prés. The fountain at number 129, dating from the early years of the 19th century, is by Beauvalet. The Hygehealing, a warrior we see sculptured there, reminds us of the military hospital recently demolished. The church Saint-Pierre du Gros Caillou dates from 1738, on the site of a chapel built there in 1652. In the court at No. 94 we find an old pavilion. A curious old house at number 74, an old courtyard at number 66. At No. 81 an ancient inn had once the sign Le Canon ci devant Royal. Number 67 was the Palais des Vaches Laitières. No. 32 El Hotel Beaufort. Number 57 El Hotel de Sagan, built in 1784 for the Princess de Monaco, née Brignoles-Salé, now in the hands of an antiquarian. Number 53 El Hotel de la Princesse de Kunsky, 1789. At number 49 we find an 18th century hotel in the court. The fine hotel at No. 28 1710 was at one time the Nunciate. Number 47 El Hotel de Ségolène, where at the beginning of the 19th century gas, newly invented, was first used. Number 45 Hotel Comminges. Number 43 Hotel de Ravens. Number 41 is ancient. At Nos. 2220 we see the name of the street. Dominique, the word saint suppressed in Revolution days. Number 35 El Hotel de Broglie. Nos. 1614, built in 1730, now the war minister's official dwelling, 1730, in Napoleon's time the Paris home of his mother, Madame Letitia. In the first of these two hotels, joined to make one, we see Louis Roman 15 woodwork decorations, Empire decorations in the other. Number 33, El Hotel Panos. The church Stiklotelde, 1846-56, is built on the site of a demolished Carmelite convent. The fine bas-reliefs by Pradier and Duret are the best work there. Nos. 1210, 8, Minister de la Guerre since 1804 was once the Couvent des Filles de Saint Joseph, founded 1640. Number 11, site of the Pavillon de Bellechasse, the home of Mme de Genlis. Nos. 53, El Hotel de Tavannes. Gustave Doré died at number 5 in 1883. Number 1, Hotel of Duc de Mortemart, built 1695, where we see an oval court. Rue Solferino, number 1, the Chancellerie de la Légion d'honneur, CP 205. Rue de l'Université, so long and interesting a thoroughfare, recalls the days when the Préaux-Clercs through which it was cut was the classic promenade of Paris students. It was known in its early days as Rue de la Petite Seine, then as Rue du Préaux-Clercs. The 17th century saw a series of lawsuits between the landowners and the university, the latter claiming certain rights and privileges there. The university was the losing party. The only right conceded to Alma Mater was that of giving her name to the old street. Number 182, an ancient garde meuble and statuary depot, was in recent days Rodin's atelier. Number 137 was built about 1675 with the stones left over at the building of Les Invalides. Number 130, Minister des Affaires étrangères, is modern. No. 128, the official dwelling of the Président de la Chambre. Number 126, Palais Bourbon CP 304. Number 108, Turgot died here in 1781. Number 102 was the abode of the Duc de Harcourt in 1770. The side of the Minister de la Guerre, we see at number 73, a modern erection, is on the site of several historic hotels demolished to make way for it and for the new boulevard. Lamartine lived at number 88 in 1848, after living in 1843 at No. 80. Number 78 was built by Hardouin Mansart in the 17th century. No. 72 was El Hotel de Guise, 1728. Mme Atkins, CP 205, lived at El Hotel Mailly in what is now Rue de Villers-Sexel in 1816. The remarkably fine Hotel de Soyecourt at No. 51 dates from 1775. Number 43, El Hotel de Noailles. Alphonse Daudet died at number 41, 1897. Number 35 was the home of Val de Creusot. The Magasins du Petit Saint Thomas, built on the site of the ancient Hotel de l'Université, 17th century, inhabited at one time by the Duc de Valentinois, by Henry d'Aguesseau, etc., have been razed to make way for a big new bank. Montaigne, the philanthropist, founder of the Virtue Prizes given yearly by the French Academy, died at number 23 in the year 1820, CP 225. Number 15, built in 1685 for a notable Fermier general. Number 13 was in 1772, the site of the Venetian embassy. At number 24, in the court, we see a fine old 18th century hotel built by Servandoni. The houses number 18 and No. 20 were built upon the old gardens of La Reine Margit, which stretched down here from her palace, Rue de Seine. From the Place du Palais Bourbon, due to Louis de Bourbon, Prince de Condé, we see one side of the Chamber des Députés, built as the Palais Bourbon by a daughter of Louis Roman XIV, 1722. It was enlarged later by the Prince de Condé, confiscated in 1780 and renamed Maison de la Révolution, almost entirely rebuilt under Napoleon. Its Grecian peristyle dates from 1808. In 1816, a Prince de Condé was again in possession. The government bought it back in 1827 and built the present Salle des Séances. In Rue de Bourgogne, on the other side of the place, we find several 18th century hotels. Number 48 was Hotel Fitzjames. Number 50 has been the Archbishop's Palace since 1907. MGR. Richard died there in 1908. The Champ de Mars, wholly modern as we see it, surrounded by brand new streets and avenues, stretches across ancient historic ground. Not yet so named, the territory was a veritable Champ de Mars more than 1,000 years ago when, in 888, the warrior Bishop Eudes, at the head of his Parisians, faced the Norman invaders there and forced them to retreat. Towards the close of the 18th century, the Great Space was enclosed as the exercising ground of the École Militaire. The Fête nationale de la Fédération was held there on 14th July, 1790, presided by Talleyrand. A year later, 17th July, 1791, Lafayette Bailey fired upon the mob that gathered here, clamoring for the deposition of the king. At the corner where the Avenue de la Bourdonnais now passes, the guillotine was set up for the execution of Bailey in 1793. On June 8, 1794, the people from far and near crowded here for the Fête de l'Ordre Suprême. In 1804, the Champ de Mars was called for a time Champ de Mai, but it remained, nevertheless, the site of military displays. Napoleon's eagles and the new decoration, La Légion d'honneur, were first bestowed here. And when, in 1816, Louis Roman XVIII mounted the throne of France, it was on the Champ de Mars that soldiers and civilians received once more the Drapeau Blanc. Horse races took place here. Here, so long ago as 1783, the first primitive airship was sent up. Also, later, a giant balloon. The Great Exhibition of 1798 and all succeeding Great Exhibitions, as well as many smaller ones, were held on the Champ de Mars. The park we see was laid out in 1908. Chapter 29. Ancient Streets of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. The extensive district on the left bank of the Seine, through which was cut in modern times the wide Boulevard Saint-Germain, was in its remotest days the Villa Sancti Germani, with its Prés aux Clercs, a rural expanse surrounding the abbey and quite distinct from the city of Paris, without its bounds. The inhabitants of that privileged district were exempt from Paris rates and taxes, to use our latter-day expression, and enjoyed other legal immunities. They were subject only to the authority of the abbey administration and were actively employed in agricultural and other rustic occupations for the abbey benefit. The territory was a region of thatched-roofed dwellings, barns, and granaries. When at length certain grand seigneurs chose the district for the erection of country mansions, these newly built houses were soon forcibly abandoned, many of them destroyed, in the course of the 100 Years' War. A century or more later more mansions were built, and the Bourg Saint-Germain grew into the aristocratic quarter it finally became after the erection of the Tuileries, Catherine de Médicie's new palace, in the middle of the 16th century. The venerable old Rue du Bac was made on the left bank of the Seine in a straight line with the ford, Bac, across the river in the year 1550, for the transport of materials needed in the construction of the palace. The rough road along which the carters came with their loads, stone from the southern quarries, etc., grew into a fashionable street in the early years of the century following, when, after due authorization of the Abbé of Saint-Germain-des-Prés, fine new hotels were built in every direction across the Prés aux Clercs, to be within easy distance of the Tuileries and the court. Thus was created, in the first years of the 18th century, the patrician Faubourg Saint-Germain. The old houses in Rue du Bac which were nearest the river were burnt by the Communards in 1871, when the Tuileries itself was destroyed. The headquarters of the Mousquetaires Gris was once on the site of the houses Nos. 1817. Many 17th and 18th century houses still stand. At number 37, we find an old and interesting court. Number 46, Hotel Bernard, was successively inhabited by men of note. Much of its ancient interior decoration has been removed. Number 94 belonged till recently to the Friars Cretians. Number 85 was once the royal monastery known as Les Récollets, subsequently in turn a theater, a dancing saloon, a concert hall. At number 98, Pichegru is said to have passed his first night in Paris. Here the Chouans held their secret meetings and Cadoudal lay in hiding. We see a fine door, balcony, and staircase at number 97. Number 101 dates from the time of Louis Roman XIV. Nos. 12118, Hotel de Clermont-Tonnerre. Chateaubriand died here in 1848. Number 128 is the Séminaire des Missions Étrangères, founded 1663 by Bernard de Stétheries, Bishop of Babylon. Number 136, Hotel de Crousales. No. 140 began as a maladrerie, was later the abode of the King's Falconer, and was given in 1813 to the Order of St. Vincent de Paul. Mme Legras, St. Vincent de Paul's ardent fellow worker, was buried in the chapel. The great shops of the Bon Marché stretch where private mansions stood of yore. Rue de Lille, formerly Rue de Bourbon, has many ancient houses. We see in the wall of number 14 an old sundial with inscriptions in Latin. At No. 26, we find vestiges of a chapel founded by Anne Dotrich. Number 67, built in 1706 for President Duret, was annexed later to the Hotel of Prince Monaco Valentinois. Number 79, Hotel de Launion, 1758, was the house of Charlotte Walpole, who became Mrs. Atkins, the devoted friend of the Bourbons, and spent a fortune in her efforts to save the Dauphin. She died here in 1836. Number 64, built in 1786 for the Prince de Salmquerberg, was gained in a lottery by a wig-maker's assistant. In the first days of the First Empire, an adventurer who bought the pretty palace of Bagatelle beyond Paris was arrested for forgery, then disappeared. Used as a club, then, in 1804, as the Palace of the Légion d'Honneur, it was burnt by the Communards in 1871, rebuilt at the cost of the Legionnaires in 1878. Number 78, built by Bauffrand, was the home of Eugene de Beauharnais. We see there the bedroom of Queen Hortense, German embassy before the war. Rue de Verneuil is another 17th-century street built across the Pré aux Clercs. Nose. 1315 was first a famous 18th-century riding school, then the Académie Royale d'Augier. Later, till 1865, Mairie of the Arrondissement. The inn at number 24 was the meeting place of royalists in the time of the Empire. Rue de Beaume has several interesting hotels, their old-time features well preserved. In the 17th century, Carnot's ancestors lived between the Nose. 1725. At number 10, we see remains of the headquarters of the Mousquetaires Gris, which extended across the meeting point of the four streets: Beaume, Verneuil, Bac, Lille. Number 2 was El Hotel Meilly-Nesle. Rue des Saint-Spiers marks the boundary line between arrondissements Roman 6 and Roman 7, an old-world street of historic associations. It began at the close of the 13th century as Rue aux Vaches. Cows passed there in those days to and from the farmyards of the Abbey Saint-Germain-des-Prés. In the 16th century it was known, like Rue de Sèvres into which it runs, as Rue de la Maladrerie, to become Rue des Jacobins Réformés, finally Rue Saint-Pierre from the chapel built there, a name corrupted to Saint-Spiers. Number 2, El Hotel de Tessé. Number 6, 1652, once the stables of Marie Thérèse de Sèvres. Number 28, El Hotel de Fleury, 1768. The Court of No. 30 covers the site of an old Protestant graveyard. A few old houses remain in Rue Perronet opening at number 32, where once an abbey windmill worked. Number 39, Hôpital de la Charité, an order founded by Marie de Médicis in 1602, its principal entrance Rue Jacob dislodged from their original quarters in Rue de la Petite Seine, where Rue Bonaparte now runs, by Queen Margaret, who wanted the site for the new palace she built for herself on quitting El Hotel de Sens. The nuns settled here about the year 1608. At number 40, we see medallions over the door, one of Charlotte Corday, the other not, as sometimes said, that of Marat but a Moor's head. In the court we see other medallions and moldings made chiefly from the sculptures on the tomb of François I at St. Denis. The Hotel de la Force, where dwelt Saint Simon, once stood close here. That and other ancient hotels were razed to make way for the Boulevard Saint-Germain. No. 49, the chapel of the Frères de la Charité, on the site of the ancient chapel Saint-Pierre of which the crypt still remains, has been the medical academy since 1881. The square adjoining it is an old Protestant burial ground. Nos. 50-52 are ancient. Number 54 is the French Protestant Library. Cuvier and Guizot were among its presidents. Number 56 was built in 1640 for La Maréchale de la Meilleraie. At number 63, Chateaubriand lived from 1811 to 1814. Chapter 30. The Madeleine and its neighborhood. Arrondissement Roman 8, Élysée. The handsome church, which forms so distinct a feature of this quarter of the city, was begun to be built in the year 1764 to replace an older church, originally a convent chapel, in the district known as Ville-l'Évêque because the Bishop of Paris had a country house of villa there. The Revolution found the new church unfinished, and when Napoleon was in power, he decided to complete the structure as a temple of military glory to be dedicated to the Grande Armée. Napoleon fell. The building was restored to the ecclesiastical authorities and its construction as a church, dedicated to St. Marie Madeleine, completed during the years 1828-42. Begun on the model of the Pantheon at Rome, the building was finished on the plan of the Maison Carrée at Nismes. It is 108 meters in length, 43 m broad. The fine Corinthian columns we see are 48 in number. The great bronze doors are the largest church doors known. Their splendid bas-reliefs are the work of Trichetti, 1838. Specimens of every kind of marble found in France have been used in the grand interior. In the wonderful painting, L'Histoire de la France Création, we see in the center Pope Pius Roman VII and Napoleon in the act of making the Concordat, surrounded by King Clovis, Charlemagne, Saint Louis, Jeanne d'Arc, Henry Roman IV, Sully, Louis Roman XIII, etc. The statues and other decorations are all modern, the work of the most distinguished artists of the 19th century. The Abbé de Gury, vicar in 1871, shot by the Communards, is buried there in the Chapel Notre Dame de la Compassion. The place surrounding the church dates from 1815. At number 7 lived Amédée Thierry, 1829, Mailhac, and during 50 years Jules Simon, who died there in 1896. We see his statue before the house. Behind the church we see the statue of Lavoisier, put to death at the Revolution. The streets opening out of Place de la Madeleine are modern, cut across ancient convent lands and the old farm lands of Les Mathurins. Number 5 Rue Tronchet is said to have been at one time the home of Chopin. Rue de l'Arcade, of your Chemin d'Argenteuil, Argenteuil Road got its name from an arcade destroyed in the time of Napoleon Roman III, which stretched across the gardens of the convent of Ville-l'Evêque, where the houses 15 and 18 now stand. Several of the houses we see along the street date from the 18th century. None are of special interest. Rue Pasquier brings us to the square Louis Roman XVI, and the Chapelle Expiat were built on the graveyard of the Madeleine. In that graveyard, made in 1659 upon the convent kitchen garden, were buried many of the most noted men and women of the tragic latter years of the 18th century. There were laid the numerous victims of the fire on the Place de la Concorde, at that time Place Louis Roman XVI, caused by fireworks at the festivities after the wedding of Louis Roman XVI. The 1,000 Swiss guards who died to defend the Tuileries, Louis Roman XVI, Marie Antoinette, Mme Roland, Charlotte Corday, and hundreds more of the guillotinés were buried there. When, in 1794, the churchyard was disaffected and put up for sale, the whole territory was bought by an ardent royalist, and under Louis Roman XVIII the chapel we see was built. An altar in the crypt marks the spot where some of the remains of the king and queen were found. Rue d'Anjou, opened in 1649, formerly Rue des Morfondus, has known many illustrious inhabitants. Madame Récamier, the Comtesse de Boigny, etc. Lafayette died at number 8, 1834. Number 22 dates from 1763. The Mairie was originally the Hôtel de Lorraine. Many of the ancient hotels have been replaced by modern erections. In Rue de Chorn, in olden days Chorsnes Road, we see at number 23 the handsome Hôtel de Lamarck-Arenberg, dating from 1775, and the Petit Hôtel du Marquis de l'Aigle, of about the same date. Rue de la Ville-l'Evêque dates from the 17th century, recalling by its name the days when, from the 13th century onwards, the bishops of Paris had a rural habitation, a villa, and perhaps a farm in this then outlying district. Around the Villetta Episcopi grew up a little township included within the city bounds in the time of Louis Roman XV. The ancient 13th century church, dedicated like its modern successor to Ste Marie Madeleine, stood on the site of number 11 of the modern Boulevard Malesherbes. The Benedictine convent close by, of later foundation, built like the greater number of the most noted Paris convents in the early years of the 17th century, was suppressed and razed at the Revolution. Many noted persons of the 18th and 19th centuries had their residences in the Ville-l'Evêque. Guizot died there in 1875. Number 16, El Hôtel du Maréchal Suchet, is now an institut. Number 20, the Hotel of Prince Ehrenberg. Number 25-27 are ancient. Rue Boissy d'Anglas, opened in the 18th century, bearing for long 3 different names in the different parts of its course, records in its present name that of a famous conventional, 1756-1826. In the well-known provision shop, Courcelette, Avenue de l'Opéra, we may see the portrait of the famous gourmet, who in pre-revolution days lived at the fine mansion number 1, now the Cercle Artistique, La Patent. and carried out there his luxurious and ultra-refined taste in the matter of food and the manner of serving it. Horses to whom a recherche cuisine could not be offered had their oats served to them in silver mangers. Sequestered at the Revolution, it still remained the abode of a gourmet of repute. Sold later to the state, it became an embassy, then a club. No, 12 dates from Louis Roman 15 and has been the abode of several families of historic name. Prince de Beauvau lived there in more modern days and Baron Haussmann died there. Lully died at number 28, 1637. Curious old houses are seen in the Cité Barrière and Cité du Retiro. Rue Royale, in its earliest days, Chemin des Remparts Rampart, road for the third Port Saint-Honoré and the city wall was at the point where it meets the Rue du Faubourg, became a street Rue Royale des Tuileries in the middle of the 18th century. In 1792, it became Rue de la Révolution, then, from 1800 to 1814, Rue de la Concorde. Most of the houses we see their date from the 18th century, built by the architect Gabriel, who lived at number 8 Mme de Staël, lived for a time at No. 6. This leads us to Place de la Concorde, built by Gabriel. It was opened in 1763 as Place Louis Roman 15, to become 130 years later Place de la Révolution, within its center a Statue of Liberty replacing the overturned statue of the king. Its name was changed several times during the years that followed, till in 1830 the name given by the convention was restored for good. In olden days it was surrounded by moats and had on one side a pont tournant. The place was the scene of national fêtes in times past as it is in our own times. It was also not unfrequently the scene of tragedy and death. The guillotine was set up there on January 21, 1793, for the execution of the king. Marie Antoinette, Charlotte Corday, and many other notable victims of the Revolution were beheaded there. In the end, Robespierre himself. In 1814, the allies of those days gathered there for the celebration of a grand Te Deum. The statues we see surrounding the vast place personify the great towns of France, that of Strasbourg, the most remarkable. The fine Chevaux de Marly at the starting point of the Champs-Élysées are the work of Cousteau, Mercury, and La Renommée at the entrance of the Tuileries Gardens of Coissevaux. Handsome buildings, 18th century, flank the place on its northern side. The Minister de la Marine was in pre-revolution days the garde meuble of the kings of France. Splendid jewels, including the famous diamond known as Le Regent, were stolen thence in 1792. What is now the Automobile Club was for many years the official residence of the papal nuncio. El Hotel Crillon, built as a private mansion, was for a time the Spanish embassy. Most of the beautiful woodwork for which it was noted has been sold and taken away. Chapter 31. Les Champs-Élysées. This wonderful avenue stretching through the whole length of the arrondissement reached in olden days only to the rural district of Chaillot, and was known as the Grand Allée du Roule, later as Avenue des Tuileries. Colbert, Louis Xiv's great minister, first made it a tree-planted avenue. The gardens bordering it on either side between Place de la Concorde and Avenue Danton were laid out by Le Nôtre, 1670, as crown land. Cafés, restaurants, toy stalls, etc. were set up there from the first. The Palais de Glace is on the site of a panorama which existed till its destruction by fire in 1855. The far-famed Café des Ambassadeurs, set up in the 18th century, was rebuilt in 1841. The no less famous Cirque de l'Impératrice was raised in 1900. The Rond Point des Champs-Élysées was first laid out in 1670, but the houses we see there now are all modern. Avenue Danton, stretching on either side of it, old only in the part leading from Cours-Larigny, was planted in 1723 by the Duc d'Orléans. Marguerite Gauthier, La Dame aux Camélias, lived at number 9. At number 3, Avenue Matignon Hein died in his room on the 5th story, 1856. Avenue Montaigne was known in 1731 as Allée des Veuves. It remained an Allée Montaigne till 1852. The thatched dwelling of Mme Tallien stood at its starting point, near the Seine. There her divorced and destitute husband was forced to accept a shelter at the hands of his ex-wife, become Princess de Chimay. There, the revolutionist died in 1820. We see only modern houses along the avenue of today. Rue Matignon was opened across the ancient Jardin de Hiver, where fine tropical plants erewhile had flourished. Number 12 was the Veinerie Impériale. Avenue des Champs-Élysées is bordered on both sides by modern mansions. No. 25, Hotel de la Paix, of late years the Travelers Club during the War and Ambulance, represents the style of the Second Empire. Avenue Gabriel, with its grand mansions, was formed in 1818 on the Marais des Gourds marshy land. The Rue Marbeuf was in the 18th century Rue des Marais, then Rue des Gourds. Its present name recalls the Louis Roman 15 Folie Marbeuf once there. Few and far between are the ancient vestiges to be found among the modern structures we see on every side around us here. Rue Chaillot, in bygone days the chief street of the village of Chaillot, was taken within the Paris bounds in 1860. It was a favorite street for residents in the 19th century. Rue Bassano, entirely modern now, existed in part as Rue des Jardins in the early years of the 18th century. Rue Galilée was Chemin des Bouchers in 1790, then Rue du Banquet. So we come to La Place de l'Étoile, the high ground known in long gone times as La Montagne du Roule. Till far into the 18th century, it was without the city bounds, and beyond the Avenue des Champs-Élysées, which ended at Rue de Chaillot, a tree-studded, unleveled, grass-grown octagonal stretch of land. Then it was made round and even, and became a favorite and fashionable promenade, known as l'Étoile de Chaillot or the Rond Point de Neuilly. The site had long been marked out for the erection of an important monument when Napoleon decreed the construction there of the Arc de Triomphe. The first stone of the arch was laid by Chalgrin in 1806. The emperor and his new wife, on their wedding day, passed beneath a temporary Arc de Triomphe made of cloth, as the stone structure was not yet finished. Of the statuary which decorate the arch, the most noted group is the Départ, by Rude. The frieze shows the going forth to battle and the return of Napoleon's armies, with the names of his generals engraved beneath. Chapter 32. Faubourg Saint-Honoré. Turning down Avenue Wagram, one of the 12 broad avenues, all modern, branching from the Place de l'Étoile, we come to the Faubourg Saint-Honoré, originally Chaussée du Roule. The village of Le Roule was famed in the 13th century for its goose market. The district became a faubourg in 1722 and in 1787 was taken within the city bounds. It has always been a favorite quarter among men of intellectual activity, desiring to live beyond the turbulence of the center of Paris. Here and there we come upon vestiges of bygone days. Number 222 is an old Dominican convent disaffected in 1906. A foundry once stood at the corner of the Rue Balzac, where public statues of kings and other royalties of old were in turn cast or melted down. The house where Balzac died once stood close there too, up against an ancient chapelal long swept away. The walled garden remains bordering the street, to which the name of the great novelist has been given, a slab put up where we see, just above the wall, the top of a pillared summer house, which Balzac is said to have built. The Hospital Beaujon dates from 1784, but has no architectural or historical interest. The few ancient houses we see at intervals in this upper part of the faubourg are remains of the village du Roule. Several of more interesting aspect were razed a few years ago. The military hospital was once the site of royal stables. Mme de Genlis died at No. 170. The church Saint-Philippe du Roule was built by Chalgrin in 1774 on the site of the 17th century Hotel du Bas-Roule. Number 107 was the habitation of the king's pages under Louis Roman 15. On the site of number 80, one Comte de Fersen had his stables in the time of Louis Roman 16. The Home Office, Ministère de l'Intérieur, on Place Beauvau dates from the 18th century and has been a private mansion, a municipal hotel, a hotel in the English sense of the word. The Palais de l'Élysée, built in 1718, was bought in 1753 by Mme de Pompadour. La Pompadour died at Versailles, but by her express wish her body was taken to Paris and laid in this her Paris home before the funeral. She bequeathed the hotel to the Comte de Provence, but Louis Roman 15 used it for state purposes. Then, become again a private residence, it was inhabited by the Duchesse de Bourbon, mother of the Duc d'Enghien. She let it later to the tenant who made of it an Élysée, a pleasure house, laid out a parc anglais, gave sumptuous fêtes champerters. Sequestered at the Revolution, the mansion was sold subsequently to Murat and Caroline Buonaparte, then became an imperial possession as l'Élysée Napoléon. Napoleon gave it to Josephine at her divorce, but she preferred Malmaison. There the emperor signed his second abdication, and there, in 1815, the Duke of Wellington and the Emperor of Russia made their abode. The next occupants were the Duc and Duchesse de Berry. The Duchesse left it after her husband's death in 1820. It became El Hôtellerie des Princes. In 1850, Napoleon as Prince-President made a brief abode there before the coup d'état. The facade dates from his reign as Napoleon Roman III, when, to cut it off from surrounding buildings, he made the Rue de l'Élysée through its gardens. The Garde Nationale took possession of it in 1871. It was saved from destruction under the Commune by its conservateur, who placed counterfeited cellets. No. 41, Hotel Pontalba, built by Visconti on the site of an older hotel, now owned by one of the Rothschilds, has fine ancient woodwork, once at Hotel St. Bernard, Rue du Bac. Number 39, the British Embassy, was built in 1720 for the Duc de Cherrost, given in 1803 to Pauline Buonaparte, Princess Borghese, given over to the English in 1815. British Embassy since 1825. Nos. 35, 33, 31, 29, 27 are all 18th century hotels. At number 30, the Cité de Retiro was in past days the Great Cour des Coches, inhabited by the Fermier des Carrosses de la Cour. Nos. 24, 16 are ancient. Number 14 was the Mairie till 1830. The streets opening out of the Faubourg date mostly from the 18th century and show here and there traces of a past age, but the greater number of the houses standing along their course today are of modern construction. Rue d'Aiguesseau was cut in 1723 across the property of the Chancellor, whose name it records. The Embassy Church there is on the site of the ancient Hotel d'Armil. Number 18 was at one time the mairie of the first arrondissement. Rue Montalivet, where at number 6 we see the friendly front of the British consulate, was for some years Rue du Marché d'Aiguesseau. Rue des Sauciers was in the 17th century a willow tree-bordered road. Place des Sauciers is modern on the site of demolished 18th century hotels. In Rue Cambacérès, we see ancient hotels at Nos. 14, 8, 3. The first numbers in Rue Miromesnil are old and have interesting decorations. Chateaubriand lived at number 31 in 1804. Rue de Penthièvre was Rue des Marais in the 17th century, then Chemin Vert. Its houses were the habitation of many noted persons through the 2 centuries following. Franklin is said to have lived at number 26, also Lucien Buonaparte. The barracks dates from 1780, one of those built for the Gardes Françaises, who had previously been billeted in private houses. Fersen lived in Rue Matignon, Gambetta at number 12, Rue Montaigne, 1874-78. The Colisée, which gave its name to the street previously known as Chaussée des Gourds, was an immense hall used for festive gatherings from 1770 to 1780, when it was demolished. On part of the site it occupied, Rue Penthieux was opened at the close of the 18th century, and Rue de la Baïdie, into which we now turn. That fair street was known in the different parts of its course by no less than 11 different names before its present one, given in 1879. Several 18th century hotels still stand here. Others on the odd number side were raised in recent years to widen the thoroughfare. Number 111 was inhabited for a time at the end of the 18th century by the then Duc de Richelieu. When Napoleon was in power, an Italian minister lived there and gave splendid fêtes, at which the emperor was a frequent guest. In recent days, its owner was the Duc de Massa, grandson of Napoleon's famous Minister of Justice. Carnot lived for a time at No. 122. Eugene Sue at number 55. Comtesse de la Valette at number 44, a hotel known for its extensive grounds. Rue de Berry, opened 1778, across the site of the Royal Nursery Gardens, went by several names before receiving that of the second son of Charles X, assassinated in 1820. The Belgian legation at number 20 was built by the aunt of Mme de Genlis and was in later times the home of Princess Mathilde, who died there in 1904. Rue Washington was opened in 1789, Rue Galilée as Chemin des Bouchers, then Rue du Banquet in 1790. In Rue Daru, of the same date, opened as Rue de la Croix du Roule, we see the Russian church built in 1881, with its beautiful paintings and frescoes and rich oriental decorations. Chapter 33. Parc Monceau. We have already referred to Avenue Wagram. Modern buildings stretch along the whole course of the other 11 avenues branching from Place de l'Edel. Avenue Hoche leads us to Parc Monceau, laid out on lands belonging in past days to the manor of Clichy, sold to the Prince d'Orléans in 1778, arranged as a smart jardin anglais for Philippe Egalité in 1785. The property of the nation in 1794, restored to the Orléans by Louis Roman XVIII, bought by the state in 1852, given to the city authorities in 1870. The Renaissance Arcade is a relic of the ancient Hôtel de Ville, burnt down in 1871. The oval basin, called La Naumatie, with its Corinthian columns, came from an old church at Saint-Denis, Notre Dame de la Rotonde, built as the burial place of the Valois, raised in 1814. Avenue Friedland was opened in 1719, across the site of a famous 18th-century public garden and several demolished hotels, and lengthened to its present extent some 50 years later. Avenue Marceau was of your Avenue Joséphine. Rue de Monceau, opened in 1801, lies along the line of the old road to the vanished village of Monceau or Musso. Rue du Rocher, along the course of a Roman road, has gone by different names in its different parts. Its upper end waste ground until well into the 19th century. At the close of the 18th century was a revolutionists' meeting place, and there in the tragic months of 1794 many guillotinés were buried, among them the 2 Robespierres. In later years, a dancing saloon was set up on the spot. It was a district of windmills. The Moulin de la Marmite, Moulin Boutafieu, Moulin d'Esprées stood on the high ground above Gare Saint-Lazare until a century ago. Few vestiges of the past remain. Rue de Laborde was known in 1788 as Rue des Gracelins, i.e., Flower Street Gracelins, the flour in its 3rd stage of grinding. Then it became Chemin des Porcherins, and the district was known as that of La Petite Pologne, a reference to the habitation there of the Duc d'Anjou, who was king of Poland. In the courtyard of number 4, we find an ancient boundary stone, once in Rue de l'Arcade, where it marked the bounds of the city under Louis Roman XV. Rue de la Pépinière, its name and that of the barracks there so well known of late to British soldiers, recording the site of the royal nursery grounds of a past age, was marked out as early as 1555, but opened only in 1782. The barracks, first built in 1763 for the Gardes Françaises, was rebuilt under Napoleon Roman III. All other streets in the neighborhood are modern. Chapter 34. In the vicinity of the Opera. Arrondissement Roman 9, Opéra. The Paris Opera House was built between the years 1860–175 to replace the structure in Rue Le Pelletier burnt to the ground in 1873. On its ornate Renaissance facade we see, amid other statuary, the noted group, La Danse, the work of Carpeaux. Of the Grands Boulevards, by which the opera is surrounded, we shall speak later, CP 297. Most of the streets in its neighborhood are modern, stretching across the site of demolished buildings, important in their day, but of which few traces now remain. Rue des Mathurins lies across the grounds of the vanished convent, Ville-l'Évêque. Rue Tronchet runs where was once the firm des Mathurins, CP 224. Rue Caumartin, opened 1779, records the name of the Prévôt des Marchands of the day. It was a short street then, lengthened later by the old adjoining streets Sticroix and Thiroux, the site erewhile of the famed porcelain factory of La Réunie. Marie Antoinette. Number 1 dates from 1779 and was noted for its gardens arranged in Oriental style. Number 2, today the Paris Sporting Club, dates from the same period. Number 2, bis and most of the other houses have been restored or rebuilt. The butcher legender, who set the Phrygian cap on the head of Louis Roman XVI, is said to have lived at number 52. Number 65 was built as a Capucine convent, 1780–183. Sequestered at the Revolution, it became a hospital, then a lycée, its name changed and rechanged. Lycée Buonaparte, Collège Bourbon, Lycée Fontaines, finally Lycée Condorcet, while the convent chapel, rebuilt, became the Church St. Louis d'Antin. Rue Vignon was, till 1881, Rue de la Ferme des Mathurins, as an inscription on the walls of number 1 reminds us. Rue de Provence, named after the brother of Louis Roman XVI, was opened in 1771, built over a drain which went from Place de la République to the Seine near Pont de l'Alma. Number 22 is an ancient house restored. Berlioz lived at number 41. Masonier at number 43. Nos. 45 to 65 are on the site of the mansion and grounds of the Duc d'Orléans, which extended to Rue Taitbout. We see a fine old hotel at number 59, Cité Danton, opening at No. 61, was built in 1825 on the site of the ancient Hotel Montesson. Liszt, the pianist, lived at number 63. The Café du Trèfle claims existence since the year 1555. The busy, bustling Rue de la Chaussée d'Antin was an important roadway in the 12th century, as Chemin des Porcherins. The houses we see there are mostly of 18th century date. Others occupy the site of ancient demolished buildings. Many notable persons lived here. Number 1, where we see the Vaudeville Theatre, there since 1867, was of old the site of 2 historic mansions. Number 2, now a fashionable restaurant, dates from 1792, built as Dépôt des Gardes Françaises. Rossini lived there for 1 year 1857-58. Where Rue Meyerbeer was opened in 1860 stood, in other days, the Hotel of Mme de Pinet, whose walls had sheltered Grimm and for a time Mozart. A neighboring house was the home of Necker, where his daughter, Mme de Stael, grew up and which became later the possession of Mme Récamier. The graveyard of Saint-Roch stretched, till the end of the 18th century, across the site of Nos. 2022. Number 42 belonged to Mme Talma. There Murray-Bow died in 1791, his widow in 1800. Joséphine de Beauharnais, not yet empress, dwelt at number 62. Gambetta at number 55. No, 68, Hotel Montfermeil, was rebuilt by Fesch, Napoleon's uncle. Rue Saint-Lazare was, before 1770, Rue des Porcherins, from the name of an important estate of the district over which the abbesses of Montmartre had certain rights of jurisdiction. Passage de Tivoli, at number 96, recalls the first Tivoli with its Jardins Anglais stretching far at this corner. Its owner's head fell, severed by the guillotine, and his folly became national property. Fêtes were given there by the revolutionist authorities till its restoration, in 1810, to heirs of the man who had built it. Avenue du Coq records the existence in 14th century days of a Château du Coq, known also as Château des Porcherins, the manor house of the Porcherins estate. The Square de la Trinité is on the site of a famous restaurant of past days, the well-known Magny, which as a dancing saloon, La Grande Pinte was on the site till 1851. The church is modern 1867. Number 56 is part of the Hotel Bougainville where the great tragedienne Emile Mars lived. At No. 23, dating from the First Empire, we find a fine old staircase, and in the court a pump marked with the imperial eagle. Rue de Châteaudun is modern. The brasserie at the corner of Rue Maubuge stands on the site of the ancient cemetery des Porcherins. Rue de la Victoire, in the 17th century Ruelletot-Marais des Porcherins, was renamed in 1792 Rue Chantereine, referring to the very numerous frogs, rana equals frog, which filled the air of that then marshy district with their croaking. Buonaparte lived there at one time, hence the name given in 1798, taken away in 1816, restored by Thiers in 1833. By a curious coincidence, an order of nuns, de la Victoire, so called to memorize a very much earlier Victory Bouvin's 1214 owned property here, on the site of No. 60, now a modern house let out in flats, stood in olden days the chief entrance to El Hotel de la Victoire, a remarkably handsome structure built in 1770, sold and razed in 1857 alas. At the end of the court at No. 58, we see the ancient Hotel d'Argenson, its salon kept undisturbed from the days when great politicians of the past met and made decisive resolutions there. The Bains Chantereine at number 46 has been Théâtre Olympique, Théâtre des Victoires Nationals, Théâtre des Troubadours, and was for a few days in 1804 l'Opéra Comique. Number 45, with its busts and bas-reliefs, dates from 1840. Rue Taitbout, begun in 1773, lengthened by the union of adjoining streets, records the name of an 18th century municipal functionary. Isaby, Ambroise Thomas, and Manuel Gracia lived in this old street, and at number 1, now a smart café, 2 noted Englishmen, the Marquis of Hertford and Lord Seymour, lived at different periods. Number 2 was once the famous restaurant Tortoni. Number 30, as a private hotel, sheltered Talleyrand and Mme Grand. We see interesting vestiges at number 44. The Square d'Orléans is the ancient Cité des Trois Frères, in past days a nest of artists and men of letters. Dumas, George Sand, Lablache, etc. Chapter 35. On the way to Montmartre. Rue de Clichy was once upon a time the Roman road between Paris and Rouen, taking in its way the village Clygiacum. For long in later days it was known as Rue du Coq, when the old chateau stood near its line. It was in a house of Rue de Clichy, inhabited by the Englishman Crawford, that Marie Antoinette and her children had a meal on the way to Varennes. The three successive Tivoli were partly on the site of No. 27 in this old street. There too was the Club de Clichy, whose members opposed the government of the Directoire. The whole district leading up to the heights of Montmartre was then, as now, a quarter of popular places of amusement, the habitation of artistes of varying degree, but we find here few old-time vestiges. Where Rue Nouvelle was opened in 1879, the prison de Clichy, a debtor's prison, had previously stood. Number 81 is the Four-Footed Animals Hospital, founded in 1811. Zola died at number 21 Rue de Bruxelles. Heine lived from 1840–1857 at number 50 Rue Amsterdam. Rue Blanche was Rue de la Croix Blanche in the 17th century. Berlioz lived at number 43. Roman remains were found beneath Nos. 16–18. Rue Pigalle has been known by 6 or 7 different names, at one time that of Rue du Champ de Repos, on account of the proximity of the cemetery Saint-Roch. Number 12 belonged to Scribe, who died there 1861. No. 67 is an ancient station for post horses. Place Pigalle was in past days Place de la Barrière de Montmartre. The fountain is on the site of the ancient custom house. Puvis de Chavannes and Henner had their studios at number 11, now a restaurant. Rue de la Rochechouart, made across Abbey lands, the lower part dating from 1672, records the name of an abbess of Montmartre. Gounod lived at number 17 in 1867. Halévy in 1841. The Musée Gustave Moreau at number 14 was the great artist's own hotel, bequeathed with its valuable collection to the state at his death in 1898. Marshal Ney lived at number 12. In Rue de la Tour des Dames, a windmill tower, the property of the nuns of Montmartre, stood undisturbed from the 15th century to the early part of the 19th. The modern mansion at number 3, 1822, is on land belonging in olden days to the Grimaldi. Talma died in 1826 at number 9. Rue La Brière has always been inhabited by distinguished artists and literary men. Berlioz lived for a time at number 45. Rue Henner, named after the artist who died at number 5 Rue La Brière, is the old Rue Léonie. We see an ancient and interesting house at number 13. Number 12 Hotel des Auteurs et Compositeurs Dramatiques, a society founded in 1791 by Beaumarchais. Rue de Douai reminds us through its whole length of noted literary men and artists of the 19th century. Halévy and also notable artists have lived at number 69, Ivan Tourguenieff at number 50, Francis Sarcey at No. 59, Jules Mauriac died at number 32, 1882. Gustave Doré and also Halévy lived for a time at number 22, Clarity at number 10. Edmond about own No. 6. The old Rue Victor Massé was for long Rue de Laval in memory of the last abbess of Montmartre. At number 9, the abode of an antiquarian, we see remarkably good modern statuary on the Renaissance frontage. Number 12, till late years, was El Hotel de Chat Noir, the first of the artistic Montmartrois cabarets due to M. Solly's, 1881. At number 26, we turn into Avenue Frachat, where Alexandre Dumas, peer, lived, where at number 1 the musical composer Victor Massé died, 1884, and of which almost every house is, or once was, the abode of artists. Passing down Rue Henry Monnier, formerly Rue Breda, which with Place Breda was, during the first half of the 19th century, a quarter forbidden to respectable women, we come to Rue Notre Dame de Lorette. It dates from the same period as the church built there 1823–37, and wherein we see excellent 19th century frescoes and paintings. This street, like most of those around it, has been inhabited by men of distinction in art or letters. Isabey, Daubigny, etc. Mignet lived there in 1849. Rue St. George's dates from the early years of the 18th century. Place St. George's was opened a century later on land belonging to the Dosny family. Mimi Dosny and her son-in-law lived at number 27. The house was burnt down in 1871, rebuilt by the state, given to Institut by Emil Dosny in 1905 and organized as a public library of contemporary history. Nose. 1513, now the Illustration Office, date from 1788. Auber died at number 22, 1871. The hotel at number 2 was owned by Barras and inhabited at one time by Mme Tallien. The three busy streets, Rue Laffitte, Rue Le Pelletier, Rue Drouot, start from Boulevard des Italiens. Cross streets we have already looked into and are connected with others of scant historic interest. Rue Laffitte, so named in 1830 in memory of the great financier who laid the foundation of his wealthy future when an impecunious lad, by stooping, under the eye of the commercial magnate waiting to interview him, to pick up a pin that lay in his path. Laffitte died regent of the Banque de France. So popular was he that when after 1830 he found himself forced to sell his handsome mansion, number 19 El Hotel de la Borda, national subscription was got up enabling him to buy it back. Offenbach lived at number 11. At number 12, we find an interesting old court. The great art lover and collector, the Marquis of Hertford, lived at No. 2, the old Hotel d'Aubaterre. Number 1, once known as La Maison Dorée, now a post office, was the old Hotel Stainville inhabited by the communist Cerruti who, in his time, gave his name to the street. Mme Tallien also lived there. For some years before 1909, it was the much-frequented Taverne Laffitte. In Rue Le Pelletier, the opera house burnt down in 1783 was from the early years of the 19th century on the site of two old mansions, El Hotel de Choiseul and El Hotel de Grammont. On the site of number 2, Orsini tried to assassinate Napoleon Roman III. At number 22, we see a Protestant church built in the time of Napoleon I. Rue Drouot, the Salle des Ventes, the great Paris auction rooms at No. 9, built in 1851, is on the site of the ancient Hotel Pinon de Quincy, subsequently a mairie. The present mairie of the arrondissement at number 6 dates from 1750. In the revolutionary year 1792, it was the War Office, then the Salon des Étrangers where masked balls were given, les bals des victimes. Number 2, the Gaulois Office, almost wholly rebuilt at the end of the 18th century and again in 1811, was originally a fine mansion built in 1717, the home of Letellier, later of the Duc de Talleyrand, and later still the first Paris Jockey Club, 1830-657. The famous dancer Taglioni also lived here at one time. Rue Grange Batelier was a farm-law Grange Batelay with fortified towers, owned in the 12th century by the nuns of Sti-Oportune. At No. 10, we see the handsome hotel with fine staircase and statues, built in 1785 for a gallant captain of the Gardes Françaises. There in the days of Napoleon Roman III was the Cercle Romantique, where Victor Hugo, A. de Musset, and other literary celebrities were wont to meet. Chapter 36. On the slopes of the Butte. The Rue du Faubourg Montmartre is one of the most ancient of Paris roadways, for it led, from the earliest days of French history, to the hilltop where Saint Denis and his two companions had been put to death. Only once has the ancient name been changed at the Revolution, when it was for a time Faubourg Marat. We see here a few old-time houses. The bathing establishment at number 4 was a private hotel in the days of Louis Roman XV. Scribe lived at number 7. The ancient cemetery chapelle, Saint-Jean-Port-Latin, stood from 1780-1836 on the site of number 60. Rue des Martyrs, named in memory of the Christian missionaries who passed there to their death, so called in its whole length only since 1868, has ever been the habitation of artists. We see few interesting vestiges. From 1872, it has been a market street. Costermongers, carts line it from end to end several days a week. The Restaurant de la Biche at number 37 claims to date from 1662. The once famous Restaurant du Facin Doré was at number 7. The short streets opening out of this long one date for the most part from the early years of the 19th century in form, with the longer ones of the district, the Paris Artists' Quarter. Rue de la Tour d'Auvergne records the name of an abbess of Montmartre. Victor Hugo lived at number 41 at the time of the coup d'état, fled thence to exile in England. The school at number 31 is on the site of gardens once hired for the children of the Duc d'Orléans, the pupils of Mme de Genlis, to play in, then owned by Alphonse Karr. We see at number 14 a charming statue, Le Joueur de Flute. Rue Rochechouart records the name of another abbess. At number 7, now a printing house, Abbé Loyson gave his lectures. Rue Cadet, formerly Rue de la Voirie, records the name of a family of gardeners, owners of the Clos Cadet from the time of Charles Roman 9. Nos. 9, 16, 24 are 18th century structures. Rue Richer was known in the earlier years of the 18th century as Rue de l'Égout. Augustin Thierry lived here for 2 years, 1830–133. Number 18 was the office of the modern revolutionary paper La Lanterne. Marshal Ney lived at the hotel numbered 13. The Folies Bergers at number 32 was built in 1865 on the site of the hotel of Comte Talleyrand Périgord. In Rue Saulnier, recording the name of another famous family of gardeners, we see at number 21 the house once inhabited by Rouget de Lisle, composer of the Marseillaise. Rue Berger was in 17th century days an impasse. Casimir de Lavigne lived at number 5, scribe in his youth at number 7, in later life at a hotel on the site of number 20, which was in 18th century days the home of M. d'Étialles, the husband of La Pompadour. The Comptoir d'Escompte at number 14 was built in 1848, on the site of several old hotels, notably Hotel St. George's, the home of the Marquis de Mirabeau, father of the orator. Rue du Faubourg Poissonnière, its odd numbers in the 9th, its even ones in the 10th arrondissement, shows us many interesting old houses, and we find quaint old streets leading out of it. It dates as a thoroughfare from the middle of the 17th century, named then Chaussée de la Nouvelle France. Later it was Rue Stiane, from an ancient chapel in the vicinity, yielding finally in the matter of name to the all-important fish market to which it led the Poissonnerie des Halles. In the court at number 2, we find a pavilion Louis Roman 16. The crimson walls of the Matin office was in past days the private hotel where Colonel de la Bédoyère was arrested, 1815. We see interesting old houses at Nos. 9–13. Number 15, in old days Hotel des Menus Plaisirs du Roi, was with 2 adjoining houses taken at the end of the 18th century for the Conservatoire de Musique, an institution founded, 1784, by the Marquis de Breteuil, as the École Royale de Chant et de Déclamation, with the special aim of training artistes for the court theatre. Closed at the Revolution, it was reopened in calmer days and, under the direction of Cherubini, became world-famed. Ambroise Thomas died there in 1895. In 1911, the Conservatoire was moved away to modern quarters in Rue de Madrid and the old building razed. The balcony on the garden side at number 19, an 18th century house with many interesting vestiges, is formed of a 15th century gravestone. Cherubini lived at number 25. The church Saint-Eugène, which we see in Rue Cécile, its interior entirely of cast iron, was so named by Napoleon I's express wish as a souvenir of his wedding. The fine hotel at number 30 was the home of Marshal Ney. Nos. 32, 42, 42 bis, 52 and 56 where Corot died in 1875, the little vaulted Rue Ambroise Thomas, opening at number 57, the fine house at number 58 and Nos. 65 and 80 all show us characteristic old-time features. At No. 82 we see an infantry barracks, once known as La Nouvelle France, a caserne des Gardes Françaises. Its canteen is said to be the old bedroom of Sergeant Bernadotte, destined to become King of Sweden. Here Hoche, too, was sergeant. The bathing establishment of Rue de Montholon, opening out of the Faubourg at number 89, was the home of Mayhul, author of Le Chant du Départ. He died here in 1817. The street records the family name of the general who went with Napoleon to St. Helena. Another abbess of Montmartre is memorized by Rue Bellefonde, a 17th century street opening at number 107. The first Paris gasworks was set up on the site of No. 129. At number 138, we see a wooden house, in Gothic style, beautifully made, owned and lived in by a carpenter who plies his trade there. Avenue Trudaine is modern, 1821, named in memory of a Prévôt des Marchands of the 17th and early years of the 18th century. The Collège Rollin, at number 12, is on the site of the ancient Montmartre slaughterhouses. The painter Alfred Stevens died at number 17 in 1906. Chapter 37. 3 Ancient Faubourgs. Arrondissement X Entrepot. The chief thoroughfares of historic interest in this arrondissement are the 2 ancient streets which stretch through its whole length. Rue du Faubourg Saint-Denis and Rue du Faubourg Saint-Martin, and the odd-number side of Rue du Faubourg du Temple. Rue du Faubourg Saint-Denis, the ancient road to the Abbey Saint-Denis, known in earlier days in part as Faubourg Saint-Lazare, then as Faubourg de Gloire, has still many characteristic old-time buildings. The Passage du Bois de Boulogne was the starting place for the Saint-Denis coaches. At No. 14, we find an interesting old court, over Nos. 2144, and at 33 of the little Rue d'Enghien old signs. Number 48 was the fiacre office in the time of the Directoire, then the famous commercial firm Laffitte and Caillard. Where we see the Cour des Petites Écuries, the courtesan Ninon de Lenclos had a country house. Félix Faure, President of the French Republic from 1895 to 1899, was born at number 65 in 1841. The old house number 71 formed part of the Convent des Filles Dieu. The houses Nos. 99 to 105 were dependencies of Saint-Lazare, now the Paris prison for women, which we come to at number 107, originally a leper house, founded in the 13th century by the Hospitaliers de Saint-Lazare. It was an extensive foundation, possessing the right of administering justice and had its own prison and gallows. The Lazarists united with the priests of the mission organized by St. Vincent de Paul, and in their day the area covered by the cowhouses, the stables, the various buildings sheltering or storing whatever was needed for the missioners, stretched from the Faubourg Saint-Denis to the Rues de Paradis, de Dunkirk and du Faubourg Poissonnière. At one time, when leprosy had ceased to be rife in Paris, the hospital was used as a prison for erring sons of good family. In 1793, it became one of the numerous revolutionary prisons. André Chenier, Marie-Louise de Montmorency-Laval, the last abbess of Montmartre, were among the suspects shut up there, and the Rue du Faubourg Saint-Denis was renamed Rue Franciade. Saint-Lazare was specially obnoxious to revolutionists, for there the kings of France had been wont to make a brief stay on each state entry into the city, and there, on their last journey out of it, they had halted in their coffin, on the way to Saint-Denis. The remains of an ancient crypt were discovered in 1898 below the pavement. Rue de l'Échiquier was opened in 1772, cut through convent lands. Stretching behind number 43 till far into the 19th century was the graveyard of the parish Notre Dame de Bonne Nouvelle. Number 48 was the well-known dancing hall, Pavillon de l'Échiquier, before and under the Directoire. Rue du Paradis, in the 17th century Rue Saint-Lazare, is noted for its pottery shops. At number 58, Corot, the great landscape painter who lived hard by, had his studio. The capitulation of Paris in 1814 was signed at number 51, the abode of the Duc de Ragusa. Leading out of Rue de Chabrol at number 7, we find the old-world Passage de la Ferme Saint-Lazare and a courtyard, relics of the Lazarists' farm. Rue de Hauteville, so called from the title of a Prévôt des Marchands, Comte de Hauteville, was known in earlier times as Rue la Michaudière, his family name. In the court at No. 58, we come upon a hotel which was the abode of Burian, Napoleon's secretary. Its rooms are an interesting example of the style of the period. The pillared pavilion at number 6 bis, Passage Violet, dates only from 1840. Rue de Strasbourg, where the courtyard of the Gare de l'Est now stretches, was the site in olden days of one of the great Paris fairs, the Foire Saint-Laurent, held annually, lasting 2 months, a privilege of the Lazarist monks. It was at this fair that the first café concerts were opened. The Comédie Italienne, too, first played there. Rue de la Fidélité, on the eastern side of the Faubourg Saint-Denis, records the name given to the church Saint-Laurent in Revolution days. It lies across the site of the Couvent des Filles de la Charité, founded by St. Vincent de Paul and Louise de Marillac, of which we find some traces at number 9. The northern end of Rue du Faubourg Saint-Martin was long known as Rue du Faubourg Saint-Laurent. Zealously stamping out all names recording saints, the revolutionists called this long thoroughfare Faubourg du Nord. We find ancient houses, vestiges of past ages, at every step, and the modern structures seen at intervals are on sites of historic interest. The baker's shop at number 44, a L'Industrie, claims to have existed from the year 1679. Number 59 is the site of the first Old Catholic Church, founded in 1831 by Abbé Chadel. The Mairie at No. 76 covers the site of an ancient barracks, and of a bridge which once spanned the brook Mainelmontant. An ancient arch was found beneath the soil in 1896. Rue des Marais, which opens at number 86, dates from the 17th century. Here till 1860 stood the dwelling of the famous public headsman Sanson and of his descendants, painted red. At number 119, we see the chevet of the Church St. Laurent, the only ancient part of the church as we know it. In the Little Rue Cibber, opening at number 121, recording the name of the Archbishop of Paris who died in 1857, we find an ancient house, now a bathing establishment. Number 160 covers land once the graveyard of Les Récollets. The short Rue Churin records the name of a fountain once there. The bulky fountains higher up are modern 1849, built by public subscription. Rue du Château d'Eau was formed of two old streets, Rue Neuve Saint-Nicolas-Saint-Martin and Rue Neuve Saint-Jean, joined in 1851 and named after a fountain formerly in the center of the what is now Place de la République. At number 39, we see the house said to be the smallest in the city, its breadth 1 meter. In the walls of the tobacconist's shop at No. 55, La Carotte per se, we see holes made by the bullets of the communards in 1871. At number 6 of the modern Rue Pierre Bullet, now a gimp factory, we find a house of remarkable interest, beautifully decorated by its builder and owner, the artist Gonthier, who had invented the process of dead gilding. Ruin fell on the unhappy artist. His house was seized in 1781, and he died in great poverty in 1813. Crossing the whole northern length of the arrondissement is the busy commercial Rue Lafayette. Its one point of interest for us, the Church St. Vincent de Paul, built in the form of a Roman basilica between the years 1824-44, on the site of a Lazare structure known as the Belvedere. Within we see fine statuary, and glorious frescoes, the work of Flandrin, cover the walls on every side. None of the streets in the vicinity of the church show points of historic interest. Rue Louis Blanc, existing in its upper part in the 18th century under another name, prolonged in the 19th, has one tragically historic spot, that where it meets Rue Grange-aux-Bells. On that spot from the year 1230 or thereabouts to 1761, on land owned by Count Fulken or Falcon, stood the famous gibbet de Montfaucon. It was of prodigious size, a great square frame with pillars and iron chains. 16 pendus could hang there at one time. The most noted criminals, real or supposed, many bearing the noblest names of France, were hung there, left to swing for days in public view, the noblesse from the court, and the pupil from the sordid streets around crowding together to see the sight. The ghastly remains fell into a pit beneath the gibbet, and so found burial. Later, a more orderly place of interment was arranged on that hilltop. The Church of St. George's now stands on the site. Rue de la Grange-aux-Bells, so well known nowadays as the seat at No. 33 of the CGT, the Confederation du Travail, where all labor questions are discussed, and where in these days of great strikes, the Paris Opera on strike gave gala performances, was originally Rue de la Grange-aux-Bells, a pelle or pelle being a standard measure of wood. The finance minister Clavière, Roland's associate, lived here, and the authorities borrowed from him the green wooden cart which bore Louis Roman XVI to the scaffold. The painter Abel de Payal lived at number 13, 1822. A Protestant cemetery once stretched across the land in the center of the street down to Rue des Éclusses Saint-Martin. There, in 1905, were found the remains of the famous corsair Paul Jones, transported in solemn state to America shortly afterwards. Turning into Rue Bichat, we come to the Hôpital St. Louis, founded by Henry Roman IV. The king had been one of many sufferers from an epidemic which had raged in Paris in the year 1606. On his recovery, the Bon Roi commanded the building of a hospital to be called by the name of the Saint King, Louis Roman IX, who had died of the plague some 300 years before. The quaint old edifice with red-tiled roofs, old-world windows, fine archways surrounding a court bright with flowers and shaded by venerable trees, carries us back in mind to the age of the Bon Roi to whom the hospital was due. Number 21 was the hospital farm. In Rue Alibert, erewhile an impasse, we see one or two ancient houses, at the corner a pavilion of the time of Henry Roman IV, the property of the hospital. Rue Saint-Maur runs on into the 11th arrondissement, a street formed in the 19th century by 3 17th century roads, one of which was Rue Mort or des Morts. We notice old houses and ancient vestiges here and there. Rue du Faubourg du Temple, marks the boundary between Arrondissement X and Xi, an ancient thoroughfare climbing to the heights of Belleville with many old houses and courts, mostly squalid, and some curious old signs. On the site of number 18 Astley's Circus was set up in 1780. The Rue de la Fontaine au Roi, 17th century, in 1792 Rue Fontaine Nationale, shows us at number 13 a house with porcelain decorations set up here in 1773. Beneath the pavement of Rue Pierre Levé, a druidical stone was unearthed in 1782. Rue de Malte refers by its name to the Knights Templar of Malta, across whose land it was cut. We see an ancient cabaret at number 57. Rue d'Arbois records the name of the Archbishop of Paris, shot by the Communards in 1871. Rue de Gury that of the Vicar of the Madeleine who shared his fate. The Church of St. Joseph is quite modern, 1860, despite its blackened walls. Avenue Parmenter running up into the 10th arrondissement is entirely modern, recording the name of the man who made the potato known to France. Rue des Trois Bornes shows us several old-time houses, and at number 39 a characteristic old court. We find some characteristic vestiges also in Rue d'Angoulême. In Rue Saint-Ambroise, we see the handsome modern church built on the site of the ancient Church des Annociades. The monastery of the Annociades was sold in lots, and became in part by turns a barracks, a military hospital, a hospital for incurables, and was razed to the ground in 1864. At Musée Carnavalet, we may see bas-reliefs taken from the fountain once on the space before the church. Rue Popincourt, which gives its name to the arrondissement, records the existence in past days of a Sire Jean de Popincourt whose manor house was here, and a 16th-century village, which became later part of Faubourg Saint-Anton. Rue du Cheminvert dates from 1650, but has few interesting features. Parmenter died at number 68 in 1813. Chapter 38. In the Paris East End. We are now in the vicinity of the largest and most important of the Paris cemeteries Père Lachaise, but it lies in the 20th arrondissement. The streets of this 10th arrondissement leading east approach its boundary walls its gates. Rue de la Roquette comes to it from the vicinity of the Bastille. La Roquette was a country house built in the 16th century, a favorite resort of the princes of the Valois line. Then, towards the end of the 17th century, the house was given over to the nuns hospitalières of Place Royale. The convent, suppressed at the Revolution, became state property and in 1837 was used as the prison for criminals condemned to death. The guillotine was set up on the 5 stones we see at the entrance to Rue Croix-Faubin. The prisoners called the spot l'Abbaye des Cinq Piers. It was there that Monseigneur d'Arbe and Abbé de Gury were put to death in 1871. On the day following, 52 prisoners, chiefly monks and Paris guards, were led from that prison to the heights of Belleville and shot in Rue Haxo. Read a C. Propos Capet's striking drama Le Pater. La Roquette is now a prison for youthful offenders, a sort of house of correction. Lower down the street we find here and there an ancient house or an old sign. The fountain at number 70 is modern, 1846. The curious old Cour du Cantal at number 22 is inhabited mostly by Auvergnats. Rue de Charonne, another street stretching through the whole length of the arrondissement, in olden days the Charonne Road, starts from the Rue du Faubourg Saint-Anton, where at number 1 we see a fountain dating from 1710. Along its whole length we find vestiges of bygone times. It is a district of ironmongers and workers in iron and workmen's tools. A district, too, of popular dancing saloons. At No. 51 we see El Hotel de Mortegny, built in 1711, where Vaucanson first exhibited his collection of mechanical instruments. Bequeathed to the state, that collection was the nucleus of the Conservatoire des Arts at Méders, Arts and Crafts Institution, CP 64. Here the great mechanic died in 1782. Number 97, once a Benedictine convent, was subsequently a private mansion, then a factory, then in part a Protestant chapel. The École Maternelle at No. 99 was in past days a priory of Bonseckers, 17th century. No. 98 is on the site of a convent razed in 1906. There are remains of another convent at Nos. 100, 102. Number 161 was the famous Maison de Santé, owned by Robespierre's friend Dr. Belhomme, to which he added the adjoining hotel of the Marquis de Chabanais. There, during the Terror, he received prisoners as paying guests. His prices were enormous and on a rising scale. The guests who could not pay at the required rate were turned adrift on the road to the guillotine. These walls sheltered the Duchesse d'Orléans, the mother of Louis Philippe, protected by her faithful friend, known as Comte de Falman, in reality the Député Rouzet, and many other notable persons of those troubled years. On the left side of the door, we see the figure 1726, relic of an ancient system of numbering. The Flemish Church de la Sainte-Famille at 181 is modern, 1862. Crossing Rue de Charonne in its earlier course, we come upon the 16th century Rue Bassefrey, a corruption of Beffrey, referring to the belfry of the ancient church Ste Marguerite in Rue Saint-Bernard. Ste Marguerite, founded in 1624 as a convent chapel, rebuilt almost entirely in 1712, enlarged later, is interesting as the burial place of the Dauphin, or his substitute, in 1745, and as possessing a much-prized relic, the body of Saint Ovide, in whose honor the great annual fair was held on Place Vendôme. A tiny cross up against the church wall marks the grave where the son of Louis Roman XVI was supposed to have been laid, but where on exhumation some years ago the bones of an older boy were found. We see some other ancient tombs up against the walls of what remains of that old churchyard, and on the wall of the apse of the church two very remarkable bas-reliefs, the work of an old-time abbé, Amgoy, a clever sculptor, to whom are due also many of the statues in the park at Versailles. Within the church we see several striking statues and a remarkable Chapelle des Morts, its walls entirely frescoed in Grisel but in great need of restoration. From the end of Rue Chancy, where at No. 22 we see an old carved wood balcony, we get an interesting view of this historic old church. Rue de Montreuil, leading to the village of the name, shows us many old houses, one at number 52 with statuettes and in the courtyard an ancient well, and at number 31, remains of the Folie Titten, within its walls a fine staircase and ceiling, the latter damaged of late owing to a fire. Chapter 39. On tragic ground. Rue du Faubourg Saint-Antoine forms the boundary between the arrondissements Xay and Roman 12. From end to end, it shows us historic vestiges. It has played from earliest times an all-important part in French history, leading, when without the city walls, to Paris and the Bastille from the fortress of Vincennes and lands beyond, while from the time of its incorporation with Paris, popular political demonstrations unfailingly had their mise-en scene in the Rue du Faubourg Saint-Antoine. In the 17th century, it was a country road in its upper part, the Chaussée Saint-Antoine, and led to the fine Abbaye Saint-Antoine des Champs. The lower part was the Chemin de Vincennes. Along this road, between Picpus and the Bastille, the Frondeurs played their war games. Turenne's army fired from the heights of Charonne, while the Queen Mother, her son, Louis Roman XIII, and Mazarin watched from Père Lachaise. At number 8 lived the regicide Papin, Fies his accomplice. The sign, the Paschal Lamb, at number 18 dates from the 18th century. We see ancient signs all along the street. The square trousseau at number 118 is on the site of the first Hospice des Enfants Trouvés, built in 1674 on Abbey land. In 1792, it became the Hôpital des Enfants de la Patrie. The head of Princess de Lamballe was buried in the chapel graveyard there. What is supposed to be her skull was dug up here in 1904. In 1839, the hospital was made an annex of the Hôtel Dieu. In 1880, it was Hôpital Trousseau, then in the first years of this 20th century, razed to the ground. At number 184, the Hospital Saint-Antoine retains some vestiges of the royal abbey that stood there in long-gone days. Founded in 1198, it was like all the big abbeys of the age a small town in itself, surrounded by high fortified walls. At the Revolution it was sequestrated, the church demolished. Till the early years of the 19th century, one of the most popular of Paris fairs was held on the site of the old abbey, La Foire aux Pains de Pissez, which had its origin in an Easter week market held within the abbey precincts. The house number 186 is on the site of the little chapel Saint-Pierre, raised in 1797, where of old kings of France lay in state after their death. 2 daughters of Charles V were buried there. The fountain and butcher's shop, opposite the hospital, date from the time of Louis Roman XV, built by the nuns of the abbey and called La Petite Halle. The nuns alone had the right to sell meat to the population of the district in those old days. Almost every house and courtyard and passage along the whole course of this ancient thoroughfare dates, as we see, from days long past. In the courts at Nos. 245 and 253, we find old wells. So we reach Place de la Nation, of your Place du Trône, styled in Revolution days Place du Trône Renversé, and the guillotine set up there, en permanence. Their 1340 persons fell beneath its knife, 54 in one tragic day. The two pavilions on the eastern side of the place were the custom houses of pre-revolution days. The monument in the center is modern, 1899. Of the streets and avenues leading from the place, that of supreme interest is the old Rue Picpus, a curious name explained by some etymologists as a corruption of Picpus, and referring to a 16th-century monk of the neighborhood who succeeded in curing a number of people of an epidemic which studded their arms with spots like flea bites, and who was called henceforth Le Pere Picpus. In previous days, the upper part of the roadlet was a road then, not yet a street had been known as Chemin de la Croix-Rouge. Nos. 4 and 6 are the remains of an 18th-century pavilion. A Maison de Santé house of detention where, in 1786, Saint just was shut up for petty thefts committed in his own family. Number 10, a present-day Maison de Santé, is on the site of a hunting lodge of Henry Roman IV. At number 35, we see the Oratoire de Picpus, where is the statuette of Notre Dame de la Paix, once on the door of the Capucine convent, Rue Saint-Honoré. And here, behind the convent garden, we find the Cimetière Picpus and the railed pit where the bodies of the 1340 persons beheaded on the Place du Trône Renversé were cast in 1793, André Chenier among the number. Their burial place was unknown until some years later, when a poor woman, the daughter of a servant of the Duc de Brissac, who, stealthily watching from afar, had seen her father and her brother fall on the scaffold, pointed it out. The site was bought, walled in, an iron cross set up over it. Soon adjoining land was bought, and the relatives of many of those who lay in the pit were brought to be in death near to the members of their family cut off from them in life by the revolutionist axe. We see their tombs in the carefully kept cemetery to which, from time to time, descendants of the different families come to be laid in their last long sleep. In the corner closest up against the walls surrounding the pit, we see the stars and stripes of the United States, the star-spangled banner, keeping guard over the grave of Lafayette. The nuns of the convent have charge of this pathetically interesting cemetery. At No. 42, we see more convent walls stretching to Rue de Reuilly, now enclosing a carriage factory. At number 61, the doors of yet another, put later to various secular uses. Number 76 is the Jewish hospital, founded by Rothschild in 1852. Number 73 is the Hospice des Vieillards, worked by the Petite Sœurs des Pauvres. On the wall at number 88, we come upon an edict of Louis Roman XV with the date 1727. Running parallel with Rue Picpus is Rue de Reuilly, in long gone days a country road leading to the Château at Ramiliecum, the summer habitation of the early Merovingian kings. We see an ancient house at number 12 and No. 11 was the historic brasserie owned by Santerre, commander-in-chief of the Paris Garde Nationale, its walls supposed to date from 1620. Santerre bought it in 1772. After the storming of the Bastille, 2 prisoners found within its walls, both mad, one aged, the other a noted criminal, were sheltered there. There the keys and chains of the broken fortress were deposited. The barracks at number 20 are on the site of ruins of the old Merovingian castle. The church, modern, of Saint Eloi at No. 36 has no historic interest save that of its name, and no architectural beauty. Rue de Charenton is another ancient street. It runs through the whole of the arrondissement from Place de la Bastille to the Bois de Vincennes. From 1815, it went by the name Rue de Marengo, for through a gate on its course, at the barrier of the village of Charenton, and along its line, Napoleon re-entered Paris after his Italian campaigns. In its upper part, it was known in olden days as Vallée de Fécamp. Through the house at number 2, with the sign à la Tour d'Argent, Monseigneur Auffray got onto the barricades in 1848 to be shot down by the mob a few moments later. Number 10 dates from the 16th century. The inn at No. 12 is ancient. At number 26, we see the chapel of the blind hospital, the Quinzvinks, formerly the parish church of the district. The Quinzvinks was founded by St. Louis for 300 gentilshams, i.e. men of gentle birth, on their return from the Crusades. Their quarters were till 1780 on land owned by the monks of the Cloister Saint-Honoré. Then this fine old hotel and grounds, built in 1699 for the Mousquetaires Noirs, were bought for them. In the chapel crypt, the tombstone of the first Archbishop of Paris, Mgr de Gondi, was found a few years ago, and bits of broken 16th-century sculpture of excellent workmanship. The little Rue Moreau, which opens at number 40, was known in the 17th century as Rue des Filles Anglaises, for English nuns had a convent where now we see the passage du Chêne Vert. We find characteristic old houses in Rue de Liger and an interesting old place of the same name, in Revolutionary days a hay and straw market. The short streets and passages of this neighborhood date, with scarce an exception, from the 17th and 18th centuries. Rue de la Breche-aux-Loups recalls the age when, in wintry weather, hungry wolves came within the sight of the city. The statuette of Ste Marguerite and the inscription of number 277 date from 1745. Passage de la Grande Pinte at No. 295 records the days when drinking booths were a distinctive feature of the district. We see vestiges of an ancient cloister at number 306 and at number 312, an old farmyard. Chapter 40. Les Gobelins. Arrondissement Roman 13, Gobelins. The brothers Gobelin, Jehan and Philibert, famous dyers of the day, established their great factory on the banks of the Beaver about the year 1443. Jehan had a fine private mansion in the vicinity of his dye works known as Les Cygnes. At a little distance, on higher ground, was another hotel known as La Folie Gobelin. The rich scarlet dye the brothers turned out was greatly prized. Their business prospered, grew into a huge concern. But in the first year of the 17th century, a Flemish firm of upholsterers came to Paris and established themselves on the banks of the tributary of the Seine, entirely replacing the Gobelins' works. This, in its turn, yielded to another firm, but the name remained unchanged. A few years later, the firm and all the buildings connected therewith were taken over by the state, and in 1667, by the initiative of the minister Colbert, were organized as the Royal Factory des Meubles de la Couronne. On the ancient walls behind the modern façade, we see two inscriptions referring to the founders of the world-famed factory. This hinder part of the vast building is of special interest to the lover of old-world vestiges. The central structure, two wings and the ancient chapel of the original building, still stand, and around on every side we see quaint old houses in tortuous streets, courtyards of past centuries, where 20th century work goes on apace, picturesque corners densely inhabited by a busy population. For this is also the great tanning district of the city. Curious old-world sights meet us as we wind in and out among these streets and passages which have stood unchanged for several hundred years. The artistic work of the great factory was from the first given into the hands of men of noted ability, beginning in 1667 with Charles Le Brun, and from the first it was regarded as an institution of special interest and importance. Visitors of mark, royal and other, lay and ecclesiastical, were taken to see it. The Pope, when in Paris in 1805, did not fail to visit Les Gobelins. In 1826, the great Paris soapworks were removed from Chaillot and set up here in connection with the dye works. The fine old building was set fire to by the communards in 1871, much of it burnt to the ground, many priceless pieces of tapestry destroyed. At number 17, Rue des Gobelins, in its earlier days Rue de la Beaver, crossed by the stream so carefully hidden beneath its surface now, we see the old Castel de la Réunion Blanche. It dates from the 16th century, on the site of a more ancient castle, where tradition says the Bals des Ardents were given, notably that of the year 1392 when the accident took place which turned King Charles Roman VI into a madman. But the Réunion Blanche, for whom it was first built, was probably not the mother of Saint Louis, but the widow of Philippe de Valois, who died in 1398. In the 16th century, relatives of the brothers Gobelin lived there. Then it was the head office of the great factory. Revolutionists met there in 1790 to organize the attack of June 20th. In Napoleon's time it was a brewery, now it is a tannery. Rue Croulebarbe, once on the banks of the Beaver, has an old-world, village-like aspect. The buildings bordering the broad Avenue des Gobelins are devoid of interest, but beneath several of them important Roman remains have been found, and besides the old streets running into the avenue in the immediate vicinity of the Gobelins factory, We find at intervals other old streets and passages with many interesting vestiges. At number 37, the Cour des Rams. The city gate Saint Marcel stood in past days across the avenue where the house number 45 now stands. In Rue Le Brun, we see the remains of the hotel where, in the early years of the 18th century, dwelt Jean Julien, the master of the Gobelins. Rue du Banquier shows many curious old-time houses. In Rue de la Glacière on the western side of the arrondissement, so named in long-gone days from an ice house furnished from the Beaver, and in the short streets leading out of it, we find old houses here and there. Rue de la Tannerie was until quite modern times Rue des Anglaises from the Couvent des Filles Anglaises, founded at Cambrai, established here in 1664, the chief duty of the nuns being to offer prayers for the conversion of England to Romanism. Disturbed at the Revolution, they returned to their own land, and the convent became a prison under the Terror. At number 28 of this old street, we see vestiges of the chapel cloisters. Covering a large area in the east of this arrondissement is the hospice known as La Salpêtrière. In long past days, a powder magazine stood on the site. Traces of that old arsenal may still be seen in the hospital washhouse. The foundation of the hospice dates from Louis Roman XIII as a house for the reception of beggars. The present structure, the work of the architect Vaux, was built in the 17th century, destined for the destitute and the mad. The fine chapel was built a few years later. At the close of the century, a woman's prison was added, whither went many of the convulsionists of Saint Médard, CP 150. Mme Lamotte, concerned in the affaire du Collier, was shut up here, and in a scene of the well-known operette Manon Lescaut is shown within its walls. In September 1792, the revolutionary mob broke into the prison, slew the criminals, opened the doors to the light women shut up there. We see before us the Cour des Massacres. Then in 1883, La Salpêtrière was organized as the Hospice de la Ville les Femmes. There are 5,000 beds. In 1908, the new Hospital de la Pitié was built in its grounds. Chapter 41. The neighborhood of Port-Royal. Arrondissement Roman 14, Observatoire. The boundary line between arrondissements Roman 13 and Roman 14 is Rue de la Santé, the name of the great Paris prison which stands there. It brings us to the vicinity of the Paris Observatory and of the Hôpital Cochin. The prison is a modern structure on a site known as La Charbonnerie because of coal mines once there. The observatory, built over ancient quarries, was founded by Louis Ziv's minister Colbert in 1667. A spiral staircase of 600 steps leads down to the cellars that at Rouhel were mines. It was enlarged in 1730 and again in 1810, and the cupolas were added at a later date. A stretch of Rue du Faubourg Saint-Jacques borders its eastern side, and there on the opposite side we see El Hôpital Cochin, founded in 1780 by the then vicar of Saint-Jacques-du-Haut-Pas, whose name it bears enlarged in recent years. At number 34 of Rue du Faubourg Saint-Jacques, we turn into the 17th century Rue Cassini, so named in 1790 to memorize the 17th century organizer of the observatory. Here Balzac lived in 1829 in a house no longer standing. The great painter J.P. Laurens has an hotel here. We find a Louis Roman 16 monument in a court at number 10. Subterranean passages, made and used in a past age by smugglers, have been discovered beneath the pavement of this old street. Rue d'Infratrocero has its first numbers in arrondissement V. This was the Via Infera, the lower road of the Romans. The name Infer, given later, is said to refer not to the place of torment, but to the hellish noise persistently made in a hotel there built by a son of Hugues Capet, the Hotel Vauvert, hence the French expression. Envier les gens au diable vert, vert shortened from Vauvert, i.e. send them off far away to the devil. Infer became Denfert, to which in 1878 was added the name of the general who defended Belfort in 1870. Not exactly a happy combination. Many persons of note have dwelt in this old street. Number 25, Arrondissement V, is an ancient Carmelite convent, built, tradition says, on the site of a pagan temple. An oratory chapel dedicated to Saint Michael covered part of the site in early Christian days and a public cemetery. An ancient crypt still exists. It was in the convent here that Louise de la Vallière came to work till her death in 1710. That first convent and church were raised in 1797. The Carmelites built a smaller one on the ancient grounds in 1802 and rebuilt their chapel in 1899. It did not serve them long. They were banished from France in 1901. The chapel, crypt, and some vestiges of the ancient convent are before us here. Modern streets. Rue Val de Grace opened in 1881, Rue Nicole in 1864, run where the rest of the vast convent walls once rose. Number 57 is on the site of an ancient Roman burial ground, of which important traces were found in 1896. Number 68, Ancient Convent of the Visitation. Number 72, built in 1650 as an Oratorian convent, a maternity hospital under the Empire, now a children's hospice. Number 71, Couvent du Bon Pasteur House of Mercy, founded in the time of Louis Roman XVI, bought by the Paris municipality in 1891. Its chapel burnt by the Communards in 1871, rebuilt by the authorities of the charity, worked now by Sisters of St. Thomas de Villeneuve. Within its walls, we see interesting old-time features, and beneath are the walls of reservoirs dating from the days when water was brought here from the heights of Rungis. Number 75, Ancient Eudiste Convent and Chapel. Chateaubriand once dwelt at number 88, and with his wife founded at No. 92, the Infirmary Marie Thérèse, named after the Duchesse d'Angoulême, daughter of Louis Roman XVI, a home for poverty-stricken gentlepeople, transformed subsequently into an asylum for aged priests. Mme de Chateaubriand lies buried there beneath the high altar of the chapel. Avenue d'Orléans, in olden days Route Nationale de Paris à Orléans, dating from the 18th century, and smaller streets connected with it, show us many old houses, while in the Villa Adrienne, opening at No. 17, we find a number of modern houses pavilions, each bearing the name of a celebrity of past time. Rue de la Voie Verte was so named from the market gardens erewhile stretching here. Rue de la Thomissoire runs across the site of an ancient burial ground where was an immense tomb said to have been made for the body of a giant, Isor or Isira, who, according to the legend, attacked Paris at the head of a body of Saracens in the time of Charlemagne. Here and there along this street, as in the short streets leading out of it, we come upon interesting vestiges of the past, notably in Rue Halles, opening at number 42. The pretty Parc Sauris is quite modern. We find old houses in Avenue du Châtelain, an 18th-century thoroughfare. Rue des Plantes leads us to Place de Montrouge, in the 13th century the center of a village so named either after an old-time squire, lord of the manor, Guise de Rouge, or because the soil is of red sandstone. The squire, maybe, gained his surname from the soil on which he built his château, while the village took its name from the squire. Rue Didat, once known as Rue des Terriers aux Lapins, memorizes the great printing house founded in 1713. Rue de Vanves, leading to what was in olden days the village of the name, crosses Rue du Château at the point where in the 18th century the Duc de Maine had a hunting lodge. In Avenue du Maine, we see ancient houses at intervals. Rue du Moulin Vert recalls the existence of one of the numerous windmills on the land around the city in former days. Rue de la Gaîté, 18th century, has ever been true to its name, or the name true to the locality, one of dancing saloons and other popular amusements. The Cinéma des Mille Collines was in pre-cinema days the Bal des Mille Collines, opened in 1833. Passing on up Avenue du Maine, we come to Arrondissement Roman 15. Chapter 42. In the southwest. Arrondissement Roman 15, Vaugirard. Rue Vaugirard, originally Val Gerard, which we enter here, on its course from Arrondissement Roman 6, CP 164, is the longest street in Paris, a union of several streets under one name, extending on beyond the city bounds. At number 115, we find an ancient house recently restored by a man of artistic mind. At number 144, ancient buildings connected with the old Hospital l'Enfant Jesus, its facade giving on Rue de Sèvres. Add intervals all along the street, and in the short streets opening out of it, we come upon old-time houses, none, however, of special interest. In this section of its course, Rue de la Procession, opening at number 247, dates from the close of the 14th century, a reminiscence of the days when ecclesiastical processions passed along its line to the church. Rue Cambron, named after the veteran of Waterloo, dates from the First Empire and shows us at Nos. 98, 104, 117, houses of the time when it was Rue de l'École Militaire. The modern Church St. Lambert in Rue Gerbert replaces the ancient Church of Vaugirard in Rue d'Ambassel, once Rue des Vignes, the center of a vine-growing district, where till recent years stood the old orphanage of St. Vincent de Paul. Rue de la Croix-Ivert, traced in the early years of the 18th century, records the existence of one of the crosses to be found in old days at different points within and without the bounds of the city. In Rue du Hameau, important Roman remains were found a few years ago. In Rue Lecourbe, known in the 17th century as Le Grand Chemin de Bretagne, in the 19th century for some years as Rue de Sèvres, like the old street, it starts from its square Pasteur. Prehistoric remains were found in 1903. Rue Blomet, the old Meudon Road, was in past days the habitation of gardeners. Several old gardeners, cottages still stand there. The district known as Grenelle, a village beyond the Paris bounds till 1860, has few vestiges of interest. The first stone of its church, Saint Jean Baptiste, was laid by the Duchesse d'Angoulême, daughter of Louis Roman XVI. The long modern Rue de la Convention is known beyond its immediate vicinity chiefly for the Hôpital Boucicaut, built by the founder and late owner of the Bon Marché. Avenue Suffren, bounding this arrondissement on its even-number side, dates from 1770. Rue de Saix was once Le Chemin de l'Orme de Grenelle. Rue de la Fédération memorizes the Fête de la Fédération held on the Champ de Mars in 1790. The oldest street of the district is Rue Dupleix, a road in the 15th century and known in the 16th century as Sentier de la Justice or Chemin du Gibbet, a name which explains itself. Then it became Rue Neuve. The Château de Grenelle stood in old days on the site of the barracks on Place Dupleix, used in the Revolution as a powder factory. There, in 1794, a terrific explosion took place, killing 1,200 persons. Where the Grand Roue turns, on the ground now bright with flower beds and grassy lawns, duels were fought erewhile. This is the quarter of new streets, brand new avenues. Crossing the Seine at this point, we find ourselves in Arrondissement Roman 16, for to its area south of the Étoile and surrounding avenues were added in 1860 the suburban villages of Passy and Auteuil. Chapter 43. In Newer Paris. Arrondissement Roman 16, Passy. We have left far behind us now Old Paris, the Paris of the kings of France, of the upheaval of Revolution days. The 16th arrondissement, save in the remotest corners of Passy and Auteuil, suburban villages still in some respects, is the arrondissement of the 19th century and after. Round about the Étoile the Napoleonic stamp is very evident. It is the district of the French Empire, first and second. The Arc de Triomphe was Napoleon's conception. The broad thoroughfare stretching as Avenue des Champs-Élysées to Place de la Concorde, as Avenue de la Grande Armée to the boundary of Neuilly, was planned by Napoleon I, as were also the other 11 surrounding avenues. The erections of his day and following years were well designed, well built, solid, systematical, mathematically correct, excellent work, as constructions spacious, airy, hygienic, but devoid of architectural poetry. The buildings of the Second Empire were a little less well designed, less well built, and yet more symmetrical, with a very marked utilitarian stamp and a marked lack of artistic inspiration. Those of a later date, with the exception of some few edifices on ancient models, are, alas, for the most part, utilitarian, only supremely utilitarian. Paris dwelling houses of today are, save for a fine hotel here and there, maisons de rapport, where rapport is plainly their all-prevailing raison d'etre. The new houses are one like the other, so like as to render new streets devoid of landmarks. Où sont les jours d'antan, when each street, each house had its distinctive feature, only in the Paris of generations past. Of Napoleon's Avenues 7, if we include the odd number side of Avenue des Champs-Élysées and of the Grande Armée, are in this arrondissement. The beautiful Avenue du Bois de Boulogne is due to Napoleon Roman III, opened in 1854 as Avenue de l'Impératrice. Handsome mansions line it on both sides. One spot remained as it had been before the erection of all these fine hotels until recent years a rude cottage dwelling stood there, owned by a coal merchant who refused to sell the territory at any price. Francs by the million were offered for the site in vain. But it went at last. In 1909, a private mansion worthy of its neighbor edifices was built on the site. Avenue Victor Hugo began in 1826 as Avenue Charles X from the short Rue du Dôme, on high ground opening out of it. We see in the distance the Dome of the Invalides. To number 117, the first crèche opened in or near Paris, at Chaillot, 1844, was removed some years ago. Gambetta lived for several years and died at number 57 in another adjoining street, Rue Saint-Didier. At number 124 of the avenue, we see a bust of Victor Hugo, who died in 1885 in the house this one replaces. Place Victor Hugo began in 1830 as Rond Point de Charles X. The figure of the poet set up in 1902 is by Barrias. The church Saint-Honoré d'Eylau dates from 1852. It was pillaged by the Fédérés in 1871. Lamartine passed the last year of his life in a simple chalet near the square named after him. His statue there dates from 1886. General Boulanger lived at number 3 Rue Yvon de Villarceau, opening out of Rue Copernic. Rue d'Osny is along the site of the extensive grounds left by Thiers. At number 46, Rond Point Bugeaud, we see the Foundation Thiers, a handsome hotel bequeathed by the widow of the statesman as an institution for the benefit of young students of special aptitude in science, philosophy, history. Avenue d'Eylau, planned to be Place du Prince Imperial, possessed till recently, in a courtyard at number 11, 3 bells supposed to be those of the ancient Bastille clock. Avenue Malakoff began in 1826 as Avenue Saint-Denis. At number 66, we see the Chapel of Ease of Saint-Honoré d'Eylau, of original style and known as the Cité Père Saint-Honoré. Avenue Kléber began in 1804 as Avenue du Roi de Rome. Beneath the pavement at number 79, there is a circular flight of steps built in 1786 to go down to the Passy quarries. Rue Galilée, opening out of it at number 55, began as Rue des Chemins de Versailles. Rue Bellay was formed in 1886 on the site of the ancient Chaillot reservoirs. Avenue d'Iéna lies along the line of the ancient Rue des Bâtels de Chaillot, where, in 1593, without the city bounds, Henry Roman IV and Gabrielle d'Estrées had a house. Rue Auguste Vacquerie is the former Rue des Bassins. The Anglican church there dedicated to St. George dates from 1888 and is, like the French churches, always open, a friendly English church with beautiful decorations and furnishings. The short Rue Kepler dates from 1772 and was at one time Rue Ste Genevieve. Rue Georges Bizet lies along the line of an ancient Ruelle des Tourniquets, a name reminiscent of country lanes and styles. In its lower part, it was of yore Rue des Blanchiseuses, where clean linen hung out freely to dry. The Greek church there, with its beautiful iconostasis and paintings by Charles Lemaire, is modern 1895. Rue de Lubec began as a tortuous 17th-century road, crossing the grounds of the ancient convent of the Visitation. The statue of Washington in the center of Place d'Iéna, the scene of so many momentous gatherings, was given by the women of the United States, en mémoire de l'amitié et de l'aide fraternelle donnée par la France à leurs frères pendant la lutte pour l'indépendance. The Musée Guinet on the site of the Hippodrome of earlier years, an Oriental museum, was opened in 1888. Rue Boissière, in the 18th century in part Rue de la Croix-Boissière, reminds us of the wooden crosses to which in olden days the branches of box which replace palm were fixed on Palm Sunday. Along Rue de Longchamp, then a country lane, 17th and 18th century Parisians passed in pilgrimage to Longchamp Abbey, while at an old farm on the Rond Point, swept away of late years. Ramblers of note, Boileau and La Fontaine among the number, stopped to drink milk fresh and pure. The name of the Bouquet de Longchamp recalls the days when green trees clustered there. Rue Lauriston, a thoroughfare in the 18th century, was long known as Chemin du Bel-Air. Rue de Chaillot, which leads us to Avenue Marceau, was the high street of the village known in the 11th century by the Roman name Cololum. It was crown property, and Louis I gave it to Philippe de Comines. In 1659, the district became a Paris faubourg, and in 1787 was included within the city bounds. There on the high land, now the site of the Trocadero Palace and Gardens, the Château de Chaillot, its name changed later to Gramont, was built by Catherine de' Medici. Henriette, widow of Charles I of England, back in her own land of France, made it into a convent, 1651. Its first superior was Émile de Lafayette. Its walls sheltered many women of note and rank. Louise de la Vallière is said to have fled thither twice, to be twice regained by the king. The chapel was on the site of the pond in the Trocadero Gardens. There, the hearts of the Catholic Stuarts were taken for preservation. Suppressed at the Revolution, the convent was subsequently razed to the ground by Napoleon, who planned the erection of a palace there for his son, the Roi de Rome. The old street has still several old houses easily recognized. Nos. 5, 9, 19, etc. The church, on the site of an 11th century chapel, dates from the 17th and 18th centuries, with a 19th century chapel and presbytery. Avenue du Trocadero, since 4th July, 1918, Avenue Wilson was inaugurated as Avenue de l'Empereur, Napoleon Roman III. The palace, now a museum and concert hall, was built on the crest of ancient quarries for the exhibition of 1878, and the Place du Roi de Rome, in previous days Place Steamerie, became Place du Trocadero. The Musée Galliera, a museum of industrial art, was built in 1895 by the Duchess, whose maiden name Brignole is recorded in the short street, opened across her property in 1879. She had planned filling it with her magnificent collection of pictures, but changed the destination of her legacy when France laicized her schools. Avenue Henry Martin began, like Avenue du Trocadero, as Avenue de l'Empereur, 1858. The old tour we see at number 86 Rue de la Tour is said to have formed part of the manor of Philippe le Bel. It was once a prison, then served as a windmill tower, and the street, erewhile Chemin des Moines, Monk's Road, became Rue du Moulin de la Tour. Few other vestiges of the past remain along its course. We see old houses at Nos. 1, 66, 68. Rue Vigneuse, crossing it, recalls the days when convent vineyards stretched there. It is, like Rue Franklin, once Rue Neuve des Minimes, of 18th century date. Franklin's statue was set up there in 1906 for his centenary. We see an old-time house at number 1 Rue Franklin, and at number 8 the home of Clemenceau, the capable Prime Minister of France of the late war. The cemetery above the reservoir was opened in 1803. Chapter 44. Towards the western boundary. Rue de Passy, the ancient Grand Rue, the village high street before the district was included within the Paris boundary line, dates from 15th century days when it was a fief, owned by Jeanne de Paillard, known as La Dame de Passy. It reverted to the crown under Louis I and was bestowed on successive nobles. At the Carrefour the Cross roads where the tramcars now stop for Rue de la Tour, stood the seigneurial gallows. The seigneurial habitation, a château with extensive grounds, was built in 1678. In 1826 the whole domain was sold and cut up. The district was known far and wide in past days on account of its mineral springs. Here and there along the street we see an ancient house still standing. The narrow impasse at number 24 is ancient. The 19th century poet Gustave Naudot died at number 63 in 1893. Number 84, now raised, showed, until a few years ago, an interesting Louis Roman XV facade in the courtyard, once a dependency of the Château de la Muette. Rue de la Pompe, named from the pump which supplied the Château de la Muette with water, a country road in the 18th century, shows few vestiges of the past. Number 53 is part of an old Carmelite convent. Chaussée de la Muette is a 19th century prolongation of Rue de Passy. The château from which it takes its name was originally a hunting lodge. Stags and birds were carefully enclosed here during the time of molting, la Meute, hence the name in the days of Charles Roman IX. Margaret de Valois, the notorious Réanie Margaret, was its first regular inhabitant. She gave the mansion to King Louis Roman XIII when he came of age in 1615. It was rebuilt by the regent in 1716 and became the favorite abode of his daughter, the Duchesse de Berry. There she died 3 years later. It was the home of Louis Roman XV during his minority. Mme de Pompadour lived there and had the doors beautifully painted. It was again rebuilt in 1764. Marie Antoinette and the Dauphin, soon to be Louis Roman XVI, spent the first months of their married life there. It was from the Parc de la Muette that the first balloon was sent up in 1783. The property was cut up in 1791 and in 1820 bought by Sébastien Erard of pianoforte fame and once more rebuilt. Thus it came by the spindle side to the Comte de Franqueville. A big slice has been cut off in recent years for the making of a new street named after its present owner. Avenue du Rainlog records the existence, in the latter years of the 18th century, of the fashionable dancing hall and grounds opened here in imitation of the rotund built in London by Lord Rainlog. Marie Antoinette was among the great ladies who danced there. The hall was closed at the Revolution, but was reopened and again the Vogue under the Directoire, and until 1830, when it became a public dancing saloon. It was demolished in 1858. The lawns were left to form a promenade. The statue of La Fontaine dates from 1891. Rue du Rainlog is wholly modern. Rue Rainwad crossing it dates from the 17th century, when it was the Grande Rue, later the Haute Rue of the quarter, to become later still Rue Basse. Florian, the charming fable writer, was wont to stay at number 75. We see a fine old hotel at number 69 and an old-world street, Rue Gillou, close by. Rue des Vignes opening at number 72 reminds us of the vineyards once on these sunny slopes. Number 66 was the site of the Hotel Valentinois, where Franklin lived for several years and where he put up the first lightning conductor in France. Number 51 is ancient, and no. 47 is known as La Maison de Balzac. In a pavilion in the garden sloping to the Seine, he lived from 1840 to 48, lived and wrote incessantly there as elsewhere and always. There, carefully preserved, may be seen the chair he sat in, the table he wrote at, the pen he used, and 100 other personal relics. Lectures about the great novelist and subjects connected with his life and work are given there from time to time. We see ancient houses onto the end of this quaint street. Marie Antoinette stayed from time to time at number 42 to be within easy reach of her confessor, the Vicar of Passy, so tradition says. The second story of this house sheltered Berenger, 1830–335. The man of letters who gave his name to the street died at number 36 in 1836. At No. 21, the warrior La Tour d'Auvergne passed the years 1776–1800. Jean-Jacques Rousseau stayed with friends here and wrote his Devon du Village. Mineral waters, such as made the springs of Passy renowned in bygone days, still bubble up in this fine park. The modern erection, No. 19, is on the site of the ancient Hotel Lausanne, where the Duc de Saint-Simon used to stay, and where the first steps were taken for the marriage of Napoleon Roman III. At number 11, we turn for an instant into the quaint old Rue Dessau, strikingly reminiscent of a past age, when the tonifying waters of Passy were drunk in a pavilion on the site of No. 20. Rue de l'Annonciation began in the early years of the 18th century as Rue des Moulins. Here we see the church Notre Dame de Grace, built as a chapel of ease for Haute-Uil by the Lord of Passy in 1660, to become a parish church a few years later. It was restored and enlarged at subsequent dates. The ancient Passy cemetery lay across Rue Lequin. Rue de Boulainvilliers stretches through what were once the grounds of the Passy Château. Rue des Boches, opening out of it, still narrow and quaint, was in olden days a lane through the botches, a word signifying a marshy tract or used to designate hut-like dwellings on waste, perhaps marshy land. Passy had within its bounds the Hautes Boches and the Basses Boches. We of the 16th arrondissement know the street nowadays more especially as that of the tax-paying office. Rue de l'Assomption, marking the boundary between Passy and Haute-Uil, began as Rue des Tomareaux. The Convent of the Assomption is a modern building, 1858, in an ancient park. The old château there, so secluded on its tree-surrounded site as to go by the name of L'Invisible, rebuilt in 1782, was for a time the home of Talleyrand, later of the actress Rachel, of Thiers, the statesman, of the Comtesse de Montijo, mother of the Empress Eugenie. The nuns came here from Rue de Chaillot in 1855. No. 88 is an old convent chapel used as chapel of ease for Passy. In Avenue de Mozart, we see modern structures only, but old-time streets open out of it at intervals. It was in a house in Rue Bois-Levent, near the Château de la Muette, that André Chenier was arrested in 1794. Behind number 13, of Rue d'Aviade, we find traces of an old farmyard and a well. Rue de la Cure refers by its name to the iron springs once there. Rue de Ribera is the ancient Rue de la Croix. Rue de la Source was in old days Saint-Des-Vignes. Benedictine nuns from Saint-Maur settled there in 1899 to be banished or laicized a few years later. Rue Raffet dates from the 18th century as Rue de la Grande Fontaine. Rue du Docteur Blanche, named to memorize the organizer of the well-known private asylum in the hotel, once the dwelling of Princess de Lamballe, is the ancient Fontys Road. Rue Poussin, and the short streets connected with it, all date from the middle of the 19th century, opened by the Railway Company of the Cintre Line in the vicinity of their station at Haute-Uil. Rue des Perchamps, once Paris Campy, crosses the site of the ancient cemetery of the district. In Rue La Fontaine, in olden days known for its fountain of pure water, we find here and there an 18th century building among the garden-surrounded houses. In Rue Théophile Gautier, a tennis court and tall houses let in flats cover the ground, where till 1908 stood the Château de Choiseul-Praslin, in its latter years, till 1904, a convent of Dominican nuns. Rue de Remusat runs along the course of the ancient Grand Rue. Rue Félicien-David was the first street flooded in the Great Inundation of 1910. The street became a river 3 meters deep. Rue Wilhelm, of so commonplace an aspect today, dates from the 18th century, when it was Sentier des Arches, then Rue Ste Geneviève. Place d'Auteuil, until 1867 Place d'Aiguesseau, is on the site of the churchyard of past days. The monument we see there was set up to the memory of d'Aiguesseau and his wife by command of Louis Roman XV in 1753. This is the highest point in the district, altus locus the origin, maybe, of the name Auteuil, unless the name refers rather to the druidical altars erected on a clearing here in the days when the forest of Rouvray, spreading over the whole of what is now the Bois de Boulogne, sheltered the venerable pagan priests. A church was first built on the spot in the early years of the 14th century. At the Revolution, the church was profaned, the tombs violated. The present edifice dates from the latter years of the 19th century. Its tower, in the form of a pontifical tiara, is an exact copy of the ancient tower. Rue d'Auteuil was in 15th century days the single village street, La Grande Rue. The house at number 2 is said to be on the site of Molière's country dwelling, but there is no authentic record of the exact site of the house at Auteuil, near the church, where the great dramatist so often went for rest and country air. Auteuil was the retreat for quiet and recuperation of the most noted men of letters and of art of the 18th century. Racine, Boileau, etc. Number 59 is on the site of the house, burnt to the ground in 1871, wherein Victor Noir was shot dead by Prince Pierre Napoleon. Where at the upper end of the street, we see now houses of commonplace aspect and small shops. Stood until the middle of the 19th century, the Château du Coq, inhabited by Louis Roman XV in his childhood, and surrounded later by a horticulturist's garden. Avenue de Versailles, in the south of the arrondissement, shows us along its line, and in the short streets leading out of it, many old-time vestiges. The Auteuil Cemetery in Rue Chardin-Lagache dates from 1800. The House of Retreat, Steeperrin, transferred here from Chaillot in 1850, is on land once part of the estate of the abbots of the old monastery Ste Geneviève, away on the high ground across the Seine at the other end of the city. Rue Molitor has at number 18 a group of modern houses named Villa Boileau, property once owned by the poet. Boileau's Auteuil house was on the site of number 26, in the quaint picturesque old Rue Boileau, where his gardener's cottage still stands. Rue de Musset, opening out of the street at number 67, reminds us that the friend of George Sand dwelt here with his parents in the early years of the 19th century. Chapter 45. Les Turns. Arrondissement Roman 17, Batignolles-Monceau. A number of small dwellings lying without the city bounds to the north, in the commune of Clichy, were known in the 15th century as Les Batignolles, i.e. the little buildings. Separated from Clichy in the 19th century, the district of Les Batignolles was joined to Monceau. New streets were built, old erections swept away. Avenue de Clichy, in part the Grand Rue of the district, was first planted with trees in 1705. At intervals along its course, and in the short streets connected with it, we find 18th century houses, none of special interest. At number 3, the Taverne de Paris is decorated with paintings by modern artists. A famous restaurant, dating from 1793, stood till 1906 at number 7. At number 52 of Rue Balligny, opening out of the avenue, we see the sign Aux Travailleurs, and on the façade, words to the effect that the house was built during the war years 1870-71. At number 154 of the avenue, we find the quiet leafy Cité des Fleurs. Rue des Dames was a road leading to the Abbey des Dames de Montmartre in the 17th century. Rue de Lévis was in Longon ages a road leading to what was then the village of Monceau, its name derived perhaps from the Latin muxellum, a mossy place, more probably from Montaicelum, a mound, or from Mons Calvas, the bald or bare mount. The Château de Monceau was on the site of Place Lévis. The official palace of the papal nuncio was in Rue Legendre, number 11 bis. The modern church St. Charles we see here, built in 1907, was previously a Barnabite chapel. Rue Léon Cosnard dates from the 17th century, when it was Rue du Bac d'Asnières. In the old Rue des Moines, we find one of the few French Protestant churches of Paris. Avenue de Villiers, leading of old to the village of Villiers, now incorporated with Levallois-Perret, was from its formation in 1858 to the year 1873, Avenue de Neuilly. Puvis de Chavannes died at number 89 in 1898. Avenue de Wagram in its course from the Arc de Triomphe to Place des Ternes dates from the Revolution year 1789, known then as Avenue de l'Étoile. Avenue McMahon began as Avenue du Prince Jérôme. Avenue des Ternes is the ancient route to Saint-Germain, subsequently known as the Old Rouilly Road. Rouilly is halfway to Saint-Germain later as Rue de la Montagne du Bon-Air, to become on the eve of its debut as an avenue, Route des Ternes, the chief road of the Terra Externa, the territory beyond the city bounds on that side. The village Les Ternes was taken within the Paris boundary line in 1860. The Barrière du Roule was surrounded in the past by a circular road, now Place des Ternes. We find important vestiges of the fine Château des Ternes in the neighborhood of Rue Bayen, Rue Gersant, and Rue Demers. The church St. Ferdinand, built in 1844-47, was named in memory of the Duc d'Orléans, killed near the spot. Chapter 46. On the Butte. Arrondissement Roman 18, Butte Montmartre. We are on supremely interesting ground here, ground at once sacred, historic and characteristic of the mundane life of the city above which it stands. At or near its summit, St. Denis and his two companions were put to death in the early days of Christianity. On the hillside, most memorable happenings have been lived through. In the old streets and houses up and down its slopes, poets and artists have ever dwelt, worked and played. And in its theaters, its music halls, cabarets, etc., Parisians of all classes have sought amusement, good and evil. In past days, Paris depended on Montmartre for its daily bread, for the flour that made it was ground by the innumerable windmills of the Butte. The sails of many of those windmills worked far into the reign of Napoleon Roman III, who did not admire their aspect and even had a scheme for leveling the Butte, so it is said. Reaching the arrondissement by the Rue des Martyrs, which begins, as we know, in Arrondissement Roman 9, we come upon two buildings side by side of very opposite uses. The Comédie Mondaine, formerly the famous Brasserie des Martyrs and Divan Japonais, and the Asile National de la Providence, an institution founded in 1804 as a retreat for aged and fallen gentlepeople. The hotel at number 79 is on the site of the Château de Hiver, where the revolutionists of Montmartre had their club. Number 88 was the dancing saloon known as the Bossu. No, 76, that of the Mariniers. Rue Antoinette shows us points of interest of another nature. At number 9, in the Couvent des Dames Auxiliatrices du Purgatoire, we see the very spot on which there is reason to believe Saint Denis and his companions suffered martyrdom. An ancient crypt is there, unearthed in the year 1611, to which we are led down rough steps, beneath a chapel built on the site in 1887. We see a rude altar, and above it words in Latin to the effect that St. Denis had invoked the name of the Holy Trinity on that spot. The crypt is no doubt a vestige of the chapel built on the site by Ste Genevieve. It was in this chapel, not as is sometimes asserted higher up the Butte, that Ignatius Loyola and his 6 companions, on August 15, 1574, made the solemn vow which resulted in the institution of the Order of the Jesuits. The chapel was under the jurisdiction of the Dames de Montmartre, and after the great fire at the abbey, the nuns sought refuge in the old chapel here, made it a priory. Several persons of note were buried there. At the Revolution, it was knocked to pieces and remained a ruin until rebuilt by the Abbé Ribers in 1887. Leaving this interesting spot and passing through Rue Tardieu, we reach Place Saint-Pierre, formerly known as Place Piemontesi, and go on through Rue Foyetier to the ancient Rue Saint-Eleuthère, once in part of its length Rue du Pressoir, a name recalling the Abbey winepress on the site of the reservoir we see there now. Thus we come to Rue Mont-Cenis, the ancient Chaussée Saint-Denis, and in part of its course, Rue de la Procession, referring to the religious processions of those bygone days. And here we see before us the most ancient of Paris churches, Saint-Pierre de Montmartre. It dates from the first years of the 9th century, built on the site of an earlier chapel or several successive chapels, the first one erected over the ruins of a pagan temple. 4 black marble pillars from the ruins of that temple were used for the Christian church. We see them there today, 2 at the west door, 2 in the chancel. We see there, 2 ancient tombstones, one that of Adelaide de Sèvres, foundress of the abbey, for the Choir des Dames was the abbey chapel, and there the abbesses were buried. The old church was threatened with destruction after the desecration of 1871, when it was used as a munition depot. Happily, it has been saved and in recent years restored. The facade is 18th century work, quite uninteresting as we see, but the view of the East End from without, the apse, the old tower, and the simply severe Gothic interior are strikingly characteristic. The cross we see in front of the church was brought here from an old cemetery near. The garden adjoining, with the calvaire set up there in 1833, was in ancient days the nuns' graveyard. The cemetery on the northern side dates from the time of the Merovingian kings. Leaving the most ancient of Paris churches, we come to the most remarkable among the modern churches of Paris and of France-l'Église du Vau National, commonly known as the Sacré-Cœur. It is an impressively historic structure, for it was built after the disasters of 1870-71 by La France Humiliée et Repentante, a votive church erected by national subscription. To make its foundations sure on the summit of the butte, chosen as being the site of the martyrdom of St. Denis, patron saint of the city, the hill was probed to its base, almost to the level of the Seine, and a gigantic foundation of hard rock-like stone built upwards. The huge edifice rests upon a vast crypt, with chapels and passages throughout its entire extent. It has taken more than 40 years to build. The North Tower was finished just before the outbreak of the war, now advancing to a triumphal end, for which grand services of thanksgiving will ere long be held in this church built after defeat. The interior is still uncompleted. Looking at it from close at hand, the immense Byzantine structure with its numerous domes seems to us aesthetically somewhat unsatisfying, but from a distance dominating Paris, seen as it often is through a feathery haze, or with the sun shining on it, the vast white edifice makes an imposing effect. Its great bell, La Sauvegarde, given by the Diocese of Chambéry, weighs more than 26,000 kilograms, and its sound reaches many miles. Illustration: Via Montmartre, Rue Saint Vincent. Mason de Henry Roman 4. Illustration: Rue Mont-Cenis. Chapelle de la Trinité. Rue Chevalier de la Barre, bordering the church on the north, was formerly in part of its length Rue des Rosiers, in part Rue de la Fontenelle, referring to a spring in the vicinity. In a wall of the Abri Saint-Joseph at number 26, we see the bullet holes made by the Communards who shot their 2 French generals in March 1871. Going up Rue Mont-Cenis, we see interesting old houses at every step. Number 22 was the home of the musician Berlioz and his English wife Constance Smithson. Crossing this long street from east to west at this point, the winding hillside Rue Saint Vincent with its ancient walls, its trees, its grassy roadway, makes us feel very far removed from the city lying in the plain below. At number 40 is the little cemetery St. Vincent. Returning to Rue Mont-Cenis, we find at No. 53 a girls' college amid vestiges of the ancient, famous porcelain factory, the factory of Monsieur, under the patronage of the Comte de Provence, brother of Louis Roman XV. The tower we see there was that of the windmill which ground the silex. At number 61, we come upon a farm dating from 1782, La Vacherie de la Tourelle. At number 67, an old inn once the Chapelle de la Trinité, 16th century. Illustration: Via Montmartre. Cabaret du Lapinagel. Returning to the vicinity of Saint-Pierre and the Sacré-Cœur, we find numerous short streets, generally narrow and tortuous, which retain their old-world aspect. Rue Saint-Éleuthère is one of the most ancient. Rue Saint-Trustique, formerly Rue des Dames, Rue Ravignan, once Rue du Vieux-Chemin, Rue Courtot, Rue Norvins, Rue des Saules, are all 17th century thoroughfares. Rue Norvins was Rue des Moulins in bygone days. Number 23 was a far-famed Folly. Then, in 1820, the celebrated Dr. Blanche founded there his first asylum for the insane, many of whom he cured. At number 9, we come to an old house and alley, the Impasse Traînée, a name recalling the days when Montmartre was, in wintry weather, a wolf-haunted district. A traînée is a wolf trap. The inn at number 6 was in the past a resort of singers in search of an engagement. The impecunious could bring food to eat there. On the Place du Tertre, 2 trees of liberty were planted in 1848, felled in 1871. No, 3 is the site of the first Mary of Montmartre. Passing along Rue du Calvaire, we come to the rustic Place du Calvaire, erewhile Place Steamery. A very chief interest at Montmartre is the view. It is best obtained from the belvedere built by Baron de Vaux at number 39 Rue Gabrielle, and from the Moulin de la Galette reached through Rue des Trois Frères. Rue de la Meilleur was in olden days Petite Rue des Moulins. The steps we see are said to have been put there for the passage of cattle. The cellars of the house at number 7, Rue la Vieuville, are vestiges of the ancient abbey. Place des Abbesses was erewhile Rue de l'Abbé. On the ancient place, we find the most modern-style church in Paris, Saint-Jean l'Evangeliste, built of concrete. The passage des Abbesses leads by an old flight of steps to Rue des Trois Frères, a modern street. Rue Lepic, for some years after its formation Rue de l'Empereur, Napoleon Roman III, was renamed in memory of the general who defended the district in 1814. Numerous old streets are connected with it. Avenue des Tilleuls recalls the days when lime trees flourished there, the lime trees memorized in Alphonse Karr's novel, Sous les Tilleuls. In the square where it ends is an 18th-century house where François Capet dwelt as a boy. The severely wall-enclosed hotel at number 72 was the home of the artist Zeme. Close here is the entrance to the Moulin de la Galette. At the top of the house number 100, there is an astronomical observatory set up under Napoleon Roman III. The Rue Girardin, a rural pathway in the 17th century, was known later as Rue des Brouillards, the point no doubt from which the city lying below was to be seen fog-enveloped, as is not unfrequently the case. The old house No. 13 goes by the name Le Château des Brouillards. In the impasse at No. 5 stood in ancient days the Fontaine Saint-Denis. Its waters were of great repute, assuring, it was said, in women who drank them, the virtue of conjugal fidelity. And here through the short street Rue des Deux Frères we reach the historic Moulin de la Galette. It dates from the 12th century and has seen tragic days. Its owners defended it with frantic courage in 1814, whereupon one of them, taken by the attacking Cossacks, was roped to the whirling wheel. It was again assailed in 1871. The property was owned by the same family from the year 1640, a private property, a farm, a country inn, where dancing often went on as a mere private pastime till, in 1833, its landlord, an expert in the art of dancing, decided to turn his talent to pecuniary account and opened there the famous public dancing hall. Rue Caulaincourt, erewhile quaint and rural, has lost of late years almost all its old-time characteristics. Rue Lamarck has become quite modern in its aspect. Rue Marcadet was known in the 17th century as Rue des Beaux-Sacs Street. At number 71, we find a fine 17th-century hotel, now a girls' school, Hotel Labette, and another good old house, also a girls' school, at number 75. At number 91, yet another. The modern structures at number 101 are on the site of the ancient manor house of Clignancourt. The turret at number 103 is probably the relic of an old windmill. Rue de la Fontaine-Dieu but records the name of a drinking fountain, demolished some 40 years ago, said to have been set up there by the Romans. Tradition has it the word but was once buck, and referred to the Roman rite of the sacrifice of a buck to Mercury, according to another legend. But, i.e. aim, referred to the English archers who when in France made that spot their practicing ground. Rue du Ruisseau owes its name to the stream of water which flowed through it on the demolition of the ancient fountain. The 17th-century Rue de Maistre, bordering the northern cemetery, is the ancient Chemin des Dames. Rue Eugene Carrière, opening out of it, was till quite recently Rue des Grands Carrières, memorizing the big quarries whence from time immemorial has been obtained the white stone, so marked a feature of Paris buildings, and the world-famed plaster of Paris. Rue Damrémont is modern. In the little Rue des Clois opening out of it at number 102, we see vestiges of a curious old cité of wooden dwellings. Rue Neuve de la Chardinière recalls the days when it was a thistle-grown road. Rue du Poteau reminds us of the gallows of the Saint-Ouen Road. The Avenue de Clichy and the Avenue Saint-Ouen, which form the boundary of the arrondissement, both date back as important roads to the 17th century. Along them we find here and there traces of ancient buildings, none of special interest. To the east of the boulevards Ornano and Barbes, which run through the arrondissement from north to south, we find numerous ancient streets, mostly short. The street of chief importance is Rue des Poissonniers, its lower end merged in Boulevard Barbes. We see several unimportant old houses along its course. The Impasse du Cimetière and the schools we see there are on the site of an old graveyard. In Rue Auffray, bearing the name of the Archbishop of Paris slain on the barricades in 1848 CP 250, we find the modern church St. Bernard, of pure 15th century Gothic as to style, but far inferior in workmanship to the Gothic structures of ages past. Rue de la Chapelle, known in Napoleon's time as Faubourg de la Gloire, began as the Calais Road, then became the Grand Rue de la Chapelle. La Chapelle is a spot of remarkable historic memories. It began as the village des Roses in days when roses, wild and cultivated, grew in abundance in what is now a Paris slum. Then the population, remembering that Ste Genevieve had stopped to rest and pray in the church on her way to St. Denis, called their village La Chapelle Ste Genevieve. Later it was named La Chapelle St. Denis. To the church at La Chapelle went Jeanne d'Arc in the fateful year 1425. We find ancient houses all along the course of this old thoroughfare, and at number 96, the church dedicated to St. Denis, built by Maurice de Sully, the chancel of that 13th century structure still intact, after going through 2 disastrous fires and suffering damage in times of war. It has been enlarged in recent years. The statue of Jeanne d'Arc there dates from the reign of Louis Roman XVI. A popular fair, La Foire de l'Endit, instituted by Dagobert, was held during centuries at the extreme end of the ancient thoroughfare. No. 122, built, tradition tells us, by Henry Roman IV and given to his minister Sully, became in the 17th century the Cabaret de la Rose Blanche. At number 1 Rue Bouquerie, we see an ancient chapel now used as a public hall. Chapter 47. Among the coalyards and the meat markets. Arrondissement Roman 19, Buttes-Chaumont. In this essentially workaday district, we see many houses old and quaint, but without architectural beauty or special historic interest. Round the Parc des Buttes-Chaumont, a large expanse of greenswards and shady alleys, dull, squalid streets branch out amid coalyards and factories. Beneath the park are the ancient quarries which erewhile gave so much white stone and plaster of Paris to the city builders. The name Chaumont is derived, perhaps, from Mons Calvis, Mont Chauve, i.e. Bald Mountain. In Rue de Flanders, formerly Grand Rue de la Valette, we see a Jewish cemetery. Nos. 61 to 65 are on the site where the well-known institution Sti Perrin, come hither from Campigny, was first established in Paris as a convent community in the 17th century, removed to Chaillot in 1742, then to Auteuil, its present site. We find ancient houses, some old signs, along the course of this old street, and at number 152 an interesting door, pavilion, and bas-relief. Rue de Belleville marks the bounds of the arrondissement. Along its course and in the adjacent streets, we see many vestiges of the past. Rue des Bois shows us some fine old gardens as yet undisturbed. In Rue de Elorme, Elm Road, opening out of it, we find the remains of an ancient park. Rue Pré Saint-Gervais was a country road till 1837. From the top of the steps in the picturesque Rue des Lilas, we have a fine view across the neighboring banlieue. In the grounds of number 40, we come upon 3 benches formed of gravestones. Rue Campans was in the 18th century and onwards Rue Saint-Denis. The church of Saint Jean-Baptiste, quite modern, is of excellent style and workmanship. The lower end of Rue de Belleville leads us into Arrondissement Roman 20. Chapter 48. Père Lachaise. Arrondissement Roman 20, Ménilmontant. The lower end of the long Rue de Belleville, its odd number side in Arrondissement Roman 19, went in olden days by the name Rue des Courtils Inn Street. Inns, cabarets, popular places of amusement stood door by door all along its course. Here, as in Arrondissement Roman 19, we find on every side old houses and vestiges of the past, but of no particular interest beyond the quaintness of their aspect. Rue Pelleport began in the 18th century as an avenue encircling the park of Ménilmontant. In the grounds surrounding the reservoirs, we come upon a tomb, a modern gravestone, covering the remains of a municipal functionary whose dying wish was to be buried on his own estate. Rue Haxo, crossing Rue Belleville at number 278 and running up into Arrondissement Roman 19, is of tragic memory. Opening out of it at number 85, we see the Villa des Otages. There the commune sat in 1871, there the fate of the hostages was decided. There, on the 26th May, 1871, 52 of those unhappy prisoners were slain. The Jesuits owned the property till its sale a few years ago. They bought and carried away the grills and whatever else was transportable from the cells where the victims had been shut up. Rue Ménilmontant, running parallel to Rue de Belleville, dates from the 17th century, when it was a country road leading to the 13th century hamlet Mesnil-Mantams, later Mesnil-Montant. The land there belonged in great part to the Abbey Saint-Anton and to the Priory of Sticroix de la Bretonnerie. A Château de Ménilmontant was built, under Louis Roman XIV, where in the wide-stretching grounds we see the reservoirs. At Nos. 155 and 157, we see old pavilions surrounded by gardens. The 18th century house, number 145, was in the 19th century taken by a society calling itself the Saint-Simonian, some 40 men who had decided to live together and have all things in common. They did not remain together long. Number 119 is the school directed by the Sowers St. Vincent de Paul. At number 101, we look down Rue des Cascades, which till the middle of last century was a country lane. Leading out of it is the old Rue de Savies, recording the ancient name of the district Savies, i.e. Montagny Sauvage Wild Mountain, a name changed later to Portronville, rather a mouthful, then to its euphonious present name Belleville. At its summit is an ancient fountain set there in long past ages for the use of the monks of St. Martin of Cluny and for the Knights Templar. Another may be seen in the grounds of number 17. On the Place de Ménilmontant, we see the well-built modern church Notre Dame de la Croix, on its northern side the old Rue and Passage Eupatoria. The quaint Rue de la Mer, a country road in the 17th century, and Rue des Courants have interesting old passages running into them. Passing down Rue des Pyrénées, connected on either side with short old-time streets and passages, we come to the Square Gambetta, often called Square Père Lachaise, and the immense Paris Cemetery, the great point of interest of the 20th arrondissement. The site was known in long past days as the Champ de l'Évêque, the Bishop's Field. It was presently put to a very unecclesiastical use, for a rich grocer bought the land and built thereon a folie, i.e. an extravagant mansion. In the 17th century, the Jesuits bought the property and named it Mont Louis. Louis Roman XIV paid a visit to the Jesuits there and subsequently bought the estate and gave it to his confessor, Père Lachaise. When Père Lachaise died, the Jesuits regained the property, held it till the Revolution, when it was seized by the state and became the possession of the municipality. Passing along the avenues and alleys of this vast, silent city on the hillside, we see tombs of every possible description and style, wonderful monuments and mortuary chapels, some very beautiful, others, and a huge crematorium. Men and women of many nations and of many varying creeds are gathered there. Seen on the eve of All Saints' Day or the day following, when fresh flowers are on every grave, lamps burning in almost every tombstone chapel, the relatives and the friends of the dead crowding in reverent attitude along its paths, the scene is singularly impressive. On its northeast boundary, we find the tragic Mur des Fédérés, the wall against which the insurgents were shot after the Commune in 1871. Blood-red scarves, blood-red wreaths mark the graves there, and we see the names of many who had no graves on that spot chalked up against that tragic wall. On the south side of the cemetery, running eastward, we turn into the old Rue de Bagnolet, the road leading to the village of the name. Old houses line this street and the streets adjoining it, and halfway up its incline on the little place, St. Blaise, we see the ancient church Saint-Germain-de-Charonne, dating from the 11th century. An inscription on a wall within tells us Germain, the busy bishop of Auxerre, first met Genevieve of Nanterre here, and tradition says the future patron saint of Paris took her vows on the spot. There was an oratory on the site in the 5th century or little later. The 11th century edifice was rebuilt in the 15th century, but we still see some of the blackened walls of the earlier structure. The chevet, i.e. the chancel end, was destroyed in the Wars of the Fronde. We see, distinctly traced, the space it occupied bounded by the Mur des Sowers, against which in long-gone days were no doubt stalls for the nuns of a neighboring convent. Some ancient tombstones, too, are there, once within the chancel. Mounting the broad steps, we enter the old church to find curious old pillars, ancient inscriptions, coats of arms, and in one chapel a little good old glass. Making our way to the little cemetery of Charon behind, we find in its center a grass-grown space once the fosse commune of the pits into which the guillotinés were flung in Revolution days. Beyond, near the boundary wall, we see a railed-in tomb, surmounted by the figure of a man in Louis Roman 18 costume big, Robespierre's private secretary. The revolution over, his chief dead. The man whose hand had prepared for signature so many tragic documents withdrew to the rural district of Charon, beyond the Paris bounds, led a secluded, peaceful life, cultivated his bit of land, and set about preparing for his exit from this earth by designing his own tomb. He sat for the bronze statue we see here, and had the iron railing made to show all the implements of revolutionary torture with which he was familiar, the wheel that worked the guillotine, the tenels, etc. Higher up towards Bagnolet, we come to a vestige of the ancient Château A Pavilion Louis Roman 15, forming part of the modern Hospice Desbrosses. Chapter 49. Boulevards, Quays, Bridges. The boulevards. The Paris boulevards are one of the most characteristic features of the city. The word boulevard recalls the days when Paris was fortified, surrounded by ramparts, and the city boulevards stretch for the most part along the lines of ancient boundary walls, boundaries then, now lines in many instances cutting through the very heart of the Paris we know. The Grands boulevards run from the Place de la Madeleine to the Place de la Bastille, gay and smart and modern, in the first kilometers of their course. Less smart, busier, more commercial, with more abundant vestiges of bygone days as they stretch out beyond the Boulevard des Italiens. The Boulevard de la Madeleine follows the line of the ancient boundary wall of Louis Roman 13, raised during the first years of the 18th century. Its upper part on the even-number side was one side of an old thoroughfare reaching as far as Rue de la Chaussée d'Antin, known in its early years as Rue Basse du Rempart. The latter part stretching to Rue Caumartin is of recent date. The old Rue Basse des Remparts was bordered by handsome hotels, the dwellings of notable persons of the day. Vestiges of several of them were until recent years still seen in Boulevard des Capucines Nos. 16 to 22, raised when the new street Rue Édouard Roman 7 was cut. In the reception room of a 17th-century house that stood at the corner of the boulevard, and the Rue des Capucines, known as the Colonnade, Buonaparte first met Joséphine. Boulevard des Italiens gained its name from the Italian theater there in 1783. This name was changed more than once in subsequent years. After the Revolution, when the royalists who had taken refuge beyond the German Rhine returned to Paris and held meetings on this boulevard, it was nicknamed Le Petit Koblenz. Number 33, 18th century, is the Pavillon de Hanover, forming part in past times of the Hotel Danton, which had been owned in its later days by Richelieu, then was divided into several dwellings, and in the time of the Merveilleuses, one of these subdivisions of the fine old mansion became a dancing saloon, Bal Richelieu, and the meeting place of the Incroyables. Rue du Helder, which we see opening at number 36, was in those days a cul-de-sac, i.e., a blind alley. The bank there, number 7, was erewhile the famous cabaret Le Lion d'Or, and at number 2 Cavaignac was arrested when Napoleon made his coup d'etat. No, 22 of the boulevard was the far-famed Tortoni. Number 20, rebuilt in 1839, now a post office, is the ancient Hotel Stainville, later Maison Dorée. Number 16, till a year or two ago Café Rich, dating from 1791. Number 15, Hotel de Lévis, was once the Jockey Club. On the site of number 13 stood, till recent years, the famous Café Anglais. At number 11 was the club Salon des Italiens in the time of Louis Roman 16, subsequently the Restaurant Nicole and Café du Grand Balcon, its first story commonly known as Salon des Princes. At number 9, Grétry lived from 1795 till his death, which happened at Montmorency in 1813. No. 1 Café Cardinal founded by D'Angest, 18th century. Boulevard Montmartre dates from the 17th century, lined in olden days on both sides by handsome private mansions. We see it now a thoroughly commercial thoroughfare, one of the busiest in the city. A modern journalist called its Carrefour the point where it meets the Rue du Faubourg Montmartre, Carrefour des Crusades. From the house, now a newspaper office, at No. 22, an underground passage ran in past days to the Café Cardinal opposite, leading to an orangery. On the site of number 23 stood the gambling house Frascati, built on the site of the old Hotel Télepide. The Café Véron at number 13 dates from 1818, opened through the gardens of the Hotel Montmorency Luxembourg. Passage Jouffre at number 10 was cut, in 1846, across the site of an ancient building known as the Maison des Grands Artistes. The Théâtre des Variétés, at number 7, first set up at the Palais Royal in 1770 by La Montensier, was built here in 1807 on the grounds of the Hotel Montmorency Luxembourg. Number 1 is the site of the Café de la Porte Montmartre, founded by Louis Roman XV, a meeting place of Parisians hailing from Orléans, nicknamed Guipins. Boulevard Poissonnières, 17th century, begins where hung till recent years an ancient sign at number 1, Aux Limits de la Ville de Paris, recording the inscription once on the old wall there. Most of the houses are those originally built along the boulevard, and many old streets run into it on either side. At number 9, we see Rue Saint-Fiacre, dating from 1630, when it was Rue du Figuier, a street closed at each end by gates till about 1800. The Restaurant Duvel at number 10 of the boulevard was an 18th century mansion. Number 14 is known as Maison du Pont de Fer. Number 19, now L'École Pratique du Commerce, was till a few years ago the home of an old lady who, left a widow after one happy year of married life, shut herself up in the house she owned, refused to let any of its 6 large flats, and died there in utter solitude at the age of 90. Number 23, designed by Soufflot Le Romain in 1775 as a private mansion, became later the dépôt of the famous Aubusson tapestry. Boulevard Bonne Nouvelle, named from the Church Notre Dame de Bonne Nouvelle in Rue de la Lune, dates from the 17th century, CP 59. Number 21 was built after the Revolution with the stones of the old demolished Church St. Paul, CP 12. Number 11, in 1793, with some of the stones of the Bastille. The theatre, Le Gymnase, which we see at number 38, erected in 1820 on the grounds of a mansion, a barracks and a bit of an old graveyard, was known during some years as the Théâtre de Madame la Duchesse de Berry, who had taken it under her patronage. Its facade was rebuilt in 1887. The church just off the boulevard was first built in 1624 on the site of the old chapel Stebarb, and named by Anne d'Autriche, perhaps in gratitude for the good news of the prospect of the birth of a son, Louis Roman XIV, after 23 years of childless married life, or, as has been said, on account of a piece of good news communicated to the Queen when passing by the spot. The edifice was rebuilt in the 19th century, the tower alone remaining untouched. Within it, we find an old painting of Anne d'Autriche and Henriette of England. Boulevard Saint-Denis, 18th century. The fine Porte Saint-Denis shows in bas-relief the victories of Louis Roman XIV in Germany and in Holland. It has been restored 3 times since its first erection in 1673. The revolutions of 1830 and 1848 began around this grand old port. Paving stones were hurled from its summit. At number 19, we see a statue of Saint-Denis. Boulevard Saint-Martin, 17th century. Its course was marked out, its trees planted a few years earlier than that of Boulevard Saint-Denis. On its handsome blackened port, built in 1674-75, we read the words, "A Louis le Grand pour avoir pris du fois besançon et vaincu les armées allemandes, espagnols et hollandaises." Like Port Saint-Denis, it has been 3 times restored. The Allies passed beneath it on entering Paris in 1814. The first Théâtre de la Porte Saint-Martin was built in the short period of 75 days to replace, with the least delay possible, the Opera House near the Palais Royal, burnt down in 1781. It was the Opera until 1793. The structure we see was erected in 1873 after the disastrous conflagration caused by the Communards 2 years previously. We see theaters and concert halls along the whole course of the boulevard. The Ambigue at number 2, dating from 1828, was founded 60 years earlier as a marionette show on the site of the present Folies Dramatiques. This part of the boulevard was formerly on a steep incline, with steps up to the Théâtre Porte Saint-Martin. Its ground was leveled in 1850. The novelist Paul de Kock lived at No. 8. Number 17 was the abode of the great painter Meissonier. The Théâtre de la Renaissance is modern, 1872, built on the site of the famous Restaurant de Fia, which had flourished there for 133 years. It was for several years Sarah Bernhardt's theater. Boulevard du Temple, its trees first planted in the year 1668, when it was a road stretching right across the area now known as Place de la République, was at that particular point a center of places of amusement of every description: theaters, music halls, marionette shows. All were closed, razed to the ground, to make way for the grand new place laid out there in 1862. Of the old walls within which Parisians had for long years previously found so much distraction and merriment, vestiges remain only at nos. 48, 46, 44, 42 of the boulevard. Number 42 is on the site of the house where Fies's infernal machine was placed in 1835. The restaurant at number 29 is on the site of the once widely known Café du Jardin Turc. The Théâtre de Jazet records the name of the famous actress. The two short streets, Rue de Crussol and Rue du Grand Prieuré, were cut across the grounds of the Grand Prieuré de France in the latter years of the 18th century. Boulevard Fils du Calvaire, named from the ancient convent, dates only from 1870. The streets connected with it are older. Rue des Fils du Calvaire was a thoroughfare in the last years of the 17th century, and at number 13 we find traces of the ancient convent. Rue Froissart and Rue des Camins, memorizing the two old French chroniclers, were opened in 1804 right across the site of the convent and its grounds. Rue Saint-Sébastien dates back to the early years of the 17th century, and we see there many interesting old houses. Number 19, with its Gothic vaulting, is probably the Hôtel d'Ormesson de Noisseau, a distinguished nobleman, guillotined at the Revolution. Rue du Pont-aux-Choux, made in the 16th century across Market Gardens, got its name from an old bridge which spanned a drain there. Boulevard Beaumarchais began in 1670 as Boulevard Saint-Anton. Number 113, a 16th century structure, was known till 1850 as the Château. The words we see engraved on its walls, "Et la petite chaise," refer to a tragic incident. The head of the Princess de Lamballe, carried by the revolutionists on a pike, was plunged into a pail of water set on a low chair placed up against this wall to clear it of the dribbling blood. No, 99, its big doors brought here from the Temple Palace, is the Hôtel de Cagliostro, the famous sorcerer. Rue des Arquebusiers, opening at number 91, dates from 1720 when it was Rue du Harlay aux Marais. Santerre lived here for a time. Number 2 stands on the site of the house where Beaumarchais died in 1790. Boulevard Henry Roman IV is modern, 1866, cut across the site of two old convents. Rue Castex leads out of it where stood once the Convent des Filles de Stemerie. Its chapel, now a Protestant church, is entered at no. 5. The Caserne des Célestins was built in 1892 on the site of part of the large and celebrated convent of the Célestins, an order founded in 1244 by the priest who became Pope Celestin v. the Carmelites who at first were established here. Greatly disturbed by inundations from the Seine who overflowed her banks in those long past ages, even as she does today, quitted their quarters on this site. The Célestins who came to Paris in 1352 and took over these abandoned dwellings were protected and enriched by Charles V, inhabiting the Palais Saint-Paul close by. The order was suppressed in 1778, before the Revolution suppressed all orders for the time. And in 1785, the convent here was taken for the first deaf and dumb institution organized by Abbé de l'Épée. The convent chapel with its numerous royal tombs, the bodies of some royal personages, the hearts of others, was raised in 1849. Some vestiges of the convent walls remained standing till 1904. Where the boulevard meets the Quai des Célestins, we see now a circular group of worn, ivy-grown stones. An inscription tells us these old stones once formed part of the Tour de la Liberté of the demolished Bastille. They were unearthed in making the Paris Metropolitan Railway a few years ago. The birds make the remnant of that old Tower of Liberty their own today, and passers-by stop regularly to feed them. Crossing the Seine, we come to the Boulevard Saint-Germain, beginning at Boulevard Sully in Arrondissement V, stretching right through Arrondissement Roman 6, and ending at the Quai d'Orsay near the Chamber des Députés in Arrondissement Roman 7. Though in name so historic and running across interesting ground, the boulevard is of modern formation. It has swept away a whole district of ancient streets. The nos. 61 to 49 are ancient, all that remains of Rue des Noyers erewhile there. At number 67, Alfred de Musset was born, 1810. The Théâtre de Cluny is on the site of part of the vanished Couvent des Mathurins. The firm Hachette stands where was once a Jews' cemetery. Number 160 was the restaurant now raised where Thackeray, when a young student at the Beaux Arts, took his meals. A signboard he painted long hung there. We see some old houses of the ancient Rue des Boucheries between nos. 162 and 148. At number 166, we turn for an instant into Rue de l'Échoué, dating from the 14th century, when it was a chemin along the Abbey Moat, a street of ancient houses. The word échoué, a confectioner's term used for a certain kind of three-cornered cake, signifies in topographical language a triangle formed by the junction of three streets. The pavement stones before nos. 137 to 135 cover the site of the ancient Abbey prison. Rue des Sysocs bordered in olden days the Collège des Écossais. The statue of Diderot at number 170 was set up on his centenary, as close as could be to the house he dwelt in Rue de l'Égout. The Hotel Terran records the name of the 13th century street, of which some vestiges remain on the odd number side of the boulevard between number 175 and Place Saint-Germain-des-Prés, where Saint Simon lived and wrote. The little grassy square round the house at number 186 was originally a leper's burial ground, then, from 1576 to 1604, a Protestant cemetery. Looking into the Rue Saint Thomas d'Aquin, once Passage des Jacobins, we see the church which began early in the years of the 18th century as a Jacobin convent. At the Revolution, it was made into a temple of peace. The frescoes of the ceiling are by Lemon. The modern Boulevard Raspail opening at number 103 brought about the destruction of several ancient streets. Where the Boulevard Saint-Germain meets Rue Saint-Dominique, 3 or 4 fine old mansions were razed to the ground, and that old street, previously extending to Rue des Saint-Spiers, cut short here. A fine 18th-century hotel stood till 1861 on the site of the Bureau du Ministère des Travaux Publics at No. 244. The minister's official residence at number 246, dating from 1722, is on the site of one still older, at one time the abode of the Dowager Duchess of Orleans. That portion of the Ministère de la Guerre which we see along this boulevard is a modern construction. We see modern structures also at nos. 280, 282, 284, all on the site of fine old hotels demolished at the making of the boulevard. At some points of Boulevard Raspail, stretching from Boulevard Saint-Germain to beyond the cemetery Montparnasse, we come upon vestiges of the ancient streets demolished to make way for it. Here and there an old house, a fine doorway, and at number 112 a lusty tree, its trunk protruding through the garden wall, said to be the tree beneath whose shade Victor Hugo sat and pondered or maybe wrote several of his best-known works, while living in an old house close by. Starting now from the Place de la République, we pass up the busy modern Boulevard Magenta without finding any point of special interest. The Cité du Vauxhall at number 6 was opened in 1840 on the grounds of a more ancient Vauxhall. The big hospital La Reboissière in the adjoining Rue Ambroise-Paré was built from 1839 to 1848 on the Clos Saint-Lazare and named at first Hôpital Louis-Philippe. Its present name is in memory of the Countess La Reboissière, who gave 3 million francs for the hospital. The boulevards Barbes and Ornano run on from Boulevard Magenta to the district of Montmartre. They are of 19th century formation and without historic interest. Number 10, Boulevard Barbes, was once the dancing saloon du Grand Turc. The bustling Boulevard de Strasbourg, which Boulevard Magenta crosses, a continuation of the no less bustling Boulevard Sébastopol, both great commercial thoroughfares, was formed in the middle of the 19th century across the lines of many ancient streets and courts. Ancient streets ran also where we now have the broad Boulevard du Palais on l'Isle de la Cité, crossing the spot on the erewhile Place du Palais where of yore criminals were set out for public view and marked with a red-hot iron. The buildings we see there on the odd-number side opposite the Palais de Justice, the Tribunal du Commerce, the Préfecture de Police, the Firemen's Barracks, are all of 19th century erection. So we come to the Boulevard Saint-Michel, the far-famed Boul'Mich of the Latin Quarter, forming the boundary line between arrondissements V and Roman VI. As a boulevard, it is not of ancient date. It began at its northerly end in 1855 as Boulevard Sébastopol, Rive Gauche. Soon it was prolonged and renamed to memorize the ancient chapel erewhile in one of the streets it had swept away. Place St. Mitchell, from which it starts, has today a modern aspect. Almost all traces of the ancient place du Pont St. Mitchell, as it was in bygone days, have vanished. The huge fountain we see and cannot admire, though perhaps we ought to, replaces the fountain of 1684. The arched entrance to the narrow street Rue de l'Hirondelle, once Arndel, as an old inscription tells us, which began in 1179 as Rue de l'Hirondelle-en-Laws, and the glimpse at a little distance of the entrance to ancient streets on the Boulevard Saint-Germain side give the only old-world touch to the place. The high blackened walls we see in this Rue de l'Hirondelle are the remains of the ancient Collège d'Autun, founded in 1341. At number 20, on the site of the ancient Hotel of the Bishops of Chartres, is an 18th-century hotel. Number 38 of the boulevard is on the site of the house belonging to the Cordeliers, whose monastery was nearby, where the royal library was kept from the days of Louis Roman XIII to 1666. The Lycée Saint-Louis, founded in 1280 as the Collège de Harcourt, covers the site of several ancient structures. A fragment, the only one known of the boundary wall of Henry Roman II, is within the college grounds, and beneath them the remains of a Roman theatre were found in 1861 and more remains in 1908. Where the boulevard meets Rue Monsieur le Prince, the city wall and a gate of Philippe Auguste passed in olden days. And that was the site of the ancient place. Number 60, the École des Mines, founded in 1783 and housed at the Mint, at that time an Hôtel Rue de l'Université, then transferred to Montiers in Sèvres, finally settled here in 1815 in the Hôtel Vendôme, built in 1707 for the Chartreux, led in 1714 to the Duchesse de Vendôme, who died there soon afterwards. This fine old structure still forms the central part of the mining school. At number 62, we see the Geological Map offices. In the Court of No. 64, we find a house built by the Chartreux, inhabited in past days by the Marquis de Ségur and in later times by Leconte de Lisle. The railway station Gare de Sceaux at No. 66 covers the site of the once well-known Café Rouge. In the old Rue Royer Collard, opening at number 71, in the 16th century Rue Saint-Dominique d'Enfer, we see several quaint old houses. Roman pots were found some years ago beneath the pavement of the impasse. The house at number 91 is on ground once within the cemetery Saint-Jacques. César Franck, the composer, lived and died at number 95, 1891. Number 105 is the site of the ancient Novitiate des Feuillants, who went by the name Ange's Guardians. The famous students' dancing saloon known as Bal Bullier was at this end of the boulevard from 1848 till a few years ago.